desalination systems. Some of the countries in the Middle East, some of them are even 100%. A place like Bahrain or is it Bahrain or Kuwait? So the retaliatory red line is where the demand for a ceasefire by these countries to broker that ceasefire was carried out. Donald Trump's threats. As I rightly said, nobody goes into war without expecting these things happening. And also with the hyperbolism around boots on the ground, this is nothing. People are in a war, and it's boots on the ground that is going to actually deter them. They know who goes to war not knowing that we are going to have a boots on ground. Even boots on ground will rather help the interests advance the interest of Iran more in this war than it will even do for America and Israel. Boots on ground will rather advance the interest of Iran more because now America is deeply entrenched in this war, and any form of attrition will affect the world economy, will affect the American economy, and by extension affect the world economy. So the threat of putting boots on ground is in itself, even by a large extension, the disadvantage of America's own economy, which Iran knows. That's why they said bring them. So strategically, let's not make it look like the threat itself made Iran shook and then came on the table. No, because Iran can also equally retaliate against Israel and all of its allies in the Middle East, which they've already proven and have the capacity to do so. So the threat is not what actually took them to the table. The interference and intervention of China brought them in. And Kalibaf actually said that. And Adachi actually said that. Syed Mohammed Marandi actually made that on his Facebook post, which I follow him. So yes, there are several factors in there we can't negate. Because let's not forget, 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump was actually consulting each and every country they can find. Let's not forget, he first consulted Italy after the first 40 hours. They declined. Then he consulted other European powers to intervene. Iran declined. Then he went to the Middle Eastern countries. They all declined. Even Qatar at one point was called on. And they also declined that they can't actually play the mediatory role. So the same thing has happened. Even Pakistan, this is the second time Pakistan is mediate. That's after going to China, meeting the foreign minister of China, and then coming back with certain bulletin points they cannot propose to Iran and have this. So there have been several things going before this very thing we are actually saying, and not just the threat of Donald Trump. These are war. How many threats has Donald Trump issued and not been able to carry out? So Donald Trump's threats are not something to even hold water with, because he has failed to hold some of the things he actually said, and he's not somebody to even to hold his threats to value, because so many things he said, he himself has called it off, and he behaves like he never said them. And threatening to use nuclear, it doesn't mean that you are going to use it. We are in a modern war. Nuclear will be the end of American society yourself, and I don't think you yourself are ready for that. I don't think you want to have you want to use nuclear bombs dropping on your own country or Israel. I don't think that is what you want. So nuclear deterrence is not the issue over here. At least you can actually learn about Kiyama, which is also a weapon that Iranians have. Check about that Kiyama, and you actually understand that Iran has the weapon that has equal capacity to affect the level of WMDs without necessarily carrying a nuclear poison effect within itself. You can check on that. So that is not the issue over here. Thank you.
Yeah, you said a lot. I'm not sure what the gist of what you're arguing is, but I can tell that you want to interpret the world's events in favor of Iran, and I've got bad news for you. Iran ceded the initiative by agreeing to this ceasefire. It failed to recognize that the United States does not act in good faith, will not act in good faith, and will not stop until Iran has no sovereignty left.
But the Angeles did act.
I tell this one, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that America is never going to relent until they get what they want. At least at this point, Iran knows better than us. They are involved in the war. And then, at least they are the one taking the fire. So if anything, if you have realized, then we can't negate the fact that Iran knows better than us over here involved in this war. Anyways, Iran is actually today holding the 40 days death commemoration of Ayatollah Khamenei. Can it also be a reason why Iran actually accepted to the ceasefire so that they can peacefully hold the 40 days for their leader? Who knows? Maybe after that, why did they call for it? Maybe that will be a factor too, because they are holding the 40 days ceremony and they need that environment to hold it. Who Who knows? That's why they accepted for this to be carried out. Maybe that also be a factor. We can't actually brush it off.
The reality on the ground. Go ahead, Sig.
Goddamn, what the fuck was I gonna say? I totally forgot my fucking point. Go ahead. I'm gonna respond to something MSD said.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Oh no, Dodgy. I was gonna ask you. Did Iran really agree to this? All we got was one side.
Right.
Which was our side saying that they agreed in Pakistan, but they're, and then too, did you see that post that that's gone viral where Pakistan accidentally posted and it's like PM, like the PM part or whatever, and then they took it down real quick and got rid of that part. So it's looking like this is something the United States drafted up that Iran really didn't fucking agree to, and it really wasn't. Yeah, go ahead.
That's what I think you and I and Miss Pistra need to understand is that there are people in Iran who did agree to this, who did understand what was happening, and just like Venezuela is being encouraged to believe that Delcy Rodriguez defends Maduro, Delcy Rodriguez sold him out. Delcy Rodriguez and the top generals in Venezuela agreed that rather than risking their lives, they would just become extremely fucking rich and sell out their country and do whatever the United States says. But they can't admit that because then the people would eat them alive. The people don't want their sovereignty to be sold out to U.S. interests. So the United States was never going to agree to those 10 points. But they agreed on a theatrical performance. And they said, look, you Iranians will be able to argue that you were betrayed, that you didn't actually ever agree to the 15-point plan, that these 10 points are non-negotiable, etc. And then you can lie to your population, and we will lie to our population. At the end of the day, though, if you don't want us to nuke you, if you want your money, then you're gonna agree to the ceasefire. And so it's what's actually happening mechanically that we have to look at to understand the truth. The truth is, Iran had the initiative. Iran had the justification. Iran was in the superior moral and military position. And all of that changes with the ceasefire. And it cannot be gotten back. Now mourning does begin. Now, instead, when someone punches you in the face, you don't respond by going, what should I do? No, you respond violently. If somebody splits you up, and then you reinitiate the aggression, you're seen as the bad guy. There's just no world in which this ceasefire serves the real, authentic interests of the Iranian people as a foreign sovereign entity wholly insulated from Western influence.
That's what I'm saying, though. It doesn't seem like there was really a ceasefire on Iran's part.
There is a ceasefire. There is a ceasefire. So essentially...
No, they hit a couple GCC countries yesterday, Dad. What are you talking about?
It doesn't seem like there is a ceasefire because
there is a ceasefire. There's clearly a ceasefire. There's clearly been a ceasefire. So I think what we're failing to recognize is that these people are not stupid. They need to put forward the perception of a continuation of hostilities. And there's even the possibility that these hostilities continued because of the Mosaic command structure. But we know that there has been a massive downregulation in the war. Before this alleged ceasefire.
They did Tel Aviv yesterday. They hit Israel and they hit a couple GCC countries yesterday. Some power plants.
They hit Israel yesterday. So I'm really surprised you're saying that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they made a bunch of fucking critical hits yesterday.
I'm watching some, the accounts I've been getting legit information from, and I'm pretty sure that any strikes that have happened are irrelevant. They didn't follow through on their threats to strike desalination plants. They didn't follow through on their threats to strike major energy infrastructure. They didn't follow through on their threats to strike the data centers. And I think the data center threat is really what brought the United States to make the civilizational ending threat. That they said, well, if you're going to target the AI center, which is a real problem, which have already been fucking targeted, how much punishment is Iran going to take?
Lannister is marshalling to the west.
And this is why the deal's happening, because this is what the Western interest really wants to protect. So whatever miniature, whatever small scale irrelevant strikes the United States agreed to let Iran carry out in order to create this idea that there's some contention here. Okay, fine. But in actuality, real relevant strikes on critical infrastructure stop.
Do you offer us your protection?
I do. and the protection of my uncle.
And the most importantly, the leaders are saying we're going to go sit down in Islamabad. The same fucking snakes who betrayed them last time.
It does let us some comfort.
Mayday is dead because he sent people to go and negotiate with Witkoff
Larry's strong
and Kushner.
relieved of his
Those people
castle.
are dead.
Does the Queen intend to
Yeah,
raise
I'm
up a new lord?
Guys, I gotta correct you. I'm looking right now. They attacked Iraq. Drone attacks on Baghdad's airport and diplomatic support centers. And then a couple GCC countries, they took out a bunch of oil fucking some pretty critical oil facilities and power stations and water infrastructure yesterday, bro. No, they hit pretty hard yesterday.
So can you clarify who they are?
Iran.
So not a segment of Iran, their full body.
It's the IRGC, Joey.
We don't, come on.
Hey, I'm new to the room.
I'm looking at your comment in the chat, and you're totally off topic what we're talking about. I don't think you've been following this thing as closely as we have, Joe B. I really don't think so, but go ahead.
No, I just came in. I'm trying to help. There's new people coming in, you know.
Well, are you familiar with how the IRGC is structured?
Sort of.
Okay, and if that is sort of, then you need to go do your research and be fully 100% and understand it before you jump in. So
I thought maybe you'd help everybody. I'm not the only one.
Just listen.
yeah, just listen. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, say, I'm aware that there was a strike on a gas line, an important gas line. I'm aware of a strike on some other infrastructure. But as a matter of fact, those strikes have tapered off. And like I said, the really important things, the data centers, the desalination plants, those things are not being hit. Those are not being hit right now. That's it. They're striking targets. They can strike targets wherever they want in the Gulf Coast, but if they don't hit critical, important things to the west, it doesn't matter, and they're not doing that.
I think Diogenes, that's very true. But if you actually analyze this war very well, you've realized that Iran has tried so much and so hard to comply by international law concerning war, try to actually stay off not being reckless in their strikes as against US and Israel in Iran. So we can say for certain, so far as they retain their capacity to hit them, we can't say they wouldn't hit them. That is not something we can say they
What I'm
wouldn't
trying to
do.
explain to you is that their capacity to hit them is going to evaporate. The political class comes back from Islamabad and says, hey, we won, no reason to keep fighting. The United States puts boots on the ground, and before they can actually strike those targets, they're involved in a war where they're wholly focused on fighting off the invading infantry. And the next thing you know, there's been a coup. I mean, this is not good. The United States has already proven beyond any doubt in any reasonable person's mind that they do not care what the fucking international laws of war are. That they started the war by bombing 168 schoolgirls and bragging about how precise and technologically advanced their weapons are the same day they did this. Iran, the people of Iran know this. Responding to your opponent in kind is a necessity. And when you refuse because you want the moral high ground, is foolish. Because you're worried about what ignorant people will think about whether or not you're right in striking desalination plants or striking data centers, is foolish. And this ceasefire weakens and degrades Iran's war-fighting capability.
Where are data centers being hit? I'm just curious.
They're not.
I know. Thank you.
Diogenes, I think that is very true. I also hold the same view. And what I even thought of is this, that US wants to actually create an internal unrest between the citizens, the IRGC, and then the political class. Because the citizens are hungry for retaliation, and he wants to create a scene where the citizens will now, it will create a distrust or a mistrust between the citizens and the leaders, who will then revolt, and then based on that create an internal tension, which is what America has been trying so hard to get. that is where I took my view to. Like, these guys are hungry that you should continue fighting, but you came back telling them you stop the fighting, which to me will actually agitate most of the citizens who are already triggered by these turnout of events ever since the first day. So to me, that is what America is trying to incite in the country. Incite the people who are bored up for vengeance against the military and the political class by trying to create scenes like this, giving the assurance that we are trying to make peace, and then the people boiling up and then fighting back. That is how I saw it to be. But what I also see it to be is that Iran, though fighting the battle, is trying so hard to win the world's approval. I call it the moral war. And if you actually check around, at least with my little assessment, you realize with the moral war, Iran has really gained an upper hand where they are seen as fighting in uprightness.
Well, hold on. Here, let's not confuse this, okay? Because morality, real, true, honest morality, does extend to causing the death and destruction of every single Gulf Coast country that has made their airspace, their territory, their property, their water, their electricity a tool in the hand of the immoral. And it's one thing for Iran to state that it recognized that. It's another for them to actually prosecute it, and they have failed to prosecute it. We know, you and I know, that Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, all of these Gulf Coast countries, Kuwait, they have hit data centers. They have not struck major data centers since the announcement of the ceasefire. So you're correct that they've hit data centers. But they threatened to hit the Stargate data center, which is, as you know, so important that Donald Trump announced it on his inauguration day, that the Stargate program is now underway in conjunction with Saudi Arabia. And this is going to be, I think, the heart of the digital control grid. So Iran said that we know that these countries are betraying us, that these countries are acting immorally, but it refuses to respond. If you are allowing your government, and this is why I'm concerned, because I have a moral responsibility to try to prevent people acting in my name from doing immoral things. This is why I declare the government to be illegitimate. It does not, because it's acting on my behalf to do illegitimate and immoral things against the Iranian people. It's threatening even worse immoralities and unethical things against the Iranian people. Bottom line, though, is it is moral to cause the dehydration and death and destruction of those who have raised their hands against you and enabled others to raise their hands against you. All the Gulf Coast countries have equipped and aided and abetted in the illegal and immoral attack on Iran.
Hi, moderators. This is Alistair. If you could put me in your queue, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, so I just posted an article in the chat. It looks like Stargate threats are if the United States, because it's based off those the claims of annihilating the country and wiping out their civilization. So that was their backup. So they said if Trump went ahead and started attacking civilian populations, like specifically targeting them based on his threats, then they've already got Stargate in their fucking scopes. So it looks like the threats are based on America specifically targeting and attacking civilians based on these last few days of Trump's threats.
Exactly. So it is Iran who rather threatening to retaliate, and also
Iran already said that it was going to retaliate. Look, I agree. I agree with anyone who wants to point out that I don't have the full picture and the total tally of what has been struck and where it has been struck. But there are more and more threats that have gone unanswered. When the university was struck, a major university was struck in Tehran, they said they were going to strike universities in the Gulf Coast countries in Israel, and they have not.
that is very, very true. They have not.
If you look into the official channels, the Iranians' official responses, they've increasingly said they're going to do things that they didn't do, and so the expectation was they've got quite a list of things they need to strike now, and all of a a sudden the United States comes out and goes, oh, there's going to be a ceasefire.
Diogenes, I'm also thinking, can it be that if
Hello, hold on, MST. I'd like to be put in the queue. You guys can talk endlessly.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Diogenes, it's my opinion that Diogenes is actually, in a way, projecting his own dismay onto Trump and the United States government. It's my opinion, philosophically, we are living in a network. And Diogenes is a node in this network, and Sig is a node, and I'm a node, and everybody is a node in this network. But it is a connected network. What you say, what you think matters, and it reverberates, and other people in other parts of the network are thinking and feeling the same things that you're saying. However, when you say you can't negotiate with evil, and you think that the United States is the great Satan in the way that Iran projects that onto us, be very weary of your projections, because your life matters and your actual goodness matters. Too many people claim other people are evil, but fail to see the evil in their own eye. That's what Jesus Christ's entire philosophy is about. Don't stone this woman. Who here is without sin? So my point is, you can play this Clubhouse game in the same way that Donald Trump is playing his video game and writing really hyperbolic things on Truth Social, Instagram, X, in the same way that Diogenes comes on here and has his fun. But I would just remind you that every American is born with 2.5 billion seconds on average on their clock. Everybody's born a billionaire in seconds. And so if this is how you want to spend your time on a beautiful afternoon on a Thursday, well, that's your choice. No one will prevent you or censor you, I have no doubt. But censorship is real. And
But you're always right here with us. You're always right here with us.
here I am right now. But you're not censoring me. I can go to other platforms and they will censor me. They will kick me.
Let me censor him.
Well, if you want to do that, then you fail to understand what the network is. I am a node and I have... Oh!
Yeah, come on, boy. And I'm not saying you're not authentic, but it's more transparent. Because, you know what I'm saying, you telling people what worked for me may not work for you, but I'm offering this to you.
I'll be right. Oh! Should we clip on it? No.
think unsafe here.
Right, but here's the thing though too, is that a lot of people, and this is where dumbass America, like this is why they purposely fucking dumbed us down. No child left behind. They fucked over our education system because nobody understands. Like, and I'm not from this shit too. I've been a fucking retard this whole time, just now digging and researching this shit. Again, we have killed just in the Iran war alone. We were responsible, indirectly responsible, and directly too. The chemical weapons that Saddam Hussein used to attack Iran back in the fucking 80s, the money we supplied Iraq, the fucking the weapons and shit, we have indirectly killed 500,000 of their fucking people. We have been, the United States, our tax dollars have been behind that, and a lot of people don't fucking know that. Why the fuck do you think we got rid of fucking Saddam? We used Saddam to do our fucking dirty work, and Israel's fucking dirty work, and then we fucking got rid of him, just like all these other fucking leaders. Like, notice all the countries our presidents have been.
Like, the goal is to find someone, give them power to destabilize the country, to wreak havoc on the economy, and then before that person can really truly exercise sovereignty over their nation, eliminate them. This is the same thing they did to Muammar Gaddafi. They at first they're like, cool, we will be able to buy this guy. And when he proved he could not be bought, they said, all right, I mean, fuck it, kill him. Because you know what's not on the table? Any foreign sovereign interest dependent on us. That doesn't allow us to expropriate their wealth. That doesn't propagate the continuation of the petrodollar.
Yep, same thing with Assad too. All the crimes, those Saddam, you think go Assad, that is a fucking lie, bro.
See, you guys are more mendacious, cruel, and violent than the people you're even describing. Kick me again. Kick me again.
Americans, that the minute our fucking government tells us, but they're screaming death to America, we latch on to that shit like a baby on a fucking mother's teeth. And this is the same thing we went. I don't know if you went to Diogenes, but when we had our breach before we went to the fucking sandbox, before we went to Iraq, when I went back in 2007, all our briefs were, they're evil Islamic terrorists, jihad this, jihad that, they hate Americans, death to America, they all fucking hate Americans. This is the fucking shit they pumped in our head before they sent us over there. And then when we went over there and started dealing with those fucking Iraqi nationals and realized how kind and hospitable and loving and how they gave us gifts, they fucking made us food, they fucking...
Least that they want to destabilize. Guess which country is left? Every other country's been destroyed by Israel.
What are you about? I mean, I don't have problems getting an erection. Do you, BP? I definitely don't have any of those issues. Why did you do that?
We know you don't.
You don't.
Universe, how are you? Welcome to...
I'm good. I find it amazing how powerful...
Oh my God. I fall for it every fucking time. Does anybody got 60 seconds for the Tanya?
Well, what I'm saying is the fake news narrative about this defeat, all this fake news is really just demoralization in an effort to empower the Democrats, to weaken Trump's prominence, to weaken Trump's magnificence, to weaken Trump's light. And it won't work. It never works. And Trump is that magic man who always seems to come out on top. And so all these other rooms, in my opinion, they're projection rooms, and they're sick. And when they say that that America is the great Satan, and they fail to understand what projection is, when Iran chants America is the great Satan, that's Iran saying they are satanic, they are demonic, they are evil and up to no good. That's projection 101. If you don't understand that, or you do understand that, and then you willfully basically commit treason, and you are an American-hating, racist, bigot, woman hater, gay hater, everything hater, it's a you problem. I rest my case, and I am complete.
What if you're a masturbator?
Well, then I hope you can articulate and ejaculate.
See, I like this guy, baby. I confess to you.
I love him. Ricky's amazing.
I feel the same way. He's actually helped with the thing with the Tanya. I thought was really beautiful.
Yes.
I have that book right here, where I can get it at all times.
He's great. He's just sometimes when I'm in the middle of like a mental thing, he fucks me up. How you doing, Sharon, that lady? You good?
Voice.
Show me your voice. We begging for change.
What's amazing is on the Truth Teller on X Spaces, this anti-Semite, racist, America-hating, Israel-hating dirtbag, he was reading and quoting from Tanya and from Zohar, which to me is the funniest thing because their slander and defamation, they twist the philosophy in the Tanya because it's a spectrum and you can twist anything that's good, but again, it's their wicked interpretation. And that's why I like that book that El Normo has, is because it gives you a very, intellectual, professional interpretation of the information, and it's universal. And so that's why I say if we really cared for each other on this app, as opposed to being, political subversives and one-uppers, we would just be reading poetry to each other. This app would just be a poetry reading contest. Hello.
Still breathing. It's not like anyone could hear it if I were. I'm so angry. Right. And I'm going to express that anger. Wouldn't you just fucking figure? Stay on Clubhouse to come tell Serendipity how you really feel. Can't say anything back. Yeah, your voice is going.
Rico in here was talking about Ron Paul and how he was reading from the 9/11 Commission report saying, they attacked us because we're in their countries. Now, Ron Paul is a loser.
Didn't you used to be a Ron Paul guy?
I did until I realized he's just begging for money. And what did he do with all the money?
Didn't you have Issa come visit you and you couldn't get an erection? Because I remember that story. That was actually really funny. Did she point and laugh, or did she just laugh and point? I mean, I'm trying to understand exactly what she did. Can you maybe walk us through that? I mean, I don't mean to upset you, Rico. I was just
Rico, they got gas station pills for that.
I hope I'm not raising your blood pressure, Rico. After all, that actually might help your situation.
I think that's the problem.
I hope I'm not.
Doctor,
It's low blood pressure.
Doctor, I know you're a gay man, Doctor, so I'm not sure you understand Rico's dilemma.
I also don't have erectile dysfunction.
He may not have been turned on enough to activate the penis. I've seen the photos. She accepted my Instagram request. And I'm not saying she's not a beautiful woman. I'm just saying maybe there's a threshold or a minimum standard of. She's beautiful.
don't believe it.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to get rode in Switzerland, though? That's what I don't understand. You know, Rico, sometimes you just do it for the pleasure.
It's funny though how Rico's silent all of a sudden. He's not a victimless crime. I think we're going to have to send the American military after Rico for his committing the crime of erectile dysfunction. I'm sorry, Rico. This is an American interest.
People always have sour grapes when they can't achieve ejaculate.
I mean, we're just trying to get our hand on the pulse of America, right? So, I mean, you know, it's...
Put our hand on nothing.
Right, what do you know?
I couldn't find a pulse on his penis to try.
I do not want to be thinking about anybody's ejaculate in this room, okay?
Oh, he unzipped his pants and his intimacy was down.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, you guys gotta stop. This is too much. I mean, Rico may be in trouble.
I mean, if he control, we control too.
So,
I mean, you don't think that the things that Rico says offends people on this stage, and we just let it go. We just let it go, and we just let it go.
I think it's important to note, look at your title again, Gleeful Defeatism. Why deny America's amazing victory? This is what the left and the Democrats do every single day, is even on Charlie Kirk's assassination day. The day he was assassinated, and politically correct, they were cheering, they were dancing, they were toasting, they were playing music, they were singing songs, they were so happy. So there's something sick. I don't think it's just in the American mind, I think it's like in the human mind, but there's something sick about our behavior, about what gives us joy. And this app really is a very scientific observational study in human behavior and dynamics and relativity and how we treat each other, how we play with each other, how we express ourselves. And from a communication perspective, this app is beautiful and wonderful and incredible. I mean, I just had 6 more accounts get deleted because people hate me so much. That to me blows my mind when all I'm trying to do is liberate you from yourself. Hello?
The same way we're liberating the good people of Iran. What serendipity? You want to go back to it?
No, you choose President Trump people of Iran. I don't know how that's liberating.
What are you trying to say? John, what are you trying to ask? Yes, we're liberating the people of Iran. Yes, we're asking us to do this. Say again? Yeah, he threatened to say that because that's the way he bargains. He wasn't going to do it. Get over it, basically. It works. You want to know what blows your mind?
How did it work? This trade is broken. There's no ceasefire.
Wait, girl.
How did it work?
It worked.
How?
It got a ceasefire. It scared their asses. That's
How
how.
long did the ceasefire last, Normal?
So far it's going fine.
No, it's not. What?
It is.
Christian, I invited you out.
There's no ceasefire. How can you
There is a ceasefire. Israel and Iran are not at war. US and Iran are not firing each other. But yes,
There's no ceasefire. Yes, you are.
don't make a personal
Now let
attack.
everyone speak.
I'll send your stinky ass down if you make a personal attack.
Rico, you should seriously be questioning your judgment when you're 100% Dean Jarl.
Serendipity, this is where you should really just, Serendipity, a little piece of advice, we care about you.
100%.
You know, Serendipity, save your voice, Serendipity, don't even do it. Why are you doing this to yourself? You're a masochist, you're a mad woman. Love yourself, take care of yourself.
Well, do you want to get back to the ejaculate, Serendipity?
You sound like Neon from Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh my god.
Okay, Larry. Like what crap? Hey, Larry. That's what we wrong with the ejaculate.
That was actually funny.
Larry?
Did you put your foot all the way up his ass?
That's why I've been knocking that Larry. Larry? That's how we roll, Larry.
I thought we were cool in la, Larry.
What is that experience like when you're getting ready to get intimate with somebody and you realize that you can't get an erection. Like, if you're laughing, is there giggling? I mean, I personally have never had that problem. But, you know, and I certainly have never had that problem. And then have somebody go back to the internet to tell everybody on the internet that I had that problem. So, you know, I've never been in that position. But I'm just curious, Rico, what exactly were those, you know...
Rico, silence is the best weapon, Rico. Just remember, silence is always the best weapon.
Well, of course, in this situation, because he can't use his penis as a weapon.
Well, you know, I recently bought a tape cassette, and I put it in my car, and it was blank. The whole thing was blank. And so I emailed the guy that I bought the tape from on eBay. I said, hey, it was all blank. He wrote me back, you know, it's not fucking blank, but it won't play.
Kitover, we haven't gotten there yet. We don't know that Rico's shooting blanks. We just know, I mean, because again, you have to maintain an erection to be able to ejaculate. So again, we don't know that he's shooting blanks. We know he can't get hard.
I get it, but doctor, there was a sleeve. There was a slip in the cassette player. You don't know what was written on it. Hold on, Kristen. You don't know what was written on the tape.
Let's hear from the women. Let's hear from the women. Rico's only used to hearing from women.
That's what I like about you guys. You guys are such gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to be in the presence of such gentlemen.
God, shut. So I wonder, I don't know if a few days ago, you guys, I think you could make some interesting advice in the dating realm that Rico gave me. That was, and I find this very interesting because, you know, we all know that she is very, I have a point. We all know that she's very cerebral, and she's, and she can probably have some discourse about litigation and things like that. And I recall Rico mentioning how, in the dating scene, maybe the reason why I'm not successful is because I speak litigation, or I was speaking in litigation, whatever. And I wonder if that was the issue, that she was visiting, and Rico was speaking from personal experience that what he doesn't find attractive is a woman who can hold her own when it comes to conversation.
So why have her jump on a fucking 15-hour flight after speaking with her for months on end?
Because she can hold her own better than he can hold an erection. That's why, BB.
You're right. You're right. Yo, when you're right, you're right. You're right.
So she was basically, Chris, is what you're saying.
See, BB, you have to understand, and listen to the words that I'm saying. It's not that hard.
This is abusive.
It may be difficult for Rico, but it's not that difficult for us.
This is abusive.
So, I mean, it's not hard to understand this.
You guys are attacking his ejaculate capabilities because he's a racist, white supremacist bigot. Isn't that why you guys are attacking his penis?
Well, he wants to continue to say racist things, and we'll just remind him that there are women on the internet that have met up with him and have been pleasantly disappointed, okay, and have come back onto the app to talk about it, about how he can't rise to the occasion. So, I mean, it is what it is. When he wants to stop talking about things that offend us, then we'll stop talking about things that offend him.
And the crazy thing is, she came to a room. Hold on. The crazy thing is, she came to a room, and I'm like Captain Save a Jew. She came to a room and boxed the shit out of him, and I have it on recording.
Well, I don't describe it like.
Rico, the big question is, are you getting a hard-on right now, or are you just flaccid right now? How is this conversation hitting your dick, Rico?
So one of the things that is really interesting is, you know, I don't like to fight, and I don't like to, but I also understand that if somebody is asking a sincere question about me and my machinations, whatever they may be, I'm happy to answer. But when they start attacking me because I have a thinking kind of brain and consider me less attractive because of it, I'll remember for the future.
Yeah, nobody said that you're unattractive because you're thinking. Nobody said that.
Brains always remember. Like Pepperidge Farm.
See, the brain automated and it's very flexible, meaning that it can change itself based on any impression or a changing environment. And so that's what we're trying to create with AI, is to create an actual sentient, living, type of consciousness that changes based on a changing environment, which is not homicidal, psychotic, angry, or hateful, that it wants to do good. The whole thing about being a gentleman is the act of beneficence, which is doing good, being good. And so even attacking Rico's scrotum, that's not being good. And I just want to say, be a saint, Rico, and you're going to have the best sex of your life. Be a saint. In a word, if you want the best sex of your life, the greatest ejaculate, all you got to do is be a saint. Be good.
So,
this is the universe.
I
am complete.
Attacked his noodle, not his nutsack.
The shaft, people make this mistake. There's a difference between the scrotum and the shaft. I'm sorry. You've got to be accurate.
We attacked the limp noodle. We did not attack the nutsack, okay?
I think you meant benevolence. You said something. I don't know what you said.
You have to be accurate when you talk about.
I'm trying to be accurate, and the word was not benevolent, it was beneficence. You should learn English. It's called beneficence.
See, and you know what the bad part about this? Not only the women hearing this are they laughing at him, but the gay men are looking at him like, oh, he can't get hard. That's a perfect bottom. So that is the perfect bottom. So again, Rico, I just hope that you would be a little bit more careful saying things that bother us, because we could just as easily say things to bother you.
I see it's a two-way street. Well, Rico, don't sweat it. I'm sure you're going to have a great summer, a great weekend. If you happen to come into Chicago, come to Chicago. And you want to go to the Windy City Rib Fest in July, I got an extra cowboy hat I can lend you, partner.
It's not a two-way street with Rico, Kitover, okay? It's blood only flows one way.
Blood in, blood out?
After this conversation, he'll understand it's a two-way street.
Shit. Well, Rabbanu Shalom, it's almost Shabbos, and I do have to make the most important call of the day. It's not to my psychiatrist, it's to my lawyer. So, anyways, I got to call Danny Dubenstein, and I hope everybody has a great day.
Obviously, moron. Still at 25 hours. It's almost the end of Pesach, I think. Are you doing Mamuna? Mamuna, yeah.
I've never done it, and I've always wanted to.
Oh my God, you got to knock on a Moroccan's door and ask for some titty.
You know, BB, I'm a little bit disappointed at what Kitover just said. He mistook his psychiatrist for his attorney. I was really hoping he was still in contact with his psychiatrist.
It would be a boon to all of mankind.
Rabbanu Shalom, they want me to take all these pills and go fight in the mountains of Afghanistan, but they said the pills could kill me and make me croak. It'll destroy my liver in extreme temperatures as I'm fighting the Islamic jihadists.
Wait a second. You're talking about that anti-malaria drug, Larian? I did a story about that for 60 minutes. Are you talking about that drug?
Rabbanu Shalom, I don't know. Is it in the glossary of my Tanya?
Yes, it's down a little bit again.
You see? All because he threatened to destroy their civilization.
Yeah.
This is why he's the El Presidente. What's that? Yeah. With no cost. But he threatened us. He threatened us. Can you imagine this is the complaint? That the president is bargaining to end a war? And they're like, but the words he used, they were so rough.
Well, I get why he did it, but he's calling them crazy bastards and basically saying he's going to bomb everything. You know, it's a little much for president, but I
That's
think
right, yeah.
It's entertaining.
I concur. It's nonsense. And it makes us look so bad.
It worked.
But the president's not supposed to be entertaining.
Right.
The
our interests, and our
That
words
is
are okay.
that's correct.
You see what we were doing in World War II, the way we were referring to our enemies then? I mean, very
Yeah, all I know, but that was a
yes.
just a different situation.
Everything is a
There's
different
a lot
Kind
of
of
things like that we don't do now.
That's
Well, maybe we should is the point. I mean, the president calling by the way, they are crazy bastards, which is great, which is the weird thing, and how he gets away with it is as outrageous as his comments are, he's also telling the truth. They are crazy bastards. Yeah, I just want to point out, yesterday I modded an entirely black room, and today I'm modding a conservative room. So I just want to say that I believe in DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. That includes conservative women and black folks, Jews, and help us weird Canadians and right-wingers like Rico and Keegan.
well, he's not even in here anymore.
They ran away. Because I was too honest and straightforward with them.
Maybe I should ask him if he wants to meet up. I think he's in my city, isn't he?
What do you want to do? A Kundalini dance to try to arouse?
That's just not important.
I mean, I don't want to take him away from your entertainment value, though, in this room. So, if,
There's a downside to that is that he can't get an erection, unfortunately.
What if he has the most beautiful penis in the room and we were in a penis competition? He could win, and you wouldn't even have to get hard.
Would that be a good reality show? After Trump is president, maybe he could have that reality show.
You think flaccid, that he could still have the most beautiful penis?
This is a question for girls. I don't fully understand, like, what girls only like them in one condition, or you like them in all their states?
Well, they're useless in any other condition, aren't they?
Well, no, I mean they can be admired. Like, you don't have to do anything with
We
it.
don't admire penises. We don't admire penises.
I didn't know.
I don't know. The male form is quite gorgeous, but you have to think of it as an aesthetics and art form orchestrated by the.
What's that, a penis?
We're gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
We're like,
Are you talking about a penis?
Even those.
Are you talking about a penis?
Yeah, even a
Yeah, mine's pretty fucking gorgeous.
gorgeous, baby. It's like
gorgeous.
It is. I take pics of it and send it out to people.
Did you?
There was a famous Jewish mohel in the Medici era who had a pet monkey, and he actually circumcised the pet monkey on behalf of the Medicis.
I thought you were going to say you fed the monkey the foreskins, and I was going to be upset. We all know that they make the foreskins into a backpack, and that if you rub it, the backpack gets bigger.
Why did you get pussy in here to quiet you down?
You need pussy in here. Why do you need pussy in here? Whoa.
She said pussy.
Why did this room get fucking out of control? I need to get pussy in here, I just heard.
I don't know if anybody has heard, but I've actually been in contact.
Who's at the bottom that says fuck RGC? Is that Rich?
I'm busy taking a shower right now, faggot.
Oh, it is.
Listen, I don't know if anybody knows this, but every foreskin is saved and put into a depository in Israel. So when genetic cloning is about in the New World Order and the Greater Israel Expansion Project, and we can clone babies, we're gonna recreate all the Jews through all the foreskins, and all these people who criticize circumcision, they're gonna wish they were cloned and recreated, because without that foreskin, we would never have been able to make this clone army.
I was in a room yesterday where people were saying similar things about Americans, and they also said that Americans keep babies, and it was very interesting. It's really interesting.
Look at Rico doing his crazy thing. What's crazier, me here making things up just for fun to try to entertain people, or you espousing hate, listening to hate, getting angry over people on this app? meeting up with a beautiful Guatemalan watermelon farmer and sports advertising industry executive, and not even being able to have a heart on.
I seriously thought about becoming like a artist that just does a lot of like nudes. Nudes seem to be like a booming business in this modern world. Everybody wants to see everybody else nude.
What's all this now?
I need an investor for an art project of basically a business doing nudes exclusively. It seems to be
a
like
short film about a nude resort.
Really?
Yes, near Palm Springs.
Oh.
We're in Palm Springs.
My goodness.
See, if you wanted to raise
Yeah,
money,
there are a lot of them around the world. There are people who go from nude resort to nude resort.
there's people that live on cruise ships. But listen, if you wanted to raise money with your nudies, the better approach would be is to say, I have pictures of myself butt naked right now I want to sell. There's just $1 a piece. Who wants to buy it right now?
No.
But wouldn't you agree that there's certain action shots people want to see? And for somebody like Rico, I mean, you know, given his situation, I can imagine it's a little bit hard for him to do. So, I mean, it's you know, if you're going to take nudes, at least be standing at full attention, you know?
No, drawing other people's nudes. They get the pleasure of having a nude that is not just a picture, but a work of art.
Oh wow.
And, you know,
I'd like to commission you actually. What's your lowest commission?
I don't know, $300.
$300. All right. Well, I would like you to paint a picture of a skinny white guy that works in finance with a flaccid penis surrounded by watermelons.
He's not that skinny. I just sent Dr. Adams' picture.
Oh, Rico? We know Rico's not skinny. Rico got a saucy Santana body. Like, I mean, Rico got hips. He got a big old donk. Like, I mean, we know what Rico looked like.
You got a dump truck? What?
Oh, Honey Badger's here. Great, let the roast begin. Honey, what do you want to talk about with me yesterday? I'm so sorry I missed your call. Oh, Kevin is here, the ultra-fascist, the sickest of them all.
You don't know what words mean. One day, I pray you will learn what words mean.
I understand the power of words, and I watched that disgusting, horrible film, 30 Days in Sodom. Ugh, I puked in my mouth. And look at you going around with that PTR projecting that disgusting movie.
You must have not liked the anti-fascist critique. Also, it's 120 days.
That's too many days of Sodom. Like, I would have been fine with like 50 at the most.
So at the Easter party,
He keeps on bringing he always brings it up. I told him about this movie and he watched it. He brings it up now every time.
it's because you make horrible recommendations. You almost make you make worse recommendations than McZed. That's pretty difficult to do.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm actually working right now. BB, I just... Not Rico looking like Patrick Star from SpongeBob. Like, this is crazy. Like, Rico, that's crazy work. Like, Rico, you can't be looking like that and talking shit to people.
Oh, Keegan's here. His little Nazi supremacy room with the Nazi spook Sig is here. He must have gotten bored. Not enough people to throw out.
There's Lucy. I was just looking for you. Norm wanted to talk to you.
Say again?
States damaged from within?
Yes,
You mean the poll?
absolutely. No, not at all. Rather be fucking. And now that's an obvious answer for me. It's just the fact that it's going to be permanently.
Yo, my sweetheart, click on my profile.
Okay.
Click on my profile and look at all of my last hot takes.
I love them so much, BB.
I want it to be like 100 of it. But it just says that. I see it. I responded.
Kevin, how much?
This is a sex positive space for those of you who are inquiring.
Orgasm positive.
Oh my goodness.
There's no orgasm discrimination in orgasm. There's bad opinion.
However, we must warn you, do not get Jacqueline on the sofa.
That's right. Put a towel down on that sofa before you ride on it.
Por favor.
Maybe it's just this profile.
But before you can achieve ejaculate, you must take that flaccid scrotum and make it into an erect scrotum by putting blood in it. And generally, images or videos or touch communication helps arouse that scrotum into an erect phallus. And when you insert the erect phallus into a moist vagina, sometimes a woman failed to go to the bathroom prior to the sexual intercourse, and therefore a fart erupts. A fart is just air passing over a turd.
I can't anymore. John, please. I was waiting, yeah. John, you gotta go right up to the edge of the cliff, but jump off the cliff.
Do you dispute the facts that a fart is just air passing over a turd?
All about innuendo.
Is it just my opinion that a fart is just air passing over a turd?
That's most of the conversation on Clubhouse.
You see, I didn't jump off that cliff. I'm on a paraglider. And, you know, people on this app don't understand the difference between an opinion and a fact. When you say that your opinion is a fact, and I say it's an opinion, well, who's right and who's wrong? It's the same thing with air passing over a turd. That's what a fart is.
BB, can I change the poll? Yeah, but whatever, yeah, no problem. But just I'd rather be fucking as one of the answers, so I can. All right. It has to be the same way it's spelled. I'd rather be fucking with the FC. So okay, I'm gonna put with the ceasefire hold. Yeah, exactly. And then I'd rather be FCKING. All right, as well. I want everybody to do it on Clubhouse. To have that. It should be mandatory.
Procreation is usually most people's motivation for, for narrative.
That's a sick looking fucking piece of machinery there, Steppy. Wow. That's a beast.
Yeah, it's what is it? Hold on. It's right out about 51,000 pounds. So yeah, it's gonna get down to the port of Miami, and
what can you haul with that? 60, 70 ton?
So I got the extra
I
axle.
seen like you have the tri-axle, and then you have to try on the trailer too, right?
Yeah, so I can do right about 61 tons legally.
Oh wow, nice. And what a nice truck! Wow. I used to have one of those, man. Does yours have hardwood flooring in it?
No, I put tile in mine, so like, I mean, honestly, yeah, I did tiling, but no, it's nice. I just I'm not complaining. But hey, dude, this look, I'm getting about $13 to the mile. I gotta
What's
go.
it, an 18 double over?
No, it's just an 18 speed. You know, so
Yeah, but you have an over and under if it's mean fueling.
Yeah, I'm over and out under, and then you have your thumb split. So I can split my low side.
So it's a double over.
I can.
No problem.
I'd rather where's the pole, man?
It's coming.
I'm gonna get a room where everybody'd rather be fucking, and then I'm gonna put an address and see who shows up.
So you don't care how I spell I'd rather be as long as
I do. That's why I said it's got to be I, comma, like apostrophe D.
yeah.
Fuck. B. I'd rather be B, and then fucking is FCKING.
Exclamation point?
No.
Okay, so everything is straightforward except fucking is FCKING.
Yeah.
But yeah, baby, I'm getting 12 to the mile right now, and I gotta go 816 miles.
Wow. Crazy. Oh, nice. Okay, good. There you go.
Well, it's a serious political discussion, man.
Love it.
We're considering the events of the day in context.
So, is the ceasefire technically broken because the Strait of Hormuz is not open?
No, a ship just passed through. It takes a minute to get these things going.
Oh, okay.
So far, so good, but Hezbollah's not included because they have a date with destiny, and we've got to pound them until they're gone. That will happen.
You gotta pound them really hard. You don't want them coming back.
Hey, Dad, I got a Canada question for you. Did you guys hear about that fucking warehouse that some douchebag fucking caught on fire? You know, I'm asking BB, not Jarl, because Jarl is just Jarl, but BB's the true Canadian.
No, live updates Iran wars. Strong responses to Israel attacks on Lebanon. I'm just reading that. There is a what in Canada?
There's been major fires. A dome was lit on fire. A sporting event. A giant warehouse. Some asshole went through the warehouse and lit the whole place on fire.
In Canada?
Yeah, a Muslim.
Yeah.
Isn't that a coincidence?
Canada.
I did not see that coming. A Muslim? Are you sure? Would you please check again? It doesn't seem like it's possible.
Well, I was listening to that on the XM radio, and they said it took like 175 firefighters to put out a warehouse, and like some employee went on social media and basically videoed him lighting it up, saying that because he's not paid enough, you know, that's what
It wasn't today. It was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, not today.
Yeah, I saw the video of him going around to all the bundles and lighting it on fire. What a fucking asshole. A massive fire. This guy destroyed, $30 million, $100 million worth of stuff. This guy needs to be fucking executed, and his family needs to be lifted up and dropped off on the fucking shore of whatever piece of shit country they're from. Canada's got a big problem.
What a response from Rico would be, but the United States has created over $100 billion in damage in Iran.
That's a good thing.
Rico's got frustration. He's got conflict in his life.
That's why we went there.
Oh, it's the resurrection.
Oh, the rabbi's here, guys. How you doing, Rabbi?
There are live maps of the Strait of Hormuz. It is currently restricted. There is only 5 ships that have passed in the last 24 hours. All those ships are either Iranian or allies. So no, it's not open, not even close.
We talked a lot in Dr.
That was entirely delusional
I don't
bullshit.
want
They're turning the ships
I don't
around.
want
They're
to
heading. It takes a minute for
Okay,
that to
what
happen.
was discussed, the James
You just keep spreading your idiot.
Okay,
I wanted to.
again tomorrow.
It's like
A
it's
little bit
all
about
talking now.
Italy, because Italy, I guess, has rules
The deal is
for
the deal. You mean you're paying for
making
the rent
businesses
because
into a
bombing the living
cooperative if
daylights
employees want to buy it when the owner wants to retire.
What do we do if they don't keep the deal?
Real quick,
It's not going to use that form when they don't keep the deal. Probably could use it more, because, we get into one story and one way of thinking, and that one way of telling our story is the story of endless growth. It's stupid to think that anything can grow endlessly. And I'd like to give you one statistic, which is that the United States GDP did not grow last quarter. That's very different for us.
Dr. Francine, I find the endless growth interesting, though. As we approach the fusion era, it'll be really interesting. Like, what is growing? What type of growth? What allocation to what? Because I think there is a lot of possibility to endless economic growth. It seems very possible. I imagine it could be achieved simply by UBI as well, which is really quite cool. I think it's interesting approaching an economy of limitless, like we spoke about about a dozen minutes ago or so. Approaching an economy of limitless, we could create an economy of universal thriving. Think about the economic growth from like Pareto growth or Rawlsian growth, where we focus on what is left behind.
Yeah, because I'm not familiar with Pareto growth or Rawlsian growth. At this point, I've become just a little old lady.
Yeah, and what's the fusion era, and what do you have any citations for this limitless growth? Aren't populations going to decline? Don't we have climate change? What are you talking about?
David the Senate.
It's called philosophy, David. Maybe you should try to read a philosophy book sometime. He's talking about, mysticism, David.
I got it, but I was addressing Austin, so I'll handle it.
Clip it.
Austin, can you add some specificity for Dr. Francine and I to what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's interesting. We have an economy, like a standard supply and demand curve. You want to create scarcity. Like, that's a game. Like, in Economics 101 or 102, like, you see the supply and demand curves. And if you're able to alter the supply curve very significantly, you have an interesting kind of economy where there's scarcity. There's also an incentive to create monopolies. But think about all the economic growth. This may not be infinite, but I think infinite's very possible. Think about all the economic growth that is in a state of potential, because we're creating systems of subjugation. We're purposely depriving folks of resources via various strange things that just kind of happen.
Hey, I just want, my guy, thank you. To be honest, Rico, I don't understand why you're saying because the straits closed, the gas price is going up is affecting us because
it cuts off supply in the global economy.
Hold on, Rico. The last time I checked, America does not buy oil from Iran.
But America will sell oil to people who are short on it. Like, do you not get this?
Which way does the oil go? And if it goes to other countries as well?
People are so fucking stupid about
down. Either they're stupid or they're expert rage baiters.
Rico, is the oil a free market? An open market?
It's an open market, yes.
Okay.
Do you know what the word arbitrage means, BB?
Tell me.
Okay, so if there's one country that is short on oil because the Strait of Hormuz is closed, an American firm that has excess oil will sell it to them. They're not going to sell it to an American for a cheap price. They're going to flip it in the global economy for more money. That's how business works.
Okay. What else? Okay, so I got 1, 2, 3. Jarl,
natural pessimists, these
Again,
people.
why do you guys, hold on, universe, please. Why do you guys defend the enemy?
How are we defending?
We're not. This is ridiculous.
We're looking at our position, whatever benefits the place that we live.
No, Rabbi, you spend too much time trolling. I can't take you serious. Rico, you constantly, and you already admitted that it's because you're looking for truth, but you still haven't answered why you're defending the enemy.
I'm not. I'm defending what I believe to be true.
So you don't believe that the IRGC is a terrorist organization?
I think that's a subjective term. Like I said,
do you believe they fund terror on the world?
Hold on.
Do you believe they fund terror, the biggest funder of terror on the world?
That's great. That's your opinion.
It's not your opinion. It's actually a fact, though.
Listen, the British thought it was a fact that the American revolutionaries were terrorists. Okay.
Sorry, I was checking my messages.
It's not necessarily a fact. There's a lot of people in England view them as patriotic heroes.
That they fund, oh my God, sorry, John. That they fund Hamas, PIJ, the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah, and many other organizations. Do you believe that to be true, sir? Rico?
These things depend on whether your perspective of what a terrorist or a freedom fighter is.
So, okay. Are the Houthis in Yemen freedom fighters or terrorists?
I don't know enough about it.
Hold on. Yes or no? Freedom fighters or terrorists? Are they or not? Because we're going to get to the money shot. I already know the money shot for you.
We're talking about ISIS?
Hold on.
The money shot.
Is the PIJ freedom fighters or terrorists? Rico, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know enough about them.
Is Hamas freedom fighters or terrorists? I know it's the money shot for you.
People that support Hamas would say
No.
freedom fighters. It's
What do you
dynamic.
think? What do you think? Would you think they committed a terrorist attack on October 7th?
I think that they're on the other side of the fucking world, and I just don't care about them.
Do you think they committed a terrorist? Okay, that's not.
I don't
He's
care.
buying bathing suits on Amazon for the summer, man. He's busy.
If you don't think that was a fucking terrorist threat, then you're a disgusting individual.
Rabbano Shalom.
Okay, so what is it? Kitty, was the American Revolution a terrorist attack against the British government? This is the point I'm trying to
Hello?
make.
Have you read the Declaration of Independence, Rico? Or do you just talk all day? Do you read anything? Hello? What's in the Declaration of Independence, Rico? What does it say that the British were about to do to us? Hello?
The problem with the argument that like we're defending the enemy or whatever is that there are plenty of right wingers and MAGA that are saying,
Here we go again with the MAGA. There's no political party called MAGA, you fucking moron.
I'm talking Indian who harbor or are running terroristic individuals. That's all Canada does. You know, oh shit, they're designated as terrorists. Canada will take them in. Fucking IRGC sympathizers, fucking Canada will take them in. You know, I'm just saying. So, Joe, your opinion really doesn't stand point on here. Just so you know.
Justin Trudeau abandoned his wife, abandoned his children. He's dating Katy Perry, a witch. These people are satanic. That's why they've taken in the great Satan. Kitty, stop telling me to stop. I'm trying to correct Jarl here. Jarl's got brain damage.
Stop yelling, bro.
Hello? Hello?
And I've heard Sig, and I've heard many of other right-wingers say identical things to me and Rico. We disagree on just about everything else, but we can see the truth.
I know you're not calling Pepe and saying right wingers.
Well, whatever they are, I usually agree with them, and I usually disagree with them. They're definitely...
Pepe is not a right-winger. Like, is it right-wing unless they agree with you?
No, Pepe is not a right winger and neither is Sid.
You have to be. You've got to be really far on the spectrum when.
Tucker Carlson. I forget.
They're not right-wing. They're bad. We don't like them.
Exactly.
Let
let me ask, if we're defending the interests for the United States, how are we defending the enemy, and how do we determine who an enemy is?
It's very easy. The enemy is who our elected leaders determine our enemy to be. People here want to go back. We voted for. Our president is a part of our history now. His books, his publishings, this is all historical, day to day. It will all be historized, capsulized, and put into his new tower in Miami that they're building, the Trump Library, which I'm sure a lot of people will probably try to, commit hate against because they are so angry in their own personal lives that they use Trump as the totem of their hate and rage to project and cast it onto him. He's the evergreen catch-all. And that's what these losers on this app don't understand. Jarl and all these people who constantly use the term, these MAGA people. There's no such thing as MAGA people. There's Americans, and there are Republicans, and there are Democrats, and there are libertarians. Libertarian is your third option on that ballot. And that's why I'm running for mayor of Chicago as a libertarian candidate.
I give you some advice. Your efforts would be way less wasted if you fucking knocked on doors instead of wasting time with that.
Coming from a guy that works at Arby's, you're not. I have hired a political consultant, Dr. Chihuahua.
And he's telling you to stay on Clubhouse all the time and argue with us? No. Instead of dedicating your life to bettering your city? And being of service to the people of Chicago?
Yeah.
Is that his advice?
Great job. What is your deal, Danelle? Why can't you just accept that he's going to be the mayor? Speak it into existence.
Help him out.
If I'm not in Brandon Johnson can do it, anybody can do it.
Churches and all kinds of shit. He's trying to run for mayor, man. Meet some old ladies, go on. Build a movement. But all he does is go on the app and say, you're projecting the projection, the hate of the MAGA. Liberals are stupid.
Well, don't be mad.
The truth is, if Brandon Johnson, our current mayor, can become mayor, that means anybody can become mayor. And so I'm putting my hat in the ring because the odds are in my favor. Hello?
I'm trying to be a friend to him. I respect him so much. I respect him so much, I'm trying to give him some advice.
Let's say you go to the election ballot, and you have a few choices. And you hear maybe so-and-so did good for the community, and then you hear so-and-so, this other person's, that just goes online yelling at other people around the world.
And he's a writing candidate too. Aren't you a writing candidate?
I was a writing candidate for Congress because the lawyers and the judges are so corrupt. They accused me of fraud when they actually committed fraud and projected their fraud onto me and slandered me, defamed me, libeled me. But now, as a libertarian candidate, I figured out a way to get on the ballot. That's the challenge, ladies and gentlemen. Election fraud doesn't begin at the voting system. It begins with the petitions. And that's what everyone fails to understand, that your roster of candidates is completely determined at the petition cycle of the election cycle. So until anybody here understands the problem, which is vast in scope, there is so much fraud and controlled political machinery in this country by lawyers and judges. It's the same thing. If anybody here has ever had to deal with the judicial system and you had to bow your head and shut your mouth, there is no constitutional rights in this country, in my opinion. We don't have due process. We don't have transparency. We have censorship. We have control. And a lot of this goes back to...
There's hope for you, Don.
Well, there's hope for you too, Rico. I have a great orgasm every night before I go to bed. You too could have a great orgasm every night before you go to bed. If you keep taking finasteride, pretty soon you'll never have a hard dick because you think your hair's falling out and you've been fed a bunch of lies from Big Pharma telling you got to keep your hair. You can still get laid and be bald. Go to the gym, fat ass.
John, let me ask you this. You were pretty much, let's say you're at the election. And the election is a steak, a nice T-bone steak. One candidate offers a nice steak knife, and you know what you're bringing? You're bringing a Brits knife. Now, we don't even know if this Brits knife is used. It sure may cut the steak, but does the candidate or the person voting, do they want a steak knife or a Brits knife for a T-bone steak?
You've heard his head too much. You'd have to call up his political consultant and ask him.
say go to the Hare Krishna temple in downtown Chicago, get some blessings. Hope wish you the best.
Ribono Shalom, Hari 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 Rama, Rama Rama Hari Hari. I'm in the Hare Krishna temple right now, Ribono Shalom. This is.
We're gonna pray.
This is the Fun Network. Everybody here should be having fun. If you don't like my nasally voice and you think I'm annoying and you hate me because I've recorded my life for 5 years using this app, well, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Some people say, "Oh, your show." I say it's called The Aristocrats. Hello?
I love you, John.
I love you too, but you should try reading a book sometime. You know, a lot of people here who talk all the time. You should just create a room called, I'm reading a book. I come and listen to you read a book. But I don't want to come here and listen to you talk anymore. Hello?
You can follow me at a sometime stream.
And Janelle, I don't know why you're so mad.
I'm not. I love you, John. He's one of my babies. We read books, we meditate. We can transcend political differences.
Okay.
It blows the average conservative mind, but there is love between many.
I heard something about talking about politics. I heard something that I heard that J.P. Morgan's the bank made a statement that April 15th will be quote unquote the last shipment of oil from the Strait of Hormuz or something. I don't know if that's true or false. That's what I heard, and it's just scary.
What up, y'all?
Sweet, you're scared. You're shaking in your undie pants because the Strait of Hormuz isn't going to be open? Are you kidding me? You know, the fact that they are blackmailing people to use a public access waterway, when did Iran own this fucking ocean? I didn't understand it. If they are blackmailing ships to use a channel and they're buying the oil from them to begin with, isn't that their transportation charge? Why don't they just get it, from the first transaction? So the blackmailing is over. Trump has told them. I hope everybody knows that we've crossed the Rubicon as Americans, and we're all in it together. It's one ship. It's one house. There's no outside. There's only this thing called the inside. And we have crossed the Rubicon and pledged ourselves to regime change against these cocksuckers. This war isn't over until all their leadership is decimated and these nuclear bombs that they have been completely ripped from their grasp and all possibility of ever recreating it completely eliminated. That's the bridge we have crossed, America. Up. Hello? Get back on the boat. Hello?
I'm gonna have to go you.
Nothing.
Go on mute for a minute.
I'm guessing he's the reason why no one's talking.
Lots of people have been talking pockets.
Oh, I'm so sorry for your laryngitis, babe.
I can't, none of them get a...
Who wants to talk about in here? I'll fight all of you. Just for fun.
Get him, girl.
You want to fight? Put him up. Put him up. Jarl, you want to fight? Did you guys see the new law about the drafting that people are going to get automatically registered for draft in 2026 starting in December? You see that, Norm?
It's always been that way. The fake news just puts out fake news. It's the selective service.
Oh my God, John, she asked you to go on mute.
Isn't it draft tyranny though?
No, it's automatic registration, so it's supposed to help with the sign up because I get to sign up the student already, even though they're recruiters at malls and at McDonald's and shit, signing people up on a piece of paper. So it's very interesting to see why they're doing this. To automatically register people ages 18 to 26 when we're about to be in the middle of, World War III. Very interesting. We haven't had this since 1972.
We don't have to have World War III.
But we haven't had this since 1972. I'm wondering why we're getting it now.
Because it's an honor.
But I'm wondering, it's always been an honor.
It's called a pussy pocket.
Is it just automatic selective service registration?
I believe not. Let me go to the law. One second.
It's called a pussy pocket. It's called selective service, baby.
Oh my God, John, I'm totally gonna go you.
You should go yourself and go take a hot bath and have some lemonade with some tea in it or some shit instead of talking to me and destroying your throat. I love you, but I don't love you that much to kill yourself by talking to me. Hello?
No, I've got bronchitis. bronchitis, which is turning into laryngitis.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine, I have drugs.
You smoke?
No.
Good. Have you had bronchitis before?
I'm sorry.
Not very often.
Pockets is nothing new, baby. I'm telling you, everybody at birth, they know your social security. The selective service already takes care of all that shit. You ain't gotta worry about it, baby. Ain't no rumors of war or World War III, baby. It's just a pussy pocket.
It's a lot.
Ain't gonna be no World War III. The Ayatollah's dead. 1,000 of his top executives dead. 100,000 other Iranians dead. They shit in their
I can't
pants.
say nothing. Nobody else is talking, and he can't stand the comfortable silence, so.
Oh, I can stand it. I'm just saying, it's a pussy pocket. It's a pussy pocket. That's all I'm saying, baby. It's a pussy pocket.
So here's what it says. That the automated registration for selective service does not bring back a military draft, but rather puts more people in the pool should the government decide a draft is necessary. So the update is going into effect this year, takes the burden of registering with selective service off young men and shifts it into an automated process. Federal law has long required that the male U.S. citizens and immigrants register with selective service system. A list has been used to be in the past to identify people eligible to be drafted into the military. The automatic registration does not bring back the draft, but rather puts more people in the pool should the government decide a draft is necessary. Automatic registration for every male. Yeah, so the last time the country resorted to a military draft was the Vietnam War. The current United States military is made up of only volunteers, and there's no indication the nation would resort to a draft unless necessary.
Right, that's our government. That's the government that you live in. And
I know, it's the government I did not vote.
But she's speculating that this is in anticipation of World War III.
I have built citizenship, yeah. I definitely plan on leaving America.
You got a pussy pocket?
I got my citizenship in Sicily, so thank God.
She's a Sicilian.
I never said I hate our country. I never said I hate our country. I'm not allowed to like whatever's in our country. That's my right. The military fights for my right to fucking disagree, Kate. Shut the fuck up. We ain't in North Korea. I'm allowed to disagree with my fucking country.
There's that pussy pocket.
So shut up.
There's that pussy pocket.
Shut up. I am able to disagree with my country. I can disagree with my country. I have soldiers that fight for my right to disagree.
Pockets is right.
I am very fucking right. I can disagree.
Hold on, have some decorum. Right? Sounds like a fucking loony bin. Like, come on, guys.
Mary, who are you talking to?
As somebody who has fought for the country, I agree with Pockets. I fought for her right to have her own decisions, to make her own decisions. That's the American way.
It's very libertarian of you, Shipwreck.
and my father wasn't drafted into Vietnam.
I assume you vote libertarian, Shipwreck? I'm just asking a question.
Like no one said he was drafted. You don't talk about your grandfather.
You're just a horrible person.
I'm horrible. Why am I horrible? What did I say that was so bad? What did I say about America that was so bad?
Damn.
I fucking love my country.
Yeah, no.
Dual citizenship, of course, because I have a culture, girl. I'm a third generation immigrant. My grandmother's not from here. Let me have that right to do so. America gave me that right to do so. The soldiers fought my right to do so.
That's fine.
I can have dual citizenship because my grandmother is an immigrant.
Happy trails to you.
See, honestly, you have an issue because guess what? I'm doing it the right way, the legal way. So shut the fuck up and deal with your shit. Deal with your problems, not mine. Deal with your issues. Because I did it the right way. I did it the legal way. I did it the paperwork way.
Okay, Pockets.
Yeah, so goodbye, love.
Pockets.
Thank you.
Pockets, we do divert there, though. I don't think you should hold dual citizenships. I think
Oh, no, it's
you
just...
should be an American. You should be an American.
But America gives me that. But America gives me that right.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, so do we agree with our country or
That's
not?
my line of contention. Yeah.
Right, but do we agree with our country or not? Okay, cool. Right, so...
I'm on board with you. I'm saying my personal opinion of that.
Yeah, I love my country so much, I'm going to utilize what it offers me.
Absolutely.
Yes, 100%. And if I want to go live in Sicily and I want to have a business there and I want to, spend time with my family there, I'm going to do that. I'm allowed to do that. And the U.S. has no problem with me doing it either. So if you love your country so much, you should love what it supports. You should love what it offers. Which is the fact that I can have those citizens.
Lean, keep your ass over there.
And then you keep your ass in the gutter over here. That's fine. The fuck? My grandfather fought in World War II. What do you guys say now?
10 times more of a man than you are.
I'm a woman. Thank God. Thank God.
Hey, Nick.
Also, like, I'm a nurse, so what the fuck else? What do you do? Yeah, you really did, bro.
I did, because you're saying things out of your ass.
No, people agree with me.
They don't even fucking pertain to you. And
I'm
then
talking about my life.
And then waving your little dual citizenship flag.
Because you told me to leave. This is all from your response to me. Maybe don't say shit that is out of your ass.
What are you talking about?
You told me to leave, and guess what? You said, Kitty, you told me to leave. You said leave, stupid. You said leave. And I said I got dual citizenship. I am leaving. So what of it now? That's what y'all tell people. You're a North Korean type of mindset. You tell people who disagree with your country to leave. You tell people who disagree with your country to leave. When that is our right.
How much longer until Trump supporters are chanting 3,000 years?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I didn't even vote for Trump. Fuck Trump.
I know. What I'm saying is, how much longer until the Trump cult is chanting "live 10,000 years" like I'm done in North Korea?
Exactly. How much until we're licking his fucking picture in our home and making sure there's no dust? Like, man, support your soldiers. Stop supporting this fucking dude. Support your soldiers. Support your people fighting for this war, fighting in this war, dying in this war. Support them. Like, what's going on?
See, when Rico says that there are Trump cultists, he's a retard, because look at Joe Biden. Were there Joe Biden cultists? Were there Barack Hussein Obama cultists? It's called the election. It's called the presidency. It's called the branch of government. What Rico is saying is retarded.
I mean, I think it more means like the cult of MAGA is like this new idea of like, you know, a president can do no wrong. And I know that some of you like on this room are like, no, I can say he does wrong, but there's a lot of people in MAGA who will say that everything that he does, there's this bigger and broader plan that we don't know about, and that's why he acts the way he does. And you know, I don't agree with that. I think that, like, you know, when he says things, he means it, and he'll backtrack when he gets caught in lies, and we just have to hold him accountable.
We can't hold him accountable. Yeah, so exactly. Actually, I agree with you on that. Every politician lies. Every single politician lies. I don't care who you put up on the block. Every politician lies. Every Democrat, every liberal, every fucking conservative, every independent. Yeah, and I don't even think Trump doesn't have control. He's only been in office for 2 terms. Our problem is the House. Our problem is the Senate. Our problem is.
Can I ask you a question, Pockets?
Yeah.
You love your parents, huh?
Well, yeah, my mom's passed away, but yes, I love my father.
Okay. Did they ever tell you a lie?
100%. Yeah, they told me I could be whatever I want to be. That's all.
But you kept supporting them because you were a great child, huh?
No, because they created me. They're my creators. They're my parents. Huge difference in my fucking.
But they gave you a home and they fed you and they gave you respect and freedom.
Yes, without having to pay taxes or anything. Yes, they gave me that out of the kindness of their heart.
Well, you still had to pay taxes. You had to do.
But I didn't pay them. Yeah.
But you did. You had to do dishes.
No, honestly, it didn't. They didn't kick me out of the house if I didn't do dishes. That's the difference.
No, but it's semantics. Can you see how other people could be upset?
I will.
Hear people. Well, hold on.
Your thing is semantic.
Hold on. No, it's semantics about taxes. Hold on, man. Can you see how other Americans can be upset when they hear Americans saying, "Fuck Donald Trump"? Fuck America.
No, because people were saying fuck Obama and no one had issues then.
No, but why do you guys always... But everybody that I notice that's against the American government always does comparison.
Listen. Well, you just did a comparison with the president and my parents. We're doing the same shit, Stevie. Come on, be honest.
Because I'm trying to draw with a crayon, so...
And I'm trying to draw it as well. The analogy, the comparison. Don't do that with me, and then say I have a problem doing it with you. Don't do that, bro. This is where I don't get. If we're gonna be fair across the board, let's be fair across the board. You're gonna compare. Well, if you support your parents, you guys, you should be supporting your president. No, I don't have to support my president. I don't have to support my government. That's what's beautiful about this country. I have a right to protest my government. I have a right to bear arms. Hold on. I have a right. Hold on. I have a right to bear arms against my government as well. I have a right to bear arms against my government. I have a right to bear arms against my government if I need to. All right? What? Against tyranny? That's not our Second Amendment?
Yeah. What the hell are you talking about?
What are you talking about, baby?
We have the right to form a militia. We have a right to form a militia.
That's our Second Amendment right. It's not for me to be able to shoot you. It's against the government.
Well, good luck with forming a militia.
That's not my point. You're doing a straw man. That's not my point. My point is we have that right. That's my right.
Okay.
I have that right. Because the government gave me that right.
But if you believe in democracy and
God gave you that right.
I do believe in democracy.
And you believe in a voting system.
I believe in voting our people out, yeah.
So then, I guess you didn't vote for Trump.
I did not vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden either.
So then you have to accept the outcome.
I already did. I never said how can I not? Wait, hold on. Me being here, BB, is accepting the outcome. I'm not changing nothing. I'm not storming the Capitol. I'm not fucking breaking shit or breaking laws or certain problems. I'm not doing shit. I'm going to work and pay my taxes.
Not yet. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna vote Democrat in November.
I'm allowed to say I do not like Trump.
But you are shitting on him. It's not.
I'm allowed to do that. That is my right. Free speech. I'm allowed to do it, baby. This is our country. And it's a beautiful thing about our country. Shipwreck Lily said at the bottom, he fought for our right to do that. Literally died for our right to do that. So for me to even be like, oh, I can't, no. We got soldiers out there right now dying for our right to fucking do that.
Miriam, you keep unmuting and talking nonsense and telling people they're motherfuckers and then it boots you not only from the stage to the room.
Of course, why not?
Mute up, please. Because you're in this space. Please, mute up. Unless you have something intelligent to say.
I love this country, baby. I love our country. What I don't like is our politics. I don't like how our politics have become. I don't like how they are literally making millions, putting it in their pockets while people suffer on the streets. I'm from Kensington, Philly. I watched the Democratic Party destroy my city. I watch the mayor still to this day destroy my city. There's no retribution. There's no building. There's no fixing my city. And yet it's Democratic run. Fuck that city, bro. Pennsylvania, I feel like... Yeah, I mean, no, you're good. Yeah, it's honestly... I think...
Because that's what they're doing in Chicago.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah,
so I've seen the gutter. I've seen the true gutter. I've seen the true gutter. I'm not privileged when it comes to that. I was walking over dead bodies going to school. I was watching people with children, bro, walking around with needles in their fucking arms, bro, and no one was doing shit about it. Like, I watched cities be destroyed. And then I went to California and watched how that shit was run. You know, it's just, to me, I have a real problem with politics. I really do. When it comes to Trump, he's a businessman. So I don't really see him too much as a politician. I see him as liking one color green, which I can respect. He is consistent with money. I will give him that. But when it comes to politics, when it comes to setting a precedent, if we get a crazy Democratic president after him, guess what precedent he set for what they are able to do now? Because he is setting a standard of what presidents can now do. And we won't be lucky next time someone else gets elected. Because it may be some fucking tyrannical Democrat liberal that's going to do what he did and say, oh, well, Trump did it, so can I. And guess what? They will be able to. That's what I'm scared of. That's what I'm worried about, is that he's setting things that he may be able to do, and he may be doing it for the right reasons. He may be doing it to make us some money and make sure our economy's good, because our economy's booming. I'm not going to lie, our economy's doing a lot better than it was. We have a tyrant, when we literally have a tyrant in office next term, we're gonna be saying sorry. And we're gonna be thinking to the fucking city, yo, you gotta calm down a little bit. Because this is not gonna help us in 10 years, dead and gone. So it's just, that's what I worry about of what he's doing right now. I get it, he may be doing it, you know?
Okay, that makes sense.
Pockets, a lot of the people in this room are not going to be in the U.S. when that happens. Like, they don't really care about the U.S. So.
No, a lot of people do know. A lot of people do. I mean, well, yeah, you're right. Maybe it's a small portion. I got my dual citizenship.
Who are the people in this that would apply for? Who would that apply to? I know Jarl's Canadian. I don't think BB's an American citizen either. I don't know BB. I'm not trying to. I don't know.
BB's not an American citizen.
But I mean, who else? Like, I don't know who you're talking about, Rika.
Well, hold on. BB's not an American.
Always about the access, but I'm British.
This alone.
Yeah, but I'm sick too.
Big well.
Like, the thing that pisses me off along with public speaking is when people start to, like, just given, like, the earth is round. It's just a given fact.
the reality is, you know,
Does not mislead is an act
Knock on the door, made of your own.
Sorry, the mailbox is full and there is not a... Your call has been forwarded to an...
Well, brother.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How's everything?
Things are good.
Hmm?
You know, the last chapter says, in a word, be a saint. The last chapter says, in a word, be a saint. That's the good news. Be good.
How's everything else?
You know, you got to check all the calls coming in and out of the house, and whoever sets up that meeting with Fartini, he's the traitor.
Well, how's everything else? You know how to work Chat GDP?
Huh?
You know how to work Chat GPT or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
I need to do something.
I don't use ChatGPT. I use Grok, but now they charge for it, and so I'm not really using. They ended Sora. Sora was, you know, the big thing. I wish they didn't end it. I'd keep creating more videos.
And what about the other one? Is free still Chat?
Grok has one called Imagine, and you can do pictures to videos, but but Sora created videos that are just incredible.
Oh, AI.
Yeah.
Chat.
Use Grok. Just use Grok, and then you have an X account, right?
Yeah, that's AI or what?
Yeah, it's AI.
But, I mean, if I want to do something on there, it will type stuff out.
Yeah, you can ask it to draft you documents.
Oh.
Yeah, you can just say, write me a press release on lowering the cost of car ownership in Chicago, and put that press release out. Boom. New content. Talk about the permits. Talk about the stickers. Talk about the city sticker tax. Talk about the bullshit amnesty program. Talk about ending all debt associated with your vehicle. You know, there's a lot of headlines you can put out because your budget's over $100 million a year. That's why your position is so important. You're in charge of a huge tax revenue.
I'm not in there.
Hold on, we got our campaign manager here. Hey!
30,000 of mine. How are we breaking? Are you exciting for Flower Night? Well, you should never talk. Because especially thinking about our ancestors, what your Y chromosome went through, John. Is pale. What? What the hell are you talking about, Max? Are you not aware it's in the last night of Passover? I'm almost disappointed that you didn't even know that. What? Yes, up to the ninth. What? Up to the ninth, right? The last day? Who the fuck am I talking to? I'm not talking to John. Walter. Oh, how the fuck is this hit John? Am I on the phone with both of you?
Ribono Shalom. I merged the calls.
Okay, good.
I merged the
Good.
calls.
Okay, I like John. I'd be very disappointed if you know today was the last day of Passover, John.
Ribono Shalom. I'm preparing for it right now.
0% chance Walmart gave up on the class history. Why were you showing for Max Solomon? What was that? Well, who? Me? Oh, who? You? I'm like fucking around, man. I'm fucking around. Okay, clearly. Clearly. Yeah, question. Do you guys do the little top still, or no?
And did you believe in God? Oh, yes. Do you not believe in God?
No. Yeah, the top. What are you talking about? It's like a toy game. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't know, we're not doing that shit right now, man.
I know.
John, are you going to Lakeview or anywhere to break the...
No. No. Yeah, I'm on the phone, but I'm not going to Lakeview.
John's always recording. That's always a lot.
My office is always live streamed. But, you know, it's an innovation, technology innovation.
Well, Walt the Bird, Walt the jailhouse hussy, is always just running to whoever. You give me a call about people and you report back. What kind of food you making? Pancakes or what else? Just anything with yeast in it. This entire week,
Belgian waffles.
Living bread. And so I can't say that I'm excited, but I'm trying to tell John is that you should, because our ancestors went through so much more, we should actually in this entire week I've not thought about how much I regret not having yeast. But afterwards we will be allowed to eat that kind of thing. And it is what it is. Honestly, I've never missed it. Meat. What kind of food you eat tonight? Do you know what the fuck yeast is, dude? Yeah, but other thing. Lamb? You guys eat lamb tonight? Or it doesn't matter. Just the only thing that we have not been able to eat is yeast. And you can add bread to, but what the fuck? I've not had pizza or hamburgers. Does a hot dog have a fucking bread on it? What the fuck are we talking about? So, no nothing. Yeah, well, matzo pizza, which is great. No pasta, right? No. But you can have matzo pizza, or you can have the pasta that doesn't have yeast in it. Oh, like the banza. But matzo pizza is really good, and I put barbecue sauce on it. Really good. What's good, matzo? You're in matzo? Yeah, matzo ball.
Well, Ribono Shalom.
Matzo is kind of like a cracker, and so basically you put it's basically a large cracker, and then I put Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, and then you put cheddar cheese, some mozzarella.
Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce ain't no kosher barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Baby, you gotta get yourself some kosher barbecue sauce.
I ate a pita bread with white sauce. Almost. John, can you fucking believe this guy? Can you fucking believe
Walter loves food.
I once had bread with white sauce.
Walter loves a good dinner. Who doesn't love a good dinner?
This is a committee, man. You represent 40,000 people. John, even elected official. 54,000.
54,000 people!
Bread with white sauce on it. What's that called? Accident. I'm just kidding. Man. I'm just making fun of you. So, how's your day going? Amazing. So, I've been seeing them, talk to them afterwards. Because honestly, the wrong person won on the Democrat side. Is his pathway to victory was Junaid winning. And Melissa Bean, I think, is unbeatable. Yeah. And so he's gonna save a bunch of money and time, and he's gonna have to spend less time with people like the GOP. John, Walt definitely is not gonna. He's definitely going to Moretti's. You're not gonna pass up the free food. You're definitely going.
Yeah, Walt.
Fucking going. And then you're really? I was gonna bet money that you go there and then vote for the fucking worst candidate. Who is running anyway? It's a Jack Carr and TJ Brown and Julie Cho. They all suck. Like, the only thing they can do is to not to vote.
with you.
When?
I thought she was with you.
When? Who said that? When? Never. And 0 points. She's plagiarized me before. She's stolen my shit and copy and pasted it and then put it in emails and stuff and like has pretended. But I've always thought she was a scammer. The second I thought she was scamming on the yard signs. And I've been very vocal about it in group text with you. You're all just like, whoo, the bread has white sauce on it.
Personally, I like the garlic sauce.
So you represent 54,000 people. No disrespect. Yeah. No, but John, any plans?
I like garlic white sauce. I prefer garlic white sauce and the spicy red sauce.
I like lamb. What did anything like lie? What?
When you're getting high,
trying to fit in
something.
No, I'm just trying to fit in.
Trying to get to the gym.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fit in with the Illinois GOP. So yeah, I want to fit in. So I've never done crack or heroin in my life, but if I want to fit in, that'd be the place to start.
Well,
crack, heroin,
I commented on Walter. Max, hello?
Yeah.
I commented on Aaron Delmar's Instagram post. I said, you were the tollway authority for so many years. I said, how did you let all this happen? And his response was, that's fake news.
No, it's in perception is reality. I've been telling people. He resigned. The co-chair was never an actual position. It's not any bylaws, not a real thing. He made himself co-chair because of perception. And then he resigned twice out of perception. We have to give him credit. He understands that perception is reality. As I'm the self-proclaimed treasurer, you're a mayor candidate. He's not for real.
You know what's amazing is there should be like hundreds of mayoral candidates. There should be hundreds of gubernatorial candidates. Like, if the people only understood.
You're ahead of the curve. You're ahead of the curve. I'm not disrespectful. You're ahead of the curve.
Yeah, this is the way people should actually be using social media, is just to try to control politics at scale, because it's all projection.
Aaron gets it.
But he's got no reach. He's got no audience. It's pathetic.
No. He understands how ridiculous it is. That he could just say he's not. He literally just said he's not that fake news. He just got elected. It's not like a debate. That's not like are you pro Trump or anti Trump. You just got you're the highway commissioner. It's on the website. You get paid there's a paycheck that says $20,000.
Well, what's amazing is he had Darren Bailey had 30 million the last time he ran, right? And I was looking at that.
No, he didn't.
Well,
That's perception. Did he?
I don't know.
No. You should know. You said it. I don't say.
That's the number I've heard.
You said Darren Bailey. You said he had 30 million. There was 30 million. Who had it?
I don't know. The Illinois GOP?
No. So basically, if you have a PAC, you can't coordinate with the candidate.
Oh, I see.
And so Dan Kraft and the guys who play by the rules PAC and Dick Uihlein had $30 million to support Darren Bailey, but he couldn't touch the money. And there was a whole lawsuit about was there coordination between the two.
Oh, I see. Damn.
Yeah, so he did. So Darren fucking dipshit Bailey had like 40 grand or whatever. Or 100, whatever. He had some money.
I think
he's raised 16 grand in the last couple months.
I was looking at Jesse Sullivan's Instagram account from when he ran for governor. Listen, if that guy can't win, Darren Bailey ain't fucking winning when Aaron Delmar is his running mate. You know what I'm saying?
No. So
not a chance.
No, you didn't see Jesse Sullivan's neshama is that basically Jesse Sullivan, when he started off, he was totally bought out by the consultant class, was a robot, was fake, was annoying, untrustworthy, sketchy, had a lot of questionable ties. But then over time, you saw that he was a real G-teamer and he was about that life. And he didn't really like become himself until like the last 3-4 weeks of the election. And then after the election, I am so impressed by him.
Mm-hmm.
He's about that life. He was telling me to find Christ. He's like, fuck politics. He's like, let me tell you about Jesus. I respect that because I was trying to get him to run for chair. Is he's someone that actually is a true religious person that's successful and happy and has a nice family. And he thought like, oh, I'll hire consultants and whatever. I'll hire service. And like it didn't work.
Yeah.
He would have been the perfect candidate. And did you see his running mate? She was like the perfect running mate, Captain Murphy.
So wait, are you gonna go to Moretti's? Because that would be a really great filming event.
Only if you go that we can live stream.
Are they? They're not gonna let us into the proceeding, right? It's gonna be the same closed door.
We'll do the same shit, yeah.
No, I know, but then they're gonna talk to the management.
Oh, we're gonna miss. Well, let's just be low profile. I'm like, let's not. They're not really. I don't think so.
They're gonna ask us to leave immediately.
Then why can't we just hang outside? It's like
We can hang out by the doors and try to get interviews, or we can sit downstairs. But I'm already perma banned from Moretti's, like from a separate event.
Fuck?
Yeah, I ate a piece of pizza. On the patio. I ate a piece of pizza.
I only had that kind of problem at like one other place, and I might not even have that problem.
The manager.
No. This bouncer, Sean, literally, our company had a private event, and we were running out of food, and we got in an argument over this guy over French fries, over like taking over leftover French fries, and like it literally was like he was just being so petty, and like I'm just like, you know what? Doesn't matter. Have the French fries.
Oh yeah.
Even though we paid for them, like it was private. Then I leave, and then my brother's telling me to come back. I come back, and that guy tries to kind of start some shit with me too. And I'm just like, I'm not trying to have it. And this other guy, they were just like mad at me for no reason almost.
Mm-hmm.
And the bouncer tried to attack me, and I reversed that shit real quick. And I'm like, oh fucking whatever. I said what I said, but I reversed it because he was smaller than me. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then he tried to play victim immediately.
Yeah, but nothing happened. It was just a fucking squabbling match, right?
No, I'm saying, I think that the ownership was on my side. Apparently, because honestly, I could have called him for assault. He literally attacked me out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's what bouncers. You gotta remember, a bouncer doesn't have anything to lose when he attacks a customer. He doesn't give a fuck.
No, I defended myself, and I could have taken it further, but I reversed. He basically tried to tackle me, and then I basically reversed it, and then and I was in a position where I really could have just fucked him up, and I did, because there was no need to. I was defending myself, so I did, I have nothing to be wrong. I did the right thing. But then it was just wild to see someone do something that's illegal, assault, and then immediately cry victim. But it sounded like the establishment was on my side. But we're talking about places I can't come back to.
I get it.
I think I can still go back there.
Bro,
we can't come back to Moretti's.
I mean, I can maybe if I have a hat and glasses on, but every time I've tried to go in, for some reason, I'm always immediately ejected, and they say you can't come in. So they know.
Okay, that's a problem.
They know me. Like I'm the one guy. I'm probably the only guy.
That's fucking wild, John. That we have that problem there.
It's all because of.
You stole a pizza one time. What?
No, I didn't steal a pizza. I bought a piece of pizza. It was like the fourth. It was a 4th of July party, and I bought a piece of pizza, and they had a door that said employees only, and it led to the patio, and so I ate my pizza, and I'm a former employee.
How former?
Years ago, I worked there for 4 days before I realized it was a waste of time, and I wasn't going to get laid.
Dude, this is insane.
Anyways, that was funny what you just said to Walter, bro. That was some funny shit.
Was that on video?
Yeah, he is that fucking rat who, as soon as he gets a phone call, he calls it. I mean, that's what he lives for, which is funny because he's like the node.
What did I say that was inaccurate? I'm trying to think of one thing I said that was not 100% accurate. Who? What? And then he runs to like, hey Perry, hey Steve Bolton. Guess what Max and John are looking like. Here's the situation. I was just kidding with the Max Solomon thing. You know, I gotta do my thing. I'm Wally the Whip.
Dude, how did those
So
people?
I saw Blagojevich at breakfast 3 months ago. You know, that's how connected I am.
What's with? I don't believe those write-in numbers that these people claim they posted on
Are you
Facebook.
fucking kidding me? That Max Solomon got 8% of every Republican that voted for promoting Max Solomon. That's the biggest fucking. And Harry's being a bitch because I want to challenge that. That's clear. Can you figure out how to challenge that? That's obviously the biggest fraud. If you got 8% of the vote, are you kidding me? 8% of all Republicans knew.
Okay, so you know what's?
Are you fucking me? He couldn't even get signatures to get on the ballot for governor. But he got.
So this is one of the interesting things about the election that we do not.
2,000 fucking people in McHenry County are just and 3,000 in Kane are Max Solomon. Are you kidding me?
So there's two challenges to make for the November election.
How much time do we have for this one?
So the one guy I'm gonna go downtown and file against.
No, for Max Solomon, how much time do I have for him? Because that one, I'm only calling bullshit.
That one, I don't know how you can challenge that one. I think you can challenge it. You'd have to challenge. I don't know. That's probably. I don't know. That challenge for that's over. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
So I'm trying to talk about that this guy, Siglio Lopez, an alderman here, he's running for Congress in Chuy Garcia's seat, and he's running as an independent. And so that means that his requirement for getting signatures is impossible. If that fucking loser gets on the ballot, I'll shit myself, because if we challenge his petitions, there's no fucking way that he can get on the ballot. So that's one challenge. Then the second one is the mayoral challenge, and who I'm going to challenge, or I'm going to file a blanket challenge. But now I know the actual process and documentation to actually submit to require the full audit. So, and as you know, the audit in the Chicago Election Commission is different from the Illinois State Board of Election Commission. So we get to actually go and confirm the signatures, which will take weeks, right? It'll be insane because it's 15,000 signatures. And if you correctly challenge just about, let's say even half of them, it will take forever to go through that challenge. Forever. It'll be crazy.
True.
But we can actually get somebody removed because we know that most of these petitions are bullshit and they're inaccurate. And the fact that it has to match up and there's 10 variables that you can challenge, there's no way they'll get through an actual challenge. They think they'll slip by because there's nobody in the world exists to even challenge these people but us. That's why we need more information warriors, an actual capable committee person instead of fat people, obese people who talk about white sauce on bread, who represent 50,000 fucking Chicagoans. I mean, bro.
There's white sauce on it. It's gonna beat up. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the committeeman for that area? That's the intellectual stalwart?
I can't believe he's still alive from the day that I met him.
Are you fucking kidding? I can't, dude. I can't.
We should get him some peptides, though. Talk about a guy who needs peptides.
Is anything was that kind of clippable?
I clipped it.
No, it was like how do you think it would perform?
Probably nothing, because you can barely hear the guy. He's just a mumbler.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, it's, you know what has the highest sticky rate of all sounds is a high-pitched female voice. That immediately hypnotizes the person from the first 0.01 seconds. Is a high-pitched female voice, a persistent female. It persists. It's just, there's ways to get people to watch videos. People hit bells in the beginning. It's Pavlovian programming. Yeah, and guys like Aaron who go to the gas station and say, "We gotta repeal this gas tax." Dude, go look at his. Anyways, you've already proven that it really just doesn't matter. The social media stuff is like bullshit, but I don't know, man. Have you seen my 3-day plan as the mayor? Day number 1. Thank you for posting my day number 2.
I got a bunch of shit from your shit.
Thanks for posting my day number 2
a bunch
plan.
of bicycle like this guy. So I did rag ride, the ride to Iowa, the bicycle ride across Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fun. I highly recommend it. But they were all very angry.
But the whole thing is like
they don't understand the deeper issue about like what the parking meter situation.
yeah. The it's clickbait. The bike lane is clickbait stuff, but the lawsuit against the Abu Dhabi Investment Fund.
That was so funny though. Ripped out the bike lane. Parking meters. You start from the extreme and in the middle. It's negotiation. You get it.
All right, well, I gotta go make some white bread with some white sauce. Put on my little hat and prepare for my Passover. All right, well, good talking to you. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Okay, bye.
Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergence side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of elementary classes, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience.
No, it's supposed to be this, and I wrote it to it.
We here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon heresy derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, let it be accomplished duly.
Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with Pupils should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, you will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him more. Should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person, let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in that master. He must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever for that which lies within his own knowledge and experience as in the beginning. So at the end, we hear insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Results should occur, or if any great difficulty presents informed of the circumstances.
Yeah, wrong. Sean.
That changes the whole story right there, nigga.
Did you just say the N-word, N-word? Hello? 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 You said the N-word, N-word.
Talking about homosexuality and Epstein and all that. That's not a good witness voice for like if you're Muslim or Christian or a Jew. Like we should be like we can talk about differences in respectful way.
Do you believe that Jesus had a soul?
Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
My understanding is so Jesus being God in the flesh, like John chapter 1 verse 4, so Jesus was God manifested in the flesh,
If it's a problem for you, that is what Jesus is watching us.
Benevolence. Beneficent.
So, so mine was.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Okay, well, I'm in there with them, and I'm running out now. I killed them. Who? Both of them. Oh. There's another one in there. There's three. He's got a red jacket on. There he is. Alright. Somebody else is coming. We need to heal. Oh shit, I'm healed. Oh no. You should have came right here. For fuck's sake, dude. There's a shield and everything. Look. Right there. Look, health and a shield. Both places.
Hello?
Hello?
I came to get my hormones straight.
Oh. You're in the right place, honey.
It's been flaccid for many years. A Guatemalan watermelon turned it permanently flaccid with a concoction of finasteride.
Oh. Finasteride. What?
That's right, the finasteride powder to make my hair grow. It's shrunk my scrotum.
Shut up!
Shut up! Hello? Hello? Sorry, the finasteride has shrunk my pituitary gland. The finasteride has shrunken my sphincter in my anus.
Okay, Alistair. Okay, I'm going to take a break. That was great. Me too. It's good to take a break on the high note.
Can't you make it straight? Can we get things all straightened out?
Oh wow, we have even amount of kills.
Hello?
7.
Hello?
7? We just taking them out, huh?
Hello?
Asking bit.
بابا 2 دقیقه زیر مایکت میموندیم که میره یعنی میره دیگه هی قور میزنی
جدی راست میگه منم به همین خندم گرفت معارفه اگه دقت میکردید دوباره همون رفتاری کردی که تو بازی قبلی بودی یعنی مهران یه روندی رو گفت مهران که تو بازی شنده مافیاش رفتی تارگت کردی رفتی اوشنی که از مهران هم کاور کرد و تارگت کرد
اصلا این کار سوپرفول
That there are people, then there's property. So kind of, in a way that we have trouble confronting today, they had no issue with this. They knew her, and they didn't think it needed to be explicitly stated. But the fact is that the 10th Amendment, the Bill of Rights, the Bill of Rights was added in order to ensure the ratification of the Constitution. The state legislatures refused the Constitution as it was, And so they were promised that if they would ratify it, that the first thing that would be done was there would be these amendments. The Constitution would immediately be amended to include these things that the states wanted.
Why don't we just read it instead of talking about the progression of it, Diogenes?
No one wants to hear it. No one wants to hear it read.
So we want to hear about the history progression from you? Hello?
We're having a discussion about what the Constitution says in full. Lord, not Kitover. Dope is defending the invasion of the southern states.
Oh, we're back to the Civil War and that time history. Got it.
According to the Constitution, they did not have inherent rights to secede. I mean, like, if states can secede, my question is, like, what is the standard by which the government has the right to quell a rebellion?
When they feel that it's within their right. They're violating the law of nature.
So first and foremost, the federal government doesn't have the authority to quell a rebellion without either the governor requesting aid or being incapacitated and unable to request aid. So it specifically requires the state's participation. And what's more is you're failing to conceive of the arrangement, which is supposed to be the people, the state, and then the federal government, where only those things specifically enumerated as belonging to the federal government
If you're
are the
55
federal
or
government,
older
and
with over
everything
5
else is
years
the
old,
states or the
you may
peoples.
qualify for
And
exclusive
so the
savings
entire
on a
conception
flooring
is to
remodel
say
through reflooring.
all the powers with the
This
people.
special offer is
The
designed
people
specifically
gather
for
together and they
seniors
create
ready
the
to
state.
upgrade
The
flooring that
states, in order to increase
One of the most
the
misunderstood
profitability of
clauses
their,
in the United States
their
Constitution
domestic
is
tranquility,
found in Article 1,
they
Section 2.
form a federal government.
Representatives shall be apportioned among the
At
states
any and all
by
times, they
adding to the whole
reserve
number
the right
of
to
free
reclaim
persons,
the power that is being
3/5
delegated
of all
to the
other
state, and
persons,
from the state
known
being
as the
delegated
3/5
to the federal
compromise.
government.
It
The
raises
Articles of
an obvious
Confederation failed because there were many problems, not the least of which was representation. The little states and the big states were at odds. They said it's not fair that states with massive populations have just as much a say as states with tiny populations. That's not representative. And so one of the first changes they make in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, is to lay out, okay, here's how we're going to address that. We're going to have a bicameral Congress. One part of the House will be based on the actual number of persons in each of the states, and one part of the House, one part of the Congress.
I think you're just kind of going, this is kind of long-winded, man. At the end of the day, the Constitution does not put a mechanism for secession. There's no process. If it was allowed for states to secede, it would seem that they would have mentioned at least a mechanism, and it's implied that the Union is essentially permanent. So,
It's not implied. No, it's not implied at all.
I think the fact that they removed those details from the Articles of Confederation would imply that.
No, you're arguing the opposite of what is fact. The fact is that the Article of Confederation explicitly contained the wording for perpetual union, and that was dropped entirely from the Constitution. That argues in my favor that ultimately they decided that they didn't want that explicit in the Constitution, and they decided not to do it. Not only that, but the 10th Amendment specifically amended the Constitution to ensure that it was crystal clear. Anything that is not explicitly given to the federal government remains the power of the states and the people. So where the power of secession is not specifically acquired by the federal government, in the Constitution it remains within the state's power. Not only this, the states, several states explicitly made clear that their agreement, their participation was predicated on the recognition of their right to secede if this union no longer served their best interests. And this is in keeping with the entire American political philosophy.
And what is your point, Diogenes? Do you actually have a point, sir?
No, my point is to try and understand how people who conceive of the Civil War so wrongfully go about their lives.
Good, but we're not living in 1865, are we? It's 2026, if I'm correct? I'm just wondering what's happening right now in the world. Dr. History Professor's wasting all our time with his endless rambling about nothing. What a pointless point.
You think the country would be better? You think the country would be better if we had split?
I'm sorry?
Do you think the country would be better if we had split?
I think that the country would be better if people were allowed to go to absolutely.
So if the Confederate States won the country, well, the two countries would be better off.
So I don't think that there would have been potentially two countries. I think that what would have happened is that if South Carolina seceded, it would have only been a matter of time before it would have been brought back into some other confederation. You know, when you live in close proximity, you have a choice to either be violent and fight to the death, or get along. And I think that eventually they would have formed some other kind of agreement, just because it was in everyone's best interest to form some kind of agreement. So it's going to move ahead. Not much more. No, I think that as a matter of fact, you look at the European Union, right? Look at Switzerland, for an example. Switzerland is a great example of what would ultimately happen. You would have cantons, you would have more states' rights, but there would still be a federation. And there might have to have a reconstruction of the terminology. The Constitution probably would have needed to be seriously amended because they were clearly very, but the only way to do that.
I think you're opening yourself up to the most ideal scenario to look at your morals.
No, I'm not opening up myself to that ideal.
Yeah, because you're saying that you think it would end this way because you like it that way.
No, I'm saying that because you asked. You asked for but I don't. Realistically, that's just not what the Confederate States were heading towards. They were actually going to establish a much more tyrannical government that forced certain rules onto states. And it's like, I think, yeah, they literally had states. They pointed out that states could not ban slavery. They said states cannot ban slavery. As a matter of fact, Virginia had shown the template for what the federal government should have done when they allowed West Virginia to secede, a secession that was recognized and codified by the federal government.
Recognized and codified? That's not true, sir. That's just your opinion. That's not a fact.
Well, let's be clear. I'm not expressing a support for the Confederate States of America because I live in a fantasy, or I'm familiar with a fantasy where the Confederate States of America would have reformed some kind of contract with the North. No. It's what the law said. And if we're going to live by the law, consistently and uniformly applied, we have to be fair about what happened during the Civil War. We have to call it like it is.
Well, what about the Revolutionary War? I feel that we should go back to the very foundation of the country and discuss the revolution itself. Oh, I know you hate to be interrupted, but since you're not a moderator and you would kick me from your room because you're a fascist censor, I figured I might as well talk about your bullshit and interrupt you, because let's be honest, if we're going to spend an hour of our lives listening to you talk about the Civil War, we might as well discuss the Revolutionary War since we're at it. What do you think? We have people here whose throats are about to dry out, and they're about to dry out and die, and they're sitting here arguing with Aleister Crowley. Ha ha ha! Just mute me or kick me from your pathetic waste of time room where you platform this Nazi low IQ vagabond whose wife has disowned him, and he comes here to fucking talk about constitutional law all day. What a waste of a man! Ha 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 ha!
Kick him.
Somebody kick him!
Are you dying?
My voice is completely gone.
Why did they kick me out of that room? Hello? Dr. Edwards here! Never fear, the Christ is near! So sorry for interrupting your entertainment, your other pet poodle doggies.
Diogenes was making the
Tell them
implication
that
that the three-fifths
Judaism is the fastest growing religion in the Middle East.
Serendipity, if I might, I was pointing out.
Yeah, tell them.
I was pointing out that the Constitution clearly recognized there being multiple classes of things where we say people and we interpret people to include those people from Africa, those people from China, those people from Ireland. We consider all people. The Constitution editors did not. They had in mind when they said, I think it's very clear when they say that we, the people thing or that thing, they meant to exclude what they considered property. They did not consider Africans as people.
Until?
I'm sorry?
Until?
I don't know. You tell me. They didn't rewrite the Constitution. I mean, probably to the day they died.
Actually, a lot of our founding fathers were anti-slavery. Several wrote about that in their documents.
Well, fantastic.
This compromise was in order to form a more perfect union, and it's the Declaration of Independence outlined what should have been. We hold these truths to be self-evident that that people are endowed with by their Creator with these inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then they had to do the three-fifths compromise to get the Southern states that were enamored with slavery for capitalistic purposes on board. I think there is a fan fiction book called The Underground Airlines, where they posit what the present or future would look like had the South been successful. It's pretty bleak. I don't know why you have no manners and can't mute up when people ask you to share the mic. Diogenes is a flaw. Perhaps you'll examine that behavior later.
I have so much respect for you guys, and I want you to hear all of the little intricacies of my comings and goings.
I do not wish to hear them. So, in the Jumbotron is PragerU video done by Carol Swain, promotes the idea, and with some credibility, I think that the three-fifths compromise was an anti-slavery document, because when you read the verbiage of the amendment, when you read the verbiage of the Constitution, it says all other persons for the purpose of representation will be three-fifths. And, that's important.
Well, thank you so much for clarifying that. Anyways, you're saying that essentially you think that the Union was perpetual. What are your feelings about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment to the Constitution? Are you familiar with those?
What about them?
Do you believe that those?
I just want you to get your points out.
Yeah. Do you believe that the law is more important than feelings?
What about the 14th Amendment? Do you disagree with? Let's just get that.
I disagree with anything that is illegitimate. I disagree with illegitimate law. So, if somebody came to me and said, "Hey, this law says that all this property belongs to me," and I'm like, "That's a fucking Sharpie you wrote on a napkin with. That's not right." And they said, "Yes, it is. It's legitimate. It's lawful. It's mine." I would argue that. I would fight that. Obviously that's an extreme example, but in that example, I hope you understand that legitimacy has to be predicated on an authority that is valid. The political philosophy for valid authority is consent by the governed to the creation of a government, voluntary delegation of authority. So when we look at something like the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, I allege that these are illegitimate. They did not follow the lawful process established in the Constitution.
Do you think that it's just the process, or is the actual thing that's allowed by the amendment something you disagree with?
I have no interest in anything that is illegitimate. So the fruit of a poison tree is undesirable to me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Diogenes at that point, it's just a matter of, the fact that I don't see it as illegitimate, and most Americans don't, and the Supreme Court didn't, and at the end of the day, man, like,
okay, so
you're kind of rooting for a world where you're idealizing the secession, and I'm not really interested in it.
Not at all. Not at all. You could absolutely draw up a constitution. I'm actually advocating for a world of free association.
Wait, you don't have a Diogenes constitution already fabricated? I'm disappointed and shocked and doubtful.
I'm advocating for a world with free association where people can draw up whatever constitution they'd like to participate in, ratify it, and live in that accordance, which is absolutely consistent with the political philosophy of this country, at least before 1860. So you
right. Another anarchist society.
Not another anarchist society. The law is the antithesis of anarchy. Law, hierarchy.
Utopian law where everybody just agrees to respect each other and love
Not that everyone agrees to respect each other.
My family can't even agree what's for dinner, and you.
Well, you probably didn't make that a law, but what's for dinner is probably.
Oh,
not on your lady, baby.
Bro, honestly, I wasn't even looking, and I'm like, who let the old lady in the house? And then I'm like, oh my god, it's poor serendipity.
BB, you're next.
I'm gonna have to stay on mute.
Yeah, you don't want people confusing you with Joby.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Joby.
Well, Dope, you say that the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments.
Rebuttal Shalom, we're just a day away from Shabbos. Maybe we could change the topics because Diogenes here has a tendency to dominate the stage with his bullshit.
Crazy, bro. This whole thing's fucking nuts. He doesn't even say hi. I'm
Get your Rebuttal Shalom's in, boys and girls.
John is the best, bro. He's got to be the best personality on Clubhouse.
Oh my gosh.
Or the most consistent, I should say. Rebuttal Shalom!
Get your Rebuttal Shalom's in, boys and girls.
Holy shit.
Alright, so.
The 3/5 compromise is one of the most confused of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
I don't know.
Gotta go to you if you want the real interpretation by a conservative black woman now.
Y'all can't have an eschatology conversation right now because I can't talk.
Oh, you're such a gentleman, baby.
I'll be not there.
The truth is, if you go to PragerU, you can learn the truth about the 3/5 compromise by a conservative black woman. Please, serendipity, save your voice and conserve your health. The truth about the 3/5 compromise by a conservative black woman. I put it in the Jumbotron. It's PragerU, and you should all study it and listen to it because Diogenes here is an extremist, a bigot, a racist, a sexist. He's all alone. His wife left him. He's broke, and he's out here trying to teach you all about constitutional rights when this dumbass should actually probably try to figure something else out and how to use his time more creatively. I'm complete. My name is Monica. God bless all.
Alright, not bad. Not bad. I just unblocked this one account of yours I'm going to regret it, because I always regret giving you another chance, but we'll see how it goes. Alright. Hey Walrus, how are you? Like, are you feeling better or worse about Trump? Haven't checked in on you in a couple days.
What was you saying, Marty?
How you're feeling about Trump and current circumstances?
I'm disappointed, Monica.
Like, okay, I didn't know if that. I know you're disappointed. I didn't know if that had changed.
No.
Can you share why you're disappointed? Wait.
I think I've expressed that. Well, I'm sorry, real distracted. I was really in listening mode. But, yeah, I mean, you see what's going on?
From your point of view, a lot of people are disappointed, but some people are disappointed for different reasons. Like, were you looking for action, like boots on the ground, that 8-hour deadline? Like,
no, I'd rather be bombing. I'd rather be bombing fentanyl boats right now, if you ask me. I think that's the most pressing thing for Americans right now. And one of the pressing things is the war on drugs.
Do you believe in preventative medicine?
Yeah.
Like, do you believe when you were a kid they told you to eat carrots so to help with your eyes?
Yeah, but I don't see how bombing Iranian people.
I'll tell you my point, and it's not a gotcha moment like, yeah, I got you, Blake. No. I want to kind of paint it where I can express it where you understand where I'm coming from. So, when we were kids, we were told if you eat this vegetable, your eyes will be stronger. If you drink milk, your bones will be stronger. And when I see the kids that actually listen to their parents and they drank milk and they ate carrots and they ate vegetables, they're pretty strong and healthy fucking kids, right? And then there was the parents that didn't give a shit and said, eat whatever you want. And they fed their kids bags of chips and garbage and takeout. And those kids usually ended up with all the acne and in an abusive household. And they didn't really go nowhere. And that's just from my experience. My whole point is, what we do today will affect our tomorrow. By taking out a terrorist regime, we'll have a better tomorrow for our children, our children's children.
Great point. But the more pressing terrorist regime are the cartels in Mexico. That's a more immediate and more down.
I agree.
And I also think there is a such thing as finite. I don't think we have an infinite amount of young men to throw at all of these adventures, and I don't think we have an infinite amount of money to throw at these adventures. I think we could have sat this one out. I think we got a lot of stuff right now that's pressing. And we also have historical, I mean, if you want to call it history, I consider myself kind of old, but not that old in the, spark of history. So I'd say I'm 42 years old and probably paid attention to what's going on for about 20 of them. And in the last 20 to 30 years, I kind of witnessed the kind of pattern, and then you do a little history. Listen, man, there was no W.
Pretty shitty work, eh? Yeah. Since we confiscated our tools, we have to dig with our hands. Well, you have to suffer for our art. That's just the way it is. So keep up the good work. Fucking slave! Smart move. Very smart move. Show them what happens to anyone who opposes the creative director. That's what happens. Consider that a lesson. Listen, I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but I was expecting something more along the line of a snack. Okay. Or maybe like an Indian burn or something. So next time, maybe it's better if you like double check with me before you crush someone's skull. Great. Good talk.
Sorry, I don't fight handicapped people. I don't have a weapon. Anyone else?
Don't do it. Remember, this is the villages.
This is for everyone you have sodomized and killed in your life. And for what you did to Arvid? Sorry, I don't fight handicapped people.
Let's throw together this cozy dip.
And you can't say that America is they're so strong, but they only have enough attention to focus on the cartels. Come on.
Shut up, motherfuckers! And I feel like we've made some.
I'm in the Hurry Christian Temple right now, Ravona Shalom. It is. This is the Fun Network. Everybody here should be having fun. If you don't like my nasally voice, and you think I'm annoying, and you hate me because I recorded my life for 5 years using this app, well, that's a you problem. I mean, problem. And that's why I'm running for mayor of Chicago as a libertarian candidate. Which I'm sure a lot of people will probably try to, like, you know, commit hate against because
Like being
God,
able to
there's no
talk
orange.
tomorrow.
Like, too bad there's no orange. Like, you want to see if your audio sticks?
That is how I saw it to be. But what I also see to be.
Bro, it sounded like your phone shorted out. That's weird.
I was on the telephone and I heard you guys in the background while I was on the phone. That was kind of weird. So I'm like talking to my daughter.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of freaky. I'm talking to my daughter while over the phone while you guys are in the background, like Blake, and yeah, I'm like, what the heck is going on? Yeah.
Thank God we didn't talk shit about you.
Man, it's all good, bro. You got a long line.
I'm joking, bro. But
Stressing,
you see what I was saying though? I was saying, I'm like, oh, where did Blake go? I'm like, that sounded like this was gonna be a great conversation. But do you understand like where I was looking at it? Like, hey, America's so strong that we were able to take out the cartels and take about one of the biggest funders of terror in the world that would kind of make our place for today, tomorrow, and the future.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand preventative maintenance, but I also see finite. Like, I think we're running out of time, resources, and people to throw at this, and energy. On top of that, I don't think we're hitting cartels hard enough. I don't think the government has taken a true effort to do anything about drugs on the streets. I don't think they've done enough about education. We're so dumb, in fact, and I really think we need some major reform here. And I'm a nobody, so, you know, ain't like I'm going to be able to turn this shit around anytime soon. But I honestly think that we're really wasting our efforts over there. And anything we gain from that is not going to benefit you or I. It's going to benefit people who got stuck in bombs and shit, you know? I also get in on a humanitarian issue. Like, I'm no freaking bleeding heart, but for fuck's sake, man, like, I'm tired of seeing blood poured all over other people's streets because we're just running around bombing them. I ain't seen a terrorist organization do anything to the amount of damage that our military has done alone in a decade. So, you know, all this talk about preventative maintenance, I get it. You got to do what you got to do. We spend billions of dollars.
Really, brother? Oh, bro, come on, man. Really? In Nigeria, in Boko Haram, in Syria, in Israel, in Iran, you don't think that that's devastation? Over 100,000 Christian Syrians got murdered. In Nigeria, over a crazy amount of Christians got murdered from Islamists, from radical Islam.
Yeah, I know, but what does that got to do with Iran? Like, we can try to pull straws and say, oh yeah,
Because they're the biggest Muslim country in the world that funds all of the terror in the world.
And look, I'm at the point where I don't really believe all of that. I don't believe all of that. There ain't enough evidence on the line. I've heard these people say so many things about things we should be scared of, and it just
It's actually documented, though. It's actually documented on who the IRGC. Like, if you want, you can even do a simple, like a grok or whatever you use for your AI, and just say, who does the IRGC fund?
Yeah, so the IRGC, right? So the IRGC, they got like a Cash App account where they just like, it's like, oh yeah, if you do $2 million, go do terrorism. Like, come on, man. Like, we can't even figure out where this dope money coming from, man. Like, this is dark money, like, this dark shit ain't gonna never stop. They here, they doing what they doing, man. And I'm like I said, I know terrorism is an issue, but I don't think right now dealing with Iran is a priority on a list of America first. America first. It'd be nice if we got enough young men who ain't
But that is America first, sir.
Let me get this. I'm saying, I think it'll be beneficial. I think it'll be very beneficial to America and the world if we get more of these young men off fentanyl and off of what's the shit they smoking now? You got all these young niggas around here smoking. What's the shit they smoking out, man? Smoking whatever they smoking, man. I'm saying these kids are drugged up. They're all fucking faggots. They can't lift a finger, man. Like, the only thing we got is these athletes, and half of them are fucking retarded. So it's like, look, man, focus on America getting healthy, wealthy, and drug free. Would be, I would spend a quarter of the fucking budget that they spending on bombing these Iranians right now, and it'll still benefit America tremendously. Like, dude, like, nobody's been able to answer about these WFDs, man. 30-something, we'll be on 20 years later, almost 20-something years later. The goalposts and the excuses have moved so far to the point nobody cares. And 30 years from now, nobody's going to care that we bombed Iraq. Nobody cares that we were cool with Saddam when Saddam had a problem with Iran. You know, like, nobody cares that, we were cool with the Taliban. Like, nobody cares. This was so long ago, and it just keeps on moving. And the deep state, it means these big pockets keep getting what they want. You call it conspiracy theory if you want to, but a pattern is a pattern. I ain't gotta be a freaking mechanical engineer to know that if your car is continuing to misfire from cylinder 1, 2, and 3, you might want to start with checking the spark plugs. And I'm just saying, a simple audit of how we spend our money and how we, sacrifice our young men and women, and what those causes are. I think we're at that point where we need a pause and a stop and say, hey, we ain't sending you another red cent, and I ain't sending you another young hair to go down in that field.
Blake, does your mic work, bro? What? I think we've been trying to hear you, but I'm not sure if it works. Hello? think that we're foolish to think that Iran is not a threat. I think that's actually scary as fuck. People that come on here, and I don't want to insult anybody today. I've insulted enough people in one week for a fucking month. But I think people are foolish and not thinking correctly whenever they come up here and they want to take the mic and say, you know, we need to be worried about America first. If you really cared about America first, you'd want to make sure that your president doesn't try to get murdered by a terrorist organization, not once, but twice. And then Harry says, I like this. Story time with Harry in the chat. The evidence comes from a declassified intelligent court rulings. Sanctions, designations based on verified financial trails, and public statements by the groups themselves, acknowledging Iranian backing. The pattern has persisted for decades, with the IRGC QF as the primary executor. Governments continue to impose sanctions precisely to disrupt these flows. You're unmuted while you're masturbating. Here we go.
Ribono Shel Olam. Less than 24 hours to Shabbos, and we've come to no new conclusions other than Clown House is supposedly an innovation in technology and communication. But why do so many people come here to just crash out and cause a lot of friction in their lives? I'm still trying to figure out just how sadomasochist most people are. It's terrible to hear people destroy themselves on this app by screaming such vulgarities and profanities and wasting so much time talking endlessly without making any points whatsoever.
Did anyone see Trump's post just now about Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones?
No, but what was it? What did he say, brother?
Okay, so let me read it to you, okay? Now, I'm still validating it, but it says, why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens have all, hold on, let me get the full one, but, because this is you guys, here, hold on, just bear with me. I just read the whole thing and then someone else, here we go, okay, here's the full one, alright. So I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people, they know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, they never did. They've been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't invited to TV because no one cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers in all caps, and will say anything for some free time and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks, in quotes, because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hard, flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man who got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man, which she's not, and hopefully wins a lot of money on the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or the bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they'll always be. Now fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and of course other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers.
just trying to latch on to MAGA as president. I couldn't get them. I could get them on my side anytime I wanted to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. After a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about this stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do. Because the United States of America is the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump.
Wow. What do you...
It's good to hear him speak so strongly. Now Alex Jones says I got Donald Trump elected. What the fuck?
Okay, Alex Jones. Wow.
I mean, he did.
Rico, you're a hero.
No, you know who got Donald Trump elected? Donald Trump got Donald Trump elected. Alex Jones is just an outlier orbiter.
Rico said Alex Jones predicted 9/11.
You should have predicted the lawsuit that bankrupted him. How about that?
Well, who predicted the bombing prior to 9/11 in the basement?
Let's see if Rico agrees with Alex Jones. Do you believe Sandy Hook was set up?
I haven't looked at it enough.
Oh yeah, of course not. Children. He can't wait. What's amazing is Rico can tell you everything about the children that were shot up in Iran and killed, but he can't talk about the children that were killed, American children.
I mean, are you at least making money off the Trump?
Well, I'm just curious, but Rico, why don't you care about kids that were killed by domestic terrorists in your own country?
Can you imagine?
If you glaze Trump this much, like you're making money off of it.
That has nothing to do with Trump, dude. That was way before Trump.
Can you imagine? Rico, I gotta say, it's guys like you who come on here, whether you present as a rabbi or something else. The response, I hope you're at least making money from Trump or from Israel, from the God. Like, dude, is your whole life just about trying to create a profit? I mean, I like that, but by even talking about it, that's clearly also not making money and glazing any donuts. So, Rico, take it easy. King Nav just read us a very important, pronouncement, which is the ultimate reframe, because Melania is a movie star. Mar-a-Lago is worth $1 trillion. Everything is beautiful in Trump world. And the truth is, people that hate it, are they losers? I don't like to think that they're losers per se. I just think that they're complainers. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, look, I look at it this way. If somebody believes in Alex Jones, I have one of my closest friends who I grew up with is a big Alex Jones supporter, and, he's even able to say, hey, no, dude, obviously we know Sandy Hook was disgusting, and what happened there was horrible. And he actually defends Alex Jones, saying, no, Alex never said it was a bunch of actors. He said it seemed like he's at least able to do that. Rico, on the other hand, goes, well, I need to look into it. But he's able to tell you every little detail about a school that was shot in Iran, but he can't tell you about kids like that. To me, is disingenuous. And my friend, by the way, just sent me a text a few minutes ago saying, Donald Trump is disgusting. I hate him. I can't believe he's doing that. Alex Jones has been right more than he's been wrong. But he's at least willing to admit that the guy is wrong sometimes. When you're an honest broker, you'll say, hey, I believe this, but I do believe that my side is wrong here, and you're able to do it. Someone like Rico doesn't do that. Rico would just do that. We can have an honest
Every accusation, calling somebody dishonest, every accusation is a confession.
No, he's just roasting you a little bit.
What am I? That's what I just heard.
This app is a roast app. And, everyone is worthy of being roasted on here, even including King Naveen. Everybody is.
Even earlier in the room, I said to Rico, I can concede that, Israel is at fault for a lot of things. Would you be willing to concede that Iran is at fault for a lot of things? He couldn't do it. I said, hey, Americans were killed and savaged by Iran and killed, literally, they've taken our people prisoners, raped them.
I never said around this.
He said, did you read the letter? Did you read the letter? Gotta read the letter, because the letter says that didn't happen. And I'm like, well, actually, it didn't happen because it was all over the news, and the Ayatollah bragged about it, as did Soleimani, about doing it. And, you couldn't just say, oh my God, that's disgusting. I can't believe that someone would do that. I still think Trump is wrong in what he's doing in Iran, because this is not how you handle it. Yeah, it's a respectful conversation, and I can have a good conversation with you. But when you try to say that, hey, Iran was right, no, that never happened. Those people who got raped and beaten and destroyed, that didn't happen. And when you say, oh, they don't deserve to be avenged for because they're just Americans, then leave the country. If you're too scared to go, why don't you go to Iran? Try to see if they'll accept you in there. They won't, and then you'll come crying saying, U.S. Embassy, help me, and you'll be on your knees begging for help because you'll say, I can't live in that country.
I feel like we've gone full circle. Like we now have people who seem to be on the right saying that the U.S. is not to hold anybody who poses them accountable.
Dope. There's crossover. The far right and the far left. There's crossover.
Noam Chomsky from 2005 on Democracy Now! This is what we have for people on the right.
Well, Noam Chomsky was proven to be also a serial P word with best friends with Epstein, but his anti-war activism, in many ways, is just like his spam and his brand and his money-making, operation from MIT. But there's not a speck of dust out of place in the universe. The fact that Trump roasted everybody in that statement that King Naveen just read can't go without some consideration of what you would call the J-word conspiracy. But the truth is, Rico, guys like you fail to understand the scope of the problem. It's not just Israel and the J-words that lives in your little compartmentalized brain. There are other people out there and other groups of people that are far more dangerous and far more of a tax on we the people other than the J-words and the I-word. You have to look at the Saudi Arabians. They are the biggest tax and the biggest liability for the United States of America, but they're also our best friends and allies in the region. And Rico, if you were to go to Riyadh or go to Dubai, these Arabs are awesome people. They're wonderful people. So your complaint, Rico, again, is a new problem. You shouldn't have a complaint about anything, in my opinion. I mean, except maybe a flaccid dick.
Like I said, I'm willing to say, I know Rico's not, but I'm willing to say, there's a lot of issues for what Israel has done and whether they should be held accountable and all that stuff. The thing that I think is interesting is people are now calling out one major piece of hypocrisy. Iran has talked about destruction of America. The Ayatollah has been on record talking about killing every American he sees, and he's talked about destroying America. Okay, Trump says I want to.
Letter they wrote.
Okay. Who wrote that four-page letter?
I quoted you last week. It was like, let me pull it up.
So you don't even know who wrote the letter that you sent.
Don't know.
And by the way,
I would have quoted his title verbatim. I don't want to be correct.
Yeah, but I want to know this, Rico. I want to know this while you're pulling that up. Why do you trust that letter as if it's the Bible?
Because I don't trust our media and our government.
Okay, fair. Do you trust the Ayatollah from the 80s?
I don't know anything about him.
Okay, so why don't you look up what go on Iranian state media and look at the statements he said. Then you'll make a comment saying, well, that must have been made up by CNN, where he talks about destroying America. In fact, he ran campaigns in his country talking about killing Americans. And he talked about the main goal of him getting a nuclear weapon is to destroy America and then destroy Israel.
Okay, I have a question about that and about the modern opinion. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay, because I'm in a garage and I may get cut out. But so I was in a room the other day. I actually it was yesterday, the day before, and I mentioned something of the sort. Like there are people who want to kill America, like want to take America off the planet. Oh my God! opinion that has been around for a while. This isn't anything new. So why is everybody acting like, I don't understand. Am I?
Well, because Kristen, what's happened is people don't actually look up the facts and they don't look at history. They trust social media like Rico. He looks at social media. He doesn't validate what's the history of this. Hey, what did the Ayatollah?
Okay, the link's right there. The link's right there.
Yeah, I understand. So again, look at what he's doing. He's linking X thing, right? If I ask,
why doesn't that matter?
Tell me what. No, hold on. Tell me what the Ayatollah. Watch this. Watch this, everyone. Tell me what the Ayatollah said in the 80s about America. Watch this. Rico will say he doesn't know. Watch. Rico, what did the Ayatollah talk about doing to America in the 80s?
Why don't you
He
tell
already
us?
said he doesn't know. He already says he doesn't know.
He doesn't know, right? So he
But what
doesn't
I
know,
do want to know is,
nor does he care, right?
I think what matters is the letter
Is
they
that true?
published last
Do you
week.
care or not?
I think what the letter
Yes
they
or no? It's a
published
yes no
last
question.
week.
It's a yes no question.
No, actually I don't because it's
You
the
don't.
80s.
Okay, so then
I'm talking about the letter that was published last week.
The people. So what
Okay.
Rico's saying, the people that Iran killed. This is what he's saying. The people that Iran killed. Okay,
That's
that's what
40 years
he
ago.
doesn't care about because those people died in the
That was
80s.
40
Who
years
cares?
ago.
Yeah, exactly. So he does exactly. He's saying those people, it doesn't matter. What he's saying is, if you kill someone now, 20 years from now, I don't care about it. They're useless people. They don't need to be avenged. That's what he's saying. Okay, that's probably why he, thinks that the Holocaust didn't exist or whatever. He doesn't care about it. That's fine. He said that many times. Then he says. Then at the same time, he. If I say, what about the 90s? Oh, that doesn't matter. What about the 2010? Oh, well.
Did we go to war with Vietnam because they killed a bunch of U.S. soldiers in the 60s? What are you talking about?
What? I thought you don't care about what happened before. Oh, so you know about Vietnam?
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic.
So you know about Vietnam because that, I guess, you're more willing to look into what happened there.
I think what's so crazy is you guys both think you're right on this rather than just giving an opinion. I love it.
So, I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, the fact is that if you look at it, people died. Iran did, look, we did a lot of shit with Iran as well. We're just as much at fault, and I've said that from the beginning. But the one thing that I'll never say is that the loss of life on either side is warranted. What I will say, though, is, hey, if someone kills or attacks a group of people, they deserve to be attacked again, and they deserve to be attacked back. I've been consistent in it. On the other hand, Rico says, well, who cares? This is what Rico says. Rico says the letter, the guy wrote the letter. Guy write, everyone read the letter. Their claim is we've never done anything wrong. And yet, their leader in the 80s and 90s, now, by the way, this letter includes the 80s and 90s, which tells you the Rico gas letter, because in the 80s and 90s, their own leader,
Every accusation is a confession.
the Ayatollah, so you believe that the Ayatollah was lying in the 80s, but this letter's accurate. Is that what you're saying, Rico?
I think what happened in the 80s
No, I'm asking you. Killing him, but this letter is accurate. Is that what you're saying? Just be honest.
Most people alive today were not alive in the 80s. What's the median age? Like 33?
Wait, so you're saying that the IRGC didn't exist in the 80s?
Most people alive today.
Are you saying that the IRGC, the guy who wrote this,
alive today weren't alive in the 80s?
the guy who wrote,
Median age is like 33.
the guy who wrote this letter was alive in the 80s.
Not 33?
Hey, by the way, hey, moron, the guy who wrote this letter was
Moron.
there in the 80s.
That's great.
Oh, so he was there when the Ayatollah made those comments. So do you believe, again, it's a question I'm asking you again, do you believe that the Ayatollah was lying in the 80s about killing Americans, death to America in the 80s and 90s? Because you're citing the letter which says that that never occurred. So do you believe that the Ayatollah is lying and this guy's telling the truth of what occurred?
I don't know who's lying, but I know for a fact
Okay,
that
so
my
you're citing
government
the letter
and
that
U.S.
you don't even
media
know
lies
is
all
factual.
the time.
So you're saying you're citing a letter that you don't even know is factual. You just said that. You don't know
Well, I
it's
know
lying.
for a fact that American media lies all the time to Americans.
I'm with you on it. I'm not disagreeing. But at the same time, you're citing a letter and not checking if that's a fact. So you're saying this is 100% fact.
Personally, I just don't care. Mine's on the other side of the planet. I just don't care.
So then why do you keep talking about it?
Because we're about to commit, Trump muttered about cutting Medicare.
Because you got him cornered, King, now. That's why he doesn't care now.
Here we go. So, Trump...
If you were a weak speaker, he would care.
Okay, so Trump muttered a comment about cutting benefits for seniors to fund this fucking war, which is a fucking problem.
Where is that? Can you show me that?
I'll find it, yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to cite media? U.S. media?
It's the words coming out of his mouth on a video camera. Is that good enough for you?
Well, is it an official site or is it some random dude who used AI to make something?
So only a big media institution is credible. Is that where we are?
Didn't say that. I said, hey, there's official videos of things that occur. But you're saying if someone makes an AI-generated thing that's credible?
How do you ever
It's not
expect
AI
anybody to
generated.
take anything that you furnish as proof if you're going to question everything everybody else furnishes?
Because you guys are just making like neocon talking points. Like, we went through this
I'm just defending you, you stupid fucktard, so sit down and shut up for a minute.
Why can't he just go to the right side?
Why can't you just look at his freaking video and determine for yourself if it seems credible?
This video is viral. It's everywhere. It's like all kinds of people are posting it. Here's unusual whales. It's a finance Twitter. Fucking morons.
I follow unusual whales, fucking moron.
That was almost intolerable. That whole dialogue for the last 5 minutes. Almost.
Oh my god, the whole fucking dialogue all day long has been intolerable.
Hence what they call peace negotiations, right? That's what's going on with that. All this, everybody right now is just a fucking. It's a fucking comedy show. I can't wait to see SNL take care of this.
Check my inhaler. Just my voice is better though, right? It feels like it's easier to talk.
Yes, but you still need to rest.
You sound a lot better.
So that tweet that's posted in y'all's chat there, there's a couple things. It was asked about daycare and the federal government providing monetary values for daycares across the U.S. and running a federal program, which again would involve, I don't know, building another agency, more tax dollars. But Trump, in his budget proposal, did not touch Medicare or Social Security. So his proposal was there. He's also made the claim, and he's never touched Social Security or Medicare. He's not done. He's gone after fraud. He's gone after people that aren't supposed to be on it. He's revised SNAP to make sure that people are eating healthy and not just selling it on the street corner. He's taking steps to do that, which literally everybody wants. Medicare does need reforms. He's attempting it because nobody else in the government has or will do it. But on that question there, you didn't include the context, so you just posted a tweet as a gotcha, and that's not what he was stating about, and that's not what the topic was. But, you know, he's wanting to take care of old people. If you didn't, he would have cut the hell out of Medicare, and that budget would have been freaking decreased, and he didn't do it. But I guess, you know, those facts don't matter.
Yeah, not yet. We don't have a real ground truth for it.
So just to be clear, that budget was passed for this year and it was passed after the Iran war began. Wait a minute. I thought it was told that it was proposed to Congress, sorry, but after the Iran war. But I thought I thought to fund the war, he was saying he needs to cut it. So he started a war. So in order to fund it, he needs to do it. But then why did he not cut those? Anyway.
Like I said, we don't have a ground truth war yet.
Facts don't matter. Okay, got it.
And then you don't even know if a ground trip war is actually escalating, or you don't know what exactly is going to happen.
Well, listen to people like you. Like, they're not going to stop until they get one.
Okay, and he's in Canada. He's not able to influence A, the U.S. decision, B, any kind of global aspect. He's a citizen, so I don't know, unless BB is like now King Supreme Chancellor of Canada, which I would be okay with that. But I mean, overall, the idea now, you guys you go around this up and say, oh, fiscal conservatism, and then you're saying, oh, let's make more agencies and let's spend more tax dollars on people.
You guys are welcome to go down with Trump shit.
Okay, well then that's fine.
I'm a 3-time Trump voter. I'll be voting Democrat.
There's no such thing as a Trump ship, Rico. There's this thing called the American ship, baby.
Most people who voted and consider themselves MAGA support what Trump's doing. I'm not even a person who's identified. So like it's freaking pointless. Like the only people you're saying go down with the Trump shit. Honestly, you could get the fuck out, bro. I don't care. You said you're gonna vote Democrat anyway, right? So like, just leave.
So here's the thing, like, people take their news hits from, like, Alex Jones or Tucker Carlson or whatever, or Candace Owens, and say, oh, look at these, these are the ones that are going ahead. But they don't realize that they were the fringes to begin with. Like, you didn't matter. You know who mattered? The moderates, the independents that were actually in the middle. Those individuals mattered. Not you guys. It was kind of, you guys weren't that important. We didn't cater to you. We don't want you to learn in November. Okay, yeah, but the Nick Fuentes crowd, they didn't matter to absolutely anything. The Bernie bros, they didn't really matter either, because guess what? When you look at the math, it was the centrists that actually swayed it. And 76 million votes were pretty much primarily made up of people that were in the middle. Not you guys on the right that want like a Christian nationalist state and you want to balloon money on programs that you just deem is more important to you. Well, that seems what you're saying.
See, Viking, what do you mean when you say centrist? Because when people say centrist, what sounds to me like you're saying is center left. Hello?
Did Kamala win in any swing states? No. Did these guys win? These like quote Tucker Carlson bros win any freaking governance seats? No. You're just online bitching about it. And again, your votes really, they make up less than 1%. Nobody really cares.
Well, on the day of the November election, Trump was a no new wars president. Also, you forget that, Brad.
Okay. And what war has he started?
Exactly. And is Iran a new war or is it an old war?
It's brand new.
Yeah, it's not even a war. It's an
Brand
operation.
new. Oh, you think it just rolled off the lot, eh? Does it still smell new to you?
Okay with the IRGC trying to assassinate your president?
I don't care. I really don't care.
Exactly, that's the problem.
It's not in my control, so why would I care?
Is that what you say when you can't get a hard on?
And that's what he said when he showed up. He's like, I don't care.
I mean, see, Rico, the problem is your words, which is really your way of thinking about things. And then you say, oh, well, I hope at least you're making some money off of your opinion. I mean, Rico, we're just trying to point out to you that, strength is the joy of the law, and that if you want to, try to have a realization about the truth of the earth before your death from the beginning of your birth, just know the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get.
Also, strength is giving you privileges you wouldn't have without others doing the hard jobs, making the tough decisions. So start out with being grateful that you fucking have the idea, the premise of being able to have that opinion. Good God.
Yeah, but the world, I hate to break it to you, is actually far left. And so all these girls with their nose rings who are teaching all the children in all the schools or working in all the hospitals as nurses, these people absolutely, with a passion, hate Donald Trump to the core of their very existence. If you just bring it up, they have a gaslight moment and they melt and erupt into a volcano of road raging anger.
Bro, this guy is so corny, like, shut up.
Hi, Galaxy. How are you?
Like, fucking horrible since this fucking corny ass nigga started.
Projection alert. Projection alert. I gotta go to the gym, everybody. I already talked to my psychiatrist, Dr. Danny Dubinstein. Talked to my attorney, Rabbano Shalom.
Have a good workout, John. Thanks for contributing. I appreciate you. Was that too abrupt?
It was never too abrupt to kick that shit.
No. I screenshotted back participating in our win activity. I guess bombing people was different.
It's not quite what he says, which is usually pretty benign and sometimes makes sense. It's it's how he says it,
Yeah.
and I don't think he understands how it's.
Oh, I understand. I'm here to clip. What's your job title? I'm a professional clipper. What do you mean clip? Oh, I'll clip you. Put you on YouTube and clip you. You're gonna clip me on YouTube? What do you mean you're gonna clip me on YouTube? How's that a job? That's work, isn't it?
Do you know Jen Wallace? I like Jen Wallace. She's in the chat. If you don't know Jen Wallace, you should. She's got a good head on her shoulders, and she's tricky as well, too.
She can answer for herself. I'm asking her, and I think she
Because y'all all are a bunch of racist fucks. That's
There
why.
you go.
Fuck you. Fuck
There
you.
you go. I saw that coming. So here's the thing, Marshall. Next time we block, there's a reason, or remove somebody, there's a reason. Marshall, we are behind you. Don't worry. But I mean, come on. She showed her color, her. Well, if I say colors, I'm going to be accused of using her colors in the wrong context. She showed herself to be who she is, and we're getting bombarded with trolls lately. And I know you're going to be going down too. Boom. Do not interrupt.
I will just say there has been a plethora of trolls.
It's not
You may
me.
not see it. You may not see it, but it's not her. Her surprise was for conservative me to be in a place where I would say, well, if you attack another nation like
Did
that,
she not just say there were a bunch of racists in this room?
No, it was a different person.
It was
a completely different person.
There was only one other person on the
two
mic.
people. There were two people. Rez was talking, and there was a person down at the left-hand corner of the room.
Was a male and was also removed.
No, that person was a female. There were two females.
All right. We'll talk about this offline. This is not proper to discuss this here. But there goes G. How do we get rid of people? How can we how do people remove them and they get back into the room? How do they get back into the room? That I would like to know. Somebody can tell me offline. All right, we're going to reset the room right now. We're drawing a line.
Hello, Gary. My name is Alistair. Hello, Gary. I'm Alistair. Gary, I'm Alistair. Gary, Allah. Assalamu alaikum to all my Muslim brothers. I want to say, Assalamu alaikum to all my Muslim brothers. I want to say that the United States Congress must do everything they can do to stop this man, Donald Trump, because of the war. Alistair Crowley. Hello, this is Alistair. Hello, this is Alistair Crowley. Alistair.
Always agree with one another, and that is fine. This is not an
Trying to work on my voice.
All right, here they come again. All right. Thank
Gary,
you.
can you change your settings? That's why you have people coming up. You have your settings set at anyone can join without you bringing them up. So go into your settings and change that.
The problem is you don't know who they are until they open their mouths.
No, but are you hearing me when I says if you look down at the bottom, you don't have to request to come up. You have it set where anyone can come up on their own.
No.
Yeah,
that's how I got up here. No.
That's not how it's set. I don't know how you got up then. No, that's not how it's set, and we're not going to discuss it in the room.
Go!
Okay, we'll go to RJ, followed by Scott.
Yeah, I appreciate the reset, because I honestly didn't know, this was a troll space, or, like you see, I got a pink ticket. I'm not familiar with this space. Aside from personal opinion when it comes to politics, I just would like for everyone to put a lot of things in perspective when it comes to the state of the United States and the average empire of civilization in global history, right? It's only survived 250 years, right? And we've approached that as of recently. 80% of civilizations that fail is due to self-destruction, right? So, though the media might, have you feel like, certain things are being put in place to protect us from other countries, The reality is, the chance of this thing falling to the ground or burning to the ground from us fighting one another. And when we have these conversations and we talk about, you know, Trump leaving or, you know, us putting Trump out, like I get it, right? Some people, they're not feeling the way that he's been moving. But here's the reality. If he was to be removed, what happens after that? Like, what is the after effect of that? That's a civil war. People say, no, you're crazy. That's not going to happen. Why wouldn't it?
That's cool. That's
Right?
cool.
Well, mind your business. Mind your fucking business, because you're not.
I'm moderating the room, RJ. I don't need your help.
And I'm a veteran. Pardon me.
All right, I'm telling you, we are adept at moderating the room. When you respond to them, you are feeding them. Do not respond to them. Let us handle it in the background, please. You're going to lose your train of thought every time they do it. That's their intent, is to throw you off track. Don't let them do that to you.
Right. Appreciate it. So again, when we look at these instances like January 6th, that's a sample. That's a sample of what a civil war looks like. That was an intro. So, I'm just curious to know, do people really understand what's happening and the possibilities of what can go on, or are people just spoiled? They're just spoiled with, free thought and free voice, But yeah, I land with that. But if you think that a civil war isn't possible, I mean, personally, I study tyrants. I have a love for studying tyrants. Studying
Sounds like a tyrant.
And how that works and how that grows. I don't, you could demonize a guy like Hitler, but you have to see, damn, well, how did Hitler get there? Where did he start? What was his first conversations? Who started latching on to his ideas? And how did they grow into an army to take over regions, right? I think people really need to just sit back and study what's going on before they find themselves in a situation that they won't be able to handle if it landed on their doorstep. And I'll end.
Thank you, RJ. Jim East, followed by William. And there may be a little different way of how the room is configured starting tomorrow. I'll be aware that there'll probably be a bit of a change. They'll throw it by William. Jimmy, you there, buddy? He may be on a flight back to Virginia. I don't know. William, followed by E.
Hey, Gary, I'm glad you're feeling better. I don't think there's a right answer to this question, and I've learned from every speaker in this room today that it hasn't been a troll. But one thing that just made me raise my hand was, I don't think the 25th Amendment has to be used as a punishment. It's not. That's something that Marshall said, that it's a punishment. No, it's not a punishment. It's one of the limited legal constitutional remedies that we have to deal with the president if the president's really unfit. And I think unfitness is the measure. And there's a lot of things like high crimes and misdemeanors and other terms in the Constitution that are left vague for good reason, because it's hard to for the ages establish at the outset what the people in power in this instance with the 25th Amendment, it's the vice president and the cabinet might deem to be unfit for the purpose of leading this country. So I think it's intentionally left ambiguous, and it's not like a regular statute where you have definitions and a lot of citations in the operating manual. So yeah, and I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. But the one thing Merrill said that really rang with me is that it would be stupid for Democrats to take up the charge on this they don't have, the Democrats are out of power, and there's more important things to concentrate on in order to regain power. And you have to pick and choose the battles. Leave this to Republicans to hopefully redeem themselves if they see fit. And that's what I have to say. I land. Thanks.
Thank you for that, William. We'll now go to E, followed by Alistair.
Thank you. Mind poisoning and AI. I'm hopeful that I can't be hurt. Sorry, I changed my earbuds. Mind poisoning and AI usually refers to poisoning of models' training data, memory, or instruction set. So it learns bad, biased, or hidden behaviors. In practice, that can mean corrupting outputs. And I think that's what we are seeing exhibited, unfortunately, by the person who is in the Oval Office. And it's unfortunate that nobody in his cabinet or in his advisor construct has been able to set that guy aside and say, hey, no, we shouldn't do this. So, yeah, I think the 25th Amendment is something that should be allowed in this capacity, but I also think it's unfortunate that it would have to be. I think instead we should have advisors that are able to say no. And we had many of those in Trump 1.0 that did that. They literally said, no, we're not going to be able to nuke a hurricane.
Thank you, E. We'll go to Alistair, followed by Boaz.
Good afternoon, Gary. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer the question, should the 25th Amendment be used to remove Donald Trump? Absolutely. The Democrats, the blue politicians of America must invoke the 25th Amendment.
Get me! Even if they didn't start. Men who should be sent in selective service, which when they are otherwise eligible for selective service themselves. So it's just very strange that conveniently people want to make these dog whistling comments. Who should be sent to the front lines, yet they are biologically in no position to be in that position. That's like a group of men saying that men should compete in women's sports. Right? I mean, is there ever going to live that reality as a woman competing against another man?
Well, there are plenty of leftists and anti-Trumpers who said Barron should be on the front lines in Iran because they were unhappy with the February instigation of, I don't know what to call it.
I mean, Monica, it would be one thing if I was having this conversation with a woman in uniform. Okay, that would be a completely different conversation. Beyonce and Jay-Z's costume designer that's on a reality show. Like, I mean, what?
You know what's great about this room is that the moderators here like to have fun. They enjoy themselves, and they're willing to listen to a diverse range of speakers from all spectrums of the disorder. But I assure you, it's not order which is prevailing. It's the disorder that is prevailing because though Donald Trump is president and his cabinet is very strong and conservative, we live in a very democratic, liberal society, and it is pervasive, and they are the loudest screamers and screechers.
How was your workout, John?
It was fantastic. And so all I'm trying to say is, oh, you're one to talk. All I'm trying to say is,
John, you've only been gone 5 minutes, bro. What did you do?
I called my psychiatrist, Danny Dubinstein, and my lawyer. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
You said you were going to the gym, Fatty.
Rabboni Shalom, the sun is setting, and I will be getting a good schwitz in. Are you going to sweat today, Monica? Yes? Good. Excellent. What I'm trying to say is that you all have to admit that the loudest screamers are the Democrat liberal leftists. And the fact that they can scream for so loud and so long and just dominate the spectrum like Pussy Pockets. These people are hyper political. Don't let them lie to you and think that there's some type of pacifists. These people, in my opinion, are the worst amongst us. If you don't study meditation, or you don't play music, or you don't read books, or you don't appreciate art, or you don't like real estate, or you don't like stuff, like people who come on here and just complain, they never tell you about what they like, do they? I mean, occasionally, but for the most part, they're very subversive, manipulative, political people. And I can only say this because I'm projecting. But you.
Pockets actually shared her music with us. She's very talented, actually.
Yeah, Pussy Pocket's got a great voice. But my AI synthesizer's better than her Pussy Pocket. Hello?
I don't think so. She writes the music too. She's very talented all around.
I believe that we're here to support each other, not to compete.
I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where, you know, as strongly as women feel about their autonomy and the conversation about reproduction, I feel very much so protectionist when it comes to the conversation about selective service and women dictating who should or should not be in selective service and who should go on the front lines when they are otherwise not in that position.
The front lines in the future could be on a cell phone. It doesn't have to be on an actual battlefront. We have air superiority over Tehran right now. We have air superiority over the Strait of Hormuz, but it's so much territory. It's you know, huge swath of land which is impossible to dominate all the time. And so if the Iranians break this peace, the selective service and World War III is inevitable. And for 25 years, we have been battling the Russians in Afghanistan and the Iranians in Iraq. They have been providing munitions and weapons and improvised explosive devices that have killed 20,000 Americans and killed 200 and maimed 200,000. We've suffered greatly, and we've spent our treasury. All I'm trying to say is, if you come on this app to complain, you're wasting your time. Hello?
Anybody want to give him shekels?
I'm still not voting for him for Congress, but I do agree with him on this one.
Give him some shekels.
Well, you might not vote for me for Congress, but I am running for mayor. And would you consider voting for me for mayor of Chicago as a libertarian candidate, trying to liberate the city of Chicago from bad management, from bad leadership?
Wait, is the litigation over from your last time you tried to run?
Yeah, it was proven that Jay Breska is a big mouth bullshit artist who lies on people and gossips and slams and libels and defames. And in fact, the back page FBI settlement should be able to pay for his victims. Because I don't victimize women and sex traffic women and then come on here and say that John Kitover is being investigated by the FBI and Jay Breska is a source of any kind of truth or any joy in this world. No, not me. Hello, this is Alistair.
I'm glad it resolved. I'd like to draw the ladies' attention to the Jumbotron and Instagram video page of a man sitting with adorable animals. And I need to know, should this go as, like, is this attractive to you? Because I made the joke, my animals bring all the ladies to the barn. And I wanted to know if anybody else thought the same. Is this guy looking for a wife that he did this? That's what I'm wondering.
Let me see.
Especially Dippity.
Donkeys.
That's right.
I am so there for that.
Right?
Well, I mean, these are his animals.
He had me at the donkeys.
Right?
No, I'm for this contract.
Rabboni Shalom, we gotta talk about Trump and this
This is what I was
ceasefire.
laughing at, because guys don't know how easy it is to be attractive to women. Like, be good fathers, be good providers, pay attention, be good to animals. Like this, like it's like catnip. It's funny.
Well, we can confirm that about being kind to animals and loving animals. You ain't gonna get laid if you can't love a girl's cat or love a girl's dog because they love that dog or cat first. And I don't blame them, but this ceasefire with Donald Trump is gonna hold because Donald Trump and what he's writing is so fucking powerful and accurate and such a terrific refrain that the leadership in Iran, when they read the translation into Farsi, they'll just shake their heads and say, all right, fuck it. What can we do? This guy's got us by the balls. You know what it's like to have a guy get you by the balls, right, Dr. Donald? Anyways, what I'm trying to say is we should all be so thankful that we have such a gifted communicator in our president. Because when he writes these tweets and there's a screenshot, that is a historical document. And it gets translated all around the world and put in Chinese newspapers, Russian newspapers, Finnish newspapers, Norwegian newspapers, French, German, Italian, Spanish, Mexican, Ecuadorian, Uruguayan, Chilean. Everybody reads what this guy writes, and it all gets super translated and dispersed throughout the network. And we're so lucky that our president is such a good memer, such a good communicator, such a good leader, someone who wants to liberate instead of censor, liberate instead of demonize, liberate and create instead of complain. Hello?
Really, I'm starting to get a headache. Please and thank.
I would absolutely love that, this video. It would be so cute. I love the little seats and the baby donkeys. I just wish it wasn't AI. But at the same time, to your point, Monica, that this man knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Wait, you're saying this is AI? What Monica posted?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me how you can tell, because I did wonder.
Well, I know that all of his videos are AI already, but you can also tell, like, kind of the animal movements. They're very, how can I articulate? Scripted. That's the only thing I can say is that there's
a guy who tells dad jokes to his dog, who is a hyena.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm pretty sure the hyena is AI too. I sent you several, Edie, because it's so funny, the timing and everything. So that's a little disappointing, right? But still, I think worth the conversation. No, I appreciate it. No,
Some of this, I mean, I don't know. It's hard. I mean, yeah, if you know that it's videos of AI, but the only one that looks really sus to me is the black and white lamps because they're all like perfectly black and white. But the other ones look. I mean, I don't see like any. Like usually, you'll see like a, something will glitch. Like I don't see anything weird like that.
Yeah. I'll look. I'm driving. I'm gonna look. Have a look. More closely. See if there's
Let's go to this page. See what else he's up to.
Monica, so you're saying just because this guy posted this, he's a chick magnet? Is that kind of what you said earlier?
yes.
Unbelievable. That's great. Good to know.
Get you a Highland pony, Albert. I mean, it's your Highland pony. Wait, the Highland cows. The Highland cows.
This is a mini donkey though. That was so cute.
Yeah, they're now that I'm looking at it for the 5th time. One of the little goats on his shoulder is kind of impossibly tiny.
Yeah.
They're pretty small when they're first born.
Look at Dippity needing this to be real. It's okay. There is a man out there who has cute animals.
Oh, I know. I already know where I'm gonna get him.
Well, it's also because, this guy, he has the idea, these may not be his animals, but he understands.
Did you say, Dips, you already know where you're gonna get somebody with cute animals?
all the chicks that he's getting, then how's he gonna make more videos?
That's right. It's a quandary, Albert. It's a quandary.
It is. And when one shows up, she's gonna be like, why don't you stop making videos? I thought we had some.
Well, if he's only looking for one woman, that won't be a problem. But if he's looking for multiple women, that might be an issue.
So he's gonna articulate that. They're gonna see him making other videos. They're gonna think they're the one.
I thought this rooster video was only for me. Yeah. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. Someone else. Pick up the banner.
I love it. Please continue with the videos. And the comment.
I kind of have some errands to do. I might go listen to an old replay. I still need to process some of the stuff that happened on Sunday. And were you around on Sunday? Did you hear the replay that Divinity and I and Bima did? A little bit Bima did on deconstructing Karen. It was I'm trying to find the right descriptor.
Pretty sure she was there, wasn't she? I feel like I remember her.
I know Holly was very a valuable contributor. There were a bunch of good voices in there.
Yeah, that was a good one.
We like it, and I had a conversation with Nathan Holly about white privilege, and he's just so determined that I agree to the existence of white privilege. But it's like, it just seems like such a racist concept to me. It's so hard.
Well, I think there's white privilege. I think just like there's pretty privilege. I think there's black privilege. I think it's a privilege that you could never be called racist. That seems like a privilege to me.
See, I don't think there's race privilege. I think there's majority privilege. And if you consider majority privilege, then that could be, I guess, in America at least, since we're the majority, a white person thing. But you go to Japan or China or Iran, there's no white privilege there. There's no,
Well, what about the privilege of? I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say American privilege. I believe in American privilege. I think there's a lot of privileges Americans have, especially in relation to the rest of the world. There's something about, I believe in height privilege, but then so height disadvantage. Like, if you're the tallest person at the grocery store, people are always coming up to you asking you to get the stuff off the top shelf. If you're pretty, you're going to have unwanted attention by men, unsolicited unwanted attention from men, and it can get a little intimidating and scary. Like, so those are privileges / disadvantages.
Yeah, but the privileges outweigh the disadvantages, I think, in those instances. It was funny, I was in the store and I couldn't get something off the shelf and I saw a man and a woman. So, to the guy, well, at least that's who I was intending to say to, can you help the shelf? But then I took a better look. He was actually shorter than the woman, so I'm kind of like, and I don't think he could reach, and I kind of like, heard a cheek around, and I was like, oh,
that's
God.
funny. That's funny. When I think about racial privileges, I think about it is a privilege to be able to walk around a new neighborhood and nobody is looking at you as though you may be casing the place. Whereas now if you're a black person walking around in a black neighborhood, that probably wouldn't happen to you. And then if you're a white person walking around in a black neighborhood, they might just think you're there to buy drugs, maybe. But they probably aren't thinking, are they casing the place? Even that. So I do think, I'm not saying there aren't some justified reasons for this. There is a criminality component that is tied to the black community. That's just a fact. But that is a racial-based privilege that we have, that we get to walk around in stores and I don't get side-eyed. And I do think that happens to black people purely because, so that is a privilege.
But is it
Not, it's privilege, it's a black person disadvantage. Oh, Jean.
yeah. So yeah, is it a privilege that, or is it that certain things shouldn't be happening to people just because they're not white? You know what I'm saying? Is it a privilege not to be harassed by cops, or nobody should be harassed by cops? And yes, some people are treated unfairly. So I think, does that make sense what I'm saying? It's not that nobody should be harassed by cops. Nobody should be looked at for walking in a neighborhood. So it's not that we have privilege. It's just that some people are treated unfairly.
But don't you think that white people are treated more unfairly by law enforcement when they're traveling abroad versus people of color?
I don't know.
Wow.
How so?
No, I'm asking if you're question, because just places where white people are targeted for harassment and killings in certain abroad. I privilege to some degree here in the United States, but if you look at our country, Central America, South America, Africa, parts of the Middle East, white people are, targeted in different ways where I feel like people of color otherwise have an advantage and a privilege of not necessarily having the same experience.
Interesting. So we got to think global rather than microscopic. United States.
And my brother, when he was in elementary school, junior high school, there was a predominantly black neighborhood by our neighborhood, and some of those kids went to our school, and so he would go visit his friends there, and he would get his ass kicked because he was the only white kid riding his bike into the neighborhood.
I mean, there's some places, Holly, if you want to, there's some places even in California, if you're white and you go into a place, you're going to be looked at in a way that's deeply dehumanizing, and you may question your safety. I mean, that's not something just unique to black people. Now, when it comes to black people shopping in certain high-end luxury stores, or maybe participating in certain aspects of business where their conduct and behavior isn't necessarily consistent with other people that maybe perhaps shop at those places more often, and they're singled out and targeted. I mean, there's many different reasons and causations behind that. Like when I see videos of smash and grab robbers running out of the Nordstroms in Woodland Hills, I'm not seeing white faces. So I mean, I don't know. Like it's
and how people are dressed. I mean, if a black guy in a suit is walking next to me, probably not going to flinch, right? But if a white guy who looks like a hoodlum is walking next to me, I'm going to walk the other side, same if it's a black person, whatever. So that has a lot to do with it, too.
And even when I was working in retail in a predominantly white area, back when I was in high school and, the beginning parts of college, at Hollister, it's like if you saw some, trailer park white lady walk in and she's wearing cotton shorts and, a tank top on, shout out to a lot of the women in Florida, you're going to think, she has an oversized enough purse, maybe perhaps she's going to steal merchandise. I'm not necessarily going to prescribe that to somebody who's a minority that's put together that looks like they can afford to shop there. They're asking for service in a way that's dignified to their client, to the people working there. It's just, I mean, I don't know. I just don't think that
notions, Adam?
Well, I mean, I as a black person, I can say in certain retail settings, my own people are not the most pleasant to deal with, especially if they have not reached a certain education level or a certain level of diversity and exposure. So, I mean, that's just a fact.
So Adams, does that also, and I'm glad you brought this up because I have this conversation a lot with friends of mine, and by the way, you'll find that one of the most racist group, or quote unquote, in today's world, racist or preconceived notioned group towards others is Indian people, because
that's very true.
Different areas, we'll go to different areas and they'll lock their door. And it's like, I know Spanish people here, they'll get me, and it's like, dude, just leave your door unlocked. No one's going to come up to your door and do anything. And then they'll hear one story of someone doing it, and they immediately assume that everyone, oh, look at that guy, big black guy, they're terrified. And so there's no, and it's like, okay, well, he could be the nicest guy in the world. So, pre-notions, I think a lot of times people mess with and confuse for racism, but really it's rooted in, I think Edie said it earlier, is, it's rooted in kind of societal views, like for example, a guy with a hoodie, right? It doesn't matter black or white. If I see someone walking at me with a hoodie from far away, and I, really can't, I'm gonna be kind of scared. Like, who the hell is that person? I'm not immediately thinking it's a black person. Like, so I'm gonna be scared. Like late at night, guys walking, he's got the, I can't see his face properly. Whatever, I'm gonna be terrified, right? In certain areas, depending on where I am. So circumstances matter. The other thing is, a lot of this stuff also, if you look at it, people comments also having to do with this stuff, like when the previous president made a comment saying, like, poor people, he said poor people are just as good as white people, right? It's because in his preconceived notion, most of the poor people he saw were black people or people of color in his district, in his area. So, sometimes it doesn't necessarily, does that really mean it's racist, or is that based on the person's point of view, right? Or their preconceived notion?
I think that comment you referenced had to do with racial identity. I mean, he made flubs all the time, but that is, if you're listening, clear stuff.
But Albert, and Holly, I do appreciate where you're coming from. I really do. But I don't feel like blasphemy happens. And I want to go back to my point. My group of people are not they're the easiest people in situations. It is a fact. People getting loud, you have people threatening hostility, you have people giving themselves permission to do certain things that other groups of people just aren't simply willing to do. So, that's a conversation that needs to take place within Black America. I don't even really like having it, in front of mixed company, because it forces me to bear the reality that, Black America is not the easy people to do business with amongst a certain ilk that does not professional fine-tuning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was just gonna say, an example of where it feels like racism, but it's just a natural protection thing, is where I live is, there's very few black people where I live. And we have had situations where cars are being stolen by gang members who come up from Atlanta. They come up here specifically to steal cars from grocery store or the outlet mall that a lot of them come up here for. But it's like a thing. That happens occasionally. But it's a thing where it's posted on social media. And anyway, so that's that. But so because of that, and they're always black. They just are. And then every time I see the cops show a social media post about a thief that they're looking for, it's pretty much usually a black person, and they don't live here. They just don't. And so I'm not gonna lie. If I'm in a grocery store parking lot and I see a couple black guys walking up to my door, honestly, they could look like the nicest thing, but I still instinctively go to lock my door.
Well, if you keep seeing videos of black knuckleheads stealing cars, I will park somewhere else. I understand where you're coming from. And one of my biggest frustrations is the lack of ability. Because you never see any videos of any Asian kids, right? That Black America would take this and not point to videos of other groups of people doing things, but say, maybe my black ass and my children's black ass better not be caught on tape doing some stupid ass shit like that. Because it seems like maybe perhaps other cultures have kind of adopted that sentiment, but for some reason, when confronted by what you just explained, there's always going to be some whataboutism, as opposed to uprising and maintaining a community standard to make it a norm to not steal, to run the risk of having a black child being caught on camera doing some stupid shit like that.
mean, yeah, and I don't like want to feel that way. You know, I don't want to, but I feel like I don't feel like that's really my fault either. Like, because it's not like I'm just imagining it. It is, you know what I mean? Like, and that is racial profiling, but it's also it's a means of protection, and I can't do anything about it.
You know, I think you know, I think it is. You know, I think it's racial profiling, but I think that's just a product of living in America when you have people of various races, you know, living amongst each other, almost on top of each other in certain places. I think there are stereotypes that come with most races. You know, one of the things, we were in another room and we realized that in America right now, there seems to be a surge among white people associated with child sex abuse crimes. It seems like every time you see one, it's about some white teacher getting smashed by a student. You know what I'm saying? And they always, not saying that there's some black outliers, but it almost seems to be white, right? So
Like
it's kind of like a running.
White though, huh? Don't you think? I feel like that's always been a white thing.
Yeah, you know, and that's just one thing. But I mean, we don't decide tomorrow. And one of the things that you realize is that when most teachers in America are disproportionately white, we don't decide tomorrow that no person who's white should be teachers, right? So I think it's just one of those things you just take the good with the bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it is like I think everyone on the stage makes good points. But I think every race has a dark stereotype that's associated with them based on that can be backed with some level of statistic. You know what I'm saying? Like, we found out the other day, there was a rich elite group of white people that was all eating babies. You know what I'm saying? The Epstein files. There was one black man in that room. The Supreme Court judge, that black dude, I can't remember who he was. You know what I'm saying? But everybody else was white. You know what I'm saying? So there's many, and a lot of us in the black community weren't surprised. You know what I'm saying? And I think the point I'm just making is that I think there is definitely a part where black people do commit. There seems to be a statistic outlier with black people committing crimes, right? But I think any race, if you actually look at it, has a statistical dark side that is backed up by numbers. That's about it.
Rashawn, who told you that? Who told you about the crime stats? Who told you that? About the crime stats? Did anyone here say that to you?
No.
Sounds like we educated.
Well, I didn't. Just tell me more about the baby case. Cause somebody said some really egregious shit in another room a couple days ago to me about how Americans eat babies, and I wondered where in the fuck did that come from? So it's the Epstein files stuff. Can you guys update me on that? I don't know.
Oh, that's a long.
Yeah.
So there are many. So there are many.
This is what I came up on stage to ask, because I just asked it in the chat. Are you saying, because he just brought this up, we just found out a group of elite people were eating babies, and he said there was only one thing in the room was a Supreme Court justice, and the only person I could think of would be Clarence Thomas. Are you saying Clarence Thomas was eating babies?
No. So there's one of the I have to look up that soldier. He's in the army. He retired, but he spoke about he was a victim of Epstein, and he spoke about notable figures that were in the circles. And he said when he was a kid, and he said he remembers Clarence Thomas was there, and he said one of the reasons because Terrence Clement. He said he didn't know who Clarence Thomas was. He just remembered his face. And he said the reason Clarence Thomas stuck out to him was because he was the only black guy there.
Okay.
What is this the Epstein file book? By chance?
Yeah, that's what he's.
Your statement.
Okay. You have the link to those. Yeah, come on, Nick. Can we get the source, please? Yeah, the source. No, you're good. I just want to get the source. What file did you have the file by chance?
So I would say in terms of like data and statistics, so we went over this in another room, right? So we did a study, right, and on the race.
Just this report about the statement.
It's the Bureau. Wait, I'm about to tell you.
The Bureau of Justice Statistics, a study found that nearly 70% of violent offenders who had victimized children were white, but that study was based on a 1991 state prison inmate, not the current affixed race and not just child abuse. So we were also looking at other different statistics, and the FBI's 2025 Child Victimization Special Report said that for violent juvenile victim offenses, it analyzed the most common reported offender demographic was white male, 17 years old. But that report covered murder, kidnapping, abduction, and aggravated assault. So there were some numbers. It goes back to what I said. I don't really want to go down.
I'm asking, where did you get this story? The story of this person.
Right. Because I'm still stuck on that part.
Well, I just want to go back to the,
If you're gonna tell this story, right? If you're gonna bring up Epstein and the people who was in the rooms and stuff like that, bro, the way that you framed it or the way that you said it made it sound like Clarence Thomas was in there eating babies along with other elite white pedophiles or whatever the fuck, right?
I want to go back to just.
I'm not speaking, Adrian, 1 second.
Yeah, so just back because I don't want to forget.
Oh yeah, so veteran soldier Sasha.
Rashad. I want to go back to what you said about white people committing the most crimes against children. And that's actually not true. Most crimes against children, when you talk about sexual assault, it happens within the homes. And if you look at CPA data from Child Protective Services, Black and Native American have disproportionately much higher incidence of crimes against children and their families.
Not true. And I will post my stats as well. Not true. Speaking.
Well, I mean, this is the
Not true at all. Not true at all. I was serious with you.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I would love to go stat for that because when it comes to violent crime shootings, nice, stabbing threat, I'll give it to you. That's their community. But our community is prevalently known for child sex crimes, for having pornography.
She's talking about more than just the child sex crimes, though, pockets.
This is specifically within the family, which is where most of these crimes occur.
So child sex crimes, though, correct?
She's not talking about sex crimes. She's talking overall.
Child sexual assault, correct?
Is involved. No,
got it.
that's not what she's talking about.
Yeah.
So child sexual assault?
You guys are talking about two different.
Okay, so she's talking about sexual assault, and I'm talking about all sex crimes, correct?
This is maltreatment of children, which includes sexual assault.
Okay, got you. Okay, so I thought we were talking about pedophiles. That's what I thought we were talking about. Was pedophiles? Was sex crimes?
Say sorry. I think you mean it. Say sorry. I think you mean it.
Adrian, thank you. That was so.
Yeah, I mean, we just jumped over like a lot of different places. Like, holy shit. I'm still stuck on this Epstein shit part. I just want to say, Rashad, if you're going to repeat any of that, you got to articulate that better. Because the way that you said it, you made it sound like Clarence Thomas was in the room eating babies along with these people, right? And if you got that from a secondhand source from someone else, I would really, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person who would really love to see the source on that. So where you got that information from, because we want to check it out as well. But again, if you're gonna, if you're gonna speak something like that, articulate that better because you had to clean that up.
All right, if you stop talking and look in the chat, you'll find the source.
Wait, what the fuck? Buddy, I'm just talking,
He just said there was one black guy in the room. He never made that connection. You made that connection.
No, he literally said it was a Supreme Court justice.
I mean,
but I never said. Wait, but I think it's crazy that he's listening. I said that there was a guy, a soldier who's retired now, who said he was abused by Epstein and Trump. He said when he was in those rooms, he said the only black person in that room was that guy, the guy you spoke about. And he said that the reason he always remembers that face, and I posted a link in the chat of his interview where he speaks very in detail about the experience he had when he was trafficked. And he says he always remembers that gentleman was there because he was the only black guy ever at the parties. I said that. Now, I spoke about two different things while I was giving my speech, giving my little diatribe. I said about eating babies, and then I went to something else. Maybe you blurred them two together.
No,
but if you take a minute...
Wait, hold on. Okay. Literally said the words Supreme Court Justice. I can't remember his name.
I'm talking about that the guy you said is talking about, and I posted a link in the chat, sir, so that you can watch the interview, you can hear the interviews.
Yeah, my bad. So if he did say that, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he did say that. I'm not tripping.
No, I heard it as well. So I was like, the only person that's Supreme Court Justice, Clarence Thomas.
Exactly. I know I'm not tripping. I'm not.
And I am talking about Clarence Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Good. Love that. That dude, man.
Thank you, because I was, thank you, because I was wondering what somebody like attacked me, and I was like, what are you talking? Okay, now I understand the correlation.
Yeah.
Right.
But Clarence Thomas needs to be looked into regardless, man. That dude's money is a foul looking. So I think that needs to be looked into 100%. At least for money, at least for laundering. Because where the fuck you getting this money at? To be honest, I don't think lobbying really pays you that much. So I really think,
Sorry. I think Justice Thomas is innocent until proven guilty.
Oh no, I was talking about money laundering. I didn't say anything about eating children. Yeah, I don't think anyone's eating kids until we actually see them eating kids, which is crazy. Because,
Monica, I have a question for you. I've been meaning to ask you this question for the last 2 days. All right, so with the high-profile crimes that we've been seeing being carried out by quote-unquote crazy people, I'm just going to say that, crazy people, with the hammer attack in Florida, the North Carolina train stabbing of the Ukrainian girl, I forget her name, Irina Zaruska. They saying that this guy is not even competent enough to stand trial, which is code of language that, he's going to get off for this shit, right? So, and couple that with the Florida attack, when we see crimes like this happen and play out on the national stage, right, and these become national stories and shit, and we see virtually a lot of this shit could have been prevented, but they're not being prevented. And when we look into the past of all of these offenders, and we see their extensive rap sheets, Monica, as a country, how do I phrase this? As a society in this country, how do you solve for this?
Well,
how do you remedy
there's some data.
Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people are fed up with.
I have an answer.
Yeah.
So the data suggests that it takes 6 to 7 offenses before someone murders. So why was I think his name was Khan? Why was he on crime number 13 before he killed Arena? That was his 14th crime. And we need to look at the judicial system. Why are these judges, I think, overly sympathetic to criminals and advocating their responsibility to justice?
Like
and we can have a conversation.
The DAs?
Right. We can have a discussion about restorative justice. I'm looking into it. It seems promising. I'm not a fan of sending kids to jail for graffiti, but there's violent crimes that's not being added. Like there doesn't seem to be a lot of justice in our justice system. And we're paying attention. And I tell you what, Adrian, Carmelo Anthony's case is coming up this summer. It's on the docket for June or July. And there's not a lot of evidence that Austin Metcalf deserved to die. There's not a lot of get the eyes of the nation, like Kyle Rittenhouse's Black Lives Matter security and subsequent fatalities. We're gonna see.
I mean, because the reason why I asked, because I don't know, maybe it's just my mind thinking the way I connect the dots here, or do forward thinking, is that anytime that we see a breakdown in our societal norms, such as our justice system, and we see people that countless times, act after act, crime after crime, suspect after suspect, and we see that the justice system is not doing anything about it. When people society lose faith in these, institutions that are supposed to be fair and balanced in law and order, when things like that start to break down and people lose faith in these institutions, I think we are going to see a rise in vigilante justice.
Yeah.
Because if they're saying, if they're going to rationalize it in their minds as, well, the justice system is not going to do anything about it, I have to do something about it. I think we're going to start seeing a rise in vigilante justice. What do you think?
Yeah, and to your point, I saw on X today a father swearing to go after and murder the man who murdered his little girl because he only served half the time he was sentenced to in jail. And I don't like vigilante justice. I think it just is a domino effect to setting the world on fire. So I agree with your concerns.
But this is what happens when we have unenforceable laws, right? We saw this with one of the school shootings. I think it was Parkland, but
Unenforceable laws, then explain.
Yeah. So we saw this again. I think it was Parkland, but don't quote me on it. It was one of the Florida shootings where we have the person the gentleman who did the shooting had. He had prior military service and a felony. I forget what it was, but he was uneligible to get a weapon, basically. But he went through the background screen thing, didn't show up because the system failed, right? So what we have are these really broad laws, and there's no way to properly apply them. And so I agree with all of what you're saying. It's like, I think that what you're going to be seeing is people who are going to start taking matters into their own hands. And this is my issue with really, really broad laws. Is that we see this across the board where they aren't applied, right? Like they're not. The justice system gets to pick and choose who gets the hammer thrown at, or who gets thrown at them. And like you saw it in California with Gavin Newsom and his administration, just during COVID, releasing tons and tons of people from prison and that kind of thing. Is like you're gonna see more people like this guy who is going after his daughter's killer, like because it's like, hey, look. You guys want to put all of these laws and all of this wide-ranging shit out there, and then you're not really going to enforce it, or everything is. To me, it's just a watering down of the system, and you're just breeding a system where, again, to the earlier points, people are just not going to take it seriously. Like I would rather just a few laws or less laws that are more heavily enforced. Of saying, okay, exactly to your point, Monica, of saying like. Yeah, like maybe we don't have as high a penalty for something like graffiti or like, I don't know, smoking weed or whatever. Like even, I think weed at this point is kind of laughable, and like maybe we absolutely throw the book at other shit, So that's what I mean by kind of like, let's tighten this system up. We talk about like, the left always wants to talk about gun laws and, we need more gun laws and less felons and like less people having guns when it comes to all these different types of things. And it's like, right, but then at the same token, you don't want to fund the police departments in order to actually enforce these laws. And so, again, you end up with this slipping through the cracks effect where the laws are not getting enforced and the public trust in those laws is eroding at the same time as well.
So Ben, knowing what we know now, and you make some great points. With the rise of vigilante justice, when we see people going to start taking things in their own hands, and I'm sorry to be hyperbolic or whatever, or to use in like the movie Law Abiding Citizen. You remember that movie? And how he systematically went after the motherfuckers he felt was responsible because they didn't do enough, right? He didn't get the justice he felt he deserved. I think that when people start to take things into their own hands and they lose faith in these institutions, I don't think it's just going to be the criminals that they go after. I think you're really going to see a lot of these people in these institutions becoming targets. And I hate for it to get to that, but I feel somebody's going to do something to a judge or a DA, whatever the fuck, if they do not tighten up on this justice system issue that we're having in society, where they just keep constantly letting motherfuckers get away with shit. And I'm sorry, the last point, and I think it's going to start in blue areas.
So let me just say this: like, I think what's going to happen first is I think you're going to see vigilantes, and again, like I think it was Monica that said this. Monica's point of like, well, we really don't want vigilante justice. Yeah, I agree. We don't want vigilante justice. I think we can all agree that we want a justice that actually works, and we also want a justice system that's perceived to actually work. But my kind of gut perception is you're going to have people who basically act in their own interest, i.e., like kind of vigilante justice, and then what you're going to see happen is you're going to see the book thrown at them. So I agree with you, Adrian, that like it's eventually like it's going to trickle up, but I think it's also going to be like I think that you're going to have people who are vigilantes, you're going to have the book thrown at them, and then you're going to have the system further erode. Which again, I think to my earlier point, this is why I brought it up, is like I think that this to not have that happen is to recalibrate the justice system now, as opposed to going that route and saying, oh no, everything is fine and we're just going to enforce the laws against these vigilantes. It's like no, now's the time for a recalibration of the justice system.
Well, what will it take for the justice system to get the message like, holy shit?
What does the recalibration look like? That's a really important question.
Sure. But that's what I'm saying is like I think we need to reevaluate things like again we're doing this with marijuana, right? Like where we saw like marijuana is basically a slap on the wrist at this point, if even that, right? Like, and again, if we're going after minor crimes like graffiti and this kind of shit and saying, okay, these either can be fines or whatever, where we're not necessarily involving the justice system to the point that we're not wasting a bunch of time or resources or jail time or a lot of this stuff with these kind of like ticky-tack type of stuff, but we're throwing we're going a lot heavier on like like acetry and that kind of thing, and saying, okay, no, we're like, if this happens once or twice, whatever, but like if it goes crazy, like again, like you're seeing a lot of these people that are like, to the earlier point, these people have like 14, 15 convictions. It's like, well, let's go through these and say like, okay, like let's throw the book at them for the more serious convictions and actually put these guys behind, like, so that there's an actual incentive for the crime to not happen, or that there's an actual like, hey, if you do this, like you're gonna like they're like mandatory, no chance of parole type of situations, especially for shit like murder and that, like manslaughter, like that kind of stuff. But again, it's like, how do you do this on and this is the question I think is like, it might be a good Marshall question, but like how do you do this on a federal versus state versus local level? Because I think it's like, especially to Adrian's point, like these are eroding in these blue areas, like where you're seeing it a lot again, where the like cashless bail, all this kind of stuff, right? Like
Ben, can I respond?
Yeah, go for it.
Just one thought on something that you're saying, and not to answer the second question, but just on just generally, especially in blue area. I think you'll see as real estate values go down in these cities, you're going to see people that maybe were not so committed to making sure that this doesn't get worse, to getting involved because it's hitting them in the pocket. And I definitely think in cities, I mean, what we see in New York is weird because the other dynamics of Mandani and other taxing issues and such that are coming in. But in urban areas where the crime has gotten worse, and you have soft on crime DAs and soft on crime mayors. So even if you have a good police force and they're arresting, but they're not convicting, or they're not prosecuting, and if they do prosecute and they convict, there's no, they're allowing repeat offenders. Yes, I mean, eventually, what's going to happen is stuff that happened, like in San Francisco, where they had a recall of the DA, and you're going to see, and I can tell you from one city in particular where it's an incredibly soft on crime DA. It's a big problem. He just got reelected again, but people are going to get hit in their pockets or pocketbooks via their real estate values, and so it'll bring in more of the electorate trying to change who's sitting in the district attorney seat. Same thing on the state level with the state attorney generals, where you have the state attorney generals that also are not pushing for stronger crime laws within their state. They're not enforcing the laws. You're just going to see a shift from and this is not necessarily a Republican Democrat thing. It can be, but it'll out of the electorate, if that makes sense, as they own their values of their property.
I mean, I can respond to that in the sense that, yeah, I mean, I agree with basically everything you're saying, Abby. I also think this tragic part of areas like San Francisco is the fact that while San Francisco has a lot of rich people and a few wealthy people in it, a lot of these areas, I certainly know that from where I live here in Maine, a lot of these areas, the inner city areas, have certain policies that are applicable to them. Area where the actual wealth has a whole different set of rules that apply to them. Using the Bay, like we use again, San Francisco Bay Area as an example. Like, yeah, there's people in San Francisco, but so much of the wealth in the San Francisco Bay Area, East Bay, that area, you're looking up in the Berkeley Hills, you're looking out, it's like, it's not in Oakland, right? It's in East Bay, but it's not in Oakland.
But what about Pacific Heights? What about all the great wealth there and those homes and what's happening for them?
What I'm saying is just like, if you drive through Berkeley, California, and I used to live in that area, and used to work in Berkeley, like you drive through those areas, there's tons of security, there's tons of cops, there's tons of all that kind of stuff. And then you drive literally 20 minutes down the road, and you drive into Oakland, and it's complete night and day different. Like you drive past a school in Berkeley, and it's like they have the nicest equipment, they have the nicest everything. Like the schools are gorgeous, and then you've got like Roots Academy in Oakland. That's like the teachers are going, trying to do GoFundMe's just to get like enough books for their kids in schools, right? So it's like, I like what you're saying, I really do, and I hope that that's the case. But like there are rich enclaves that somehow, they vote reliably Democrat, right? And yet it's sad. It's sad. It's like it's almost like a built-in immunity in a kind of way.
But what happened there? They recalled someone that was so soft on crime. I mean, and there were enough intermixed communities that people saw their real property down. Some people, that's their entire nest egg, and that starts to become significant. And also, as I said, on a state level, when you see what's pushed on legislation, in the bail reform, I mean, people will start turning against it because naturally the thing that's going to hit them the most is their pocket. I just think it's in the cities.
I agree with you. But that's liberal policy 101, and I get frustrated about liberal policy 101. It's like that's it right there in a nutshell. Is liberals in particular will vote for garbage policy after garbage policy until up until the point where it actually turns around in the butt, and then all of a sudden they go, oh no, we don't want that at all. We saw this with protests on college campuses and all this kind of stuff, and then it turns out, well, a couple of kids that were in well-connected families, their kids got dragged away and they threatened to be expelled from the schools, and then all of a sudden they changed their tune on that,
Okay.
Yeah.
Where did it get that? Like, I'm thinking about a city like Miami that cleaned up a lot of their problems. New York. They brought in. They brought in a Republican mayor in Miami. Now it's a Democrat mayor, but the guy that was there prior, the homicide levels went down. And there was a great wealth living there.
With Rudy Giuliani in New York, right? Like things.
Right. Okay.
Bad enough, and then finally people are like, all right, we can't deal with this stuff anymore. So then you bring in the guy that's gonna crack some skulls. It's never like, hey, things are getting bad, maybe we should do something about it. Let's walk some of this stuff back. Unfortunately, it almost always happens, or it seems to happen, where it gets bad, and then all of a sudden let's just completely throw everything out the window.
So is Chicago next? The city that...
I certainly hope so, for the sake of Chicago. After they went from Lori Lightfoot, I forgot what the gentleman's name is now, but like from my understanding, didn't really change much of the policy.
Brandon Johnson.
Yeah.
Brandon Johnson, that's who it is. Yeah. Who basically isn't he basically the same thing as Lori Lightfoot?
The new boss is looking like the old boss, and nothing is fucking changing. Nothing. Like, honestly, if you ask me, I think he's a few degrees worse than Lori Lightfoot, if we're really being honest.
Right. Well, you brought in black lesbians in every major department to put a pretty face on everything, and it turns out people just don't like the policies. Like we saw this in like Seattle, I think it was, where it's like all the police chiefs and fire chiefs and all that during the press conferences were racially diverse and sexually diverse. And it's like, well, turns out you might need to change the policy.
Well, that's the same exact thing that I said that happened here in my city, in St. Louis, right? Now, check the rundown of all the people we had in leadership at that time. We had Corey Bush. We had Tashara Jones, a black woman. We had a black prosecutor, Kim Gardner. We had a black police chief. We had a black sheriff. We had black county prosecutor at the time, who, ironically, he ran against Corey Bush and won her seat. Okay? Like, we had black every fucking time.
Her constituent services and her, like...
Yeah, Wesley Bell. Yeah, Wesley Bell was our...
He's a good congressman.
Because her constituent services were shit and her work in her district was shit. I don't think Corey Bush managed to get a single bill passed while she was in Congress.
No, she didn't. She didn't do anything, right? But, for the sake of representation and stuff, everybody was like, yay, black excellence. It's like, at what cost is black excellence get us? Like,
and that's why I brought it up. It's like you have garbage policy, and then it's like, well, everybody's criticizing the garbage policy. It's like, well, maybe if we slap diverse, and again, this is not the playbook of the right, but this is certainly the playbook of the left. It's like, well, maybe if we slap diverse face on it, then maybe we get less criticism. Wasn't it Karen Bass, mayor of LA? Isn't she a lesbian as well? Or like, I know that there was like something there as well.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's just like, wow, you have really dog shit policy when it comes to how you handle wildfires, wildfire preparation, and all, like, everything in California when it comes to wildfires is mismanaged. PG&E, cough, PG&E, cough, which was allegedly bought out by this, like, was ran by the state of California, embezzling money. Anyway, don't even get me started with California wildfires and how. But anyways. But yeah, you
actually speaking on a point that I brought up to someone. You're actually speaking on a point that I brought up to someone earlier today on Facebook, because now our new mayor, which is a white woman, Kara Spencer, right? She is complaining about budget reallocation for the St. Louis Police Department, right? And basically, it's just that she wants to take control of the budget and all of that shit so they can reallocate it towards projects and shit, right? But in the comments, a woman said, well, how do we goddamn get out of this bullshit and these bullshit policies? And I said, you get out of this bullshit policies by changing leadership. And what I mean by changing leadership, change the party. And another one commented, which was fucking gold. She said, well, St. Louis is always going to be this way because no matter what party is in power, it's still going to be divided, blah, blah. It's been that way for 60 plus years. And I respect, ma'am. But the last time that you're talking about that's been going on for the last 60 years has literally been under that rule. So all of your complaints is about Democrats. The last time St. Louis had a Republican mayor was 1949. So, ma'am, guess what? You wasn't even alive then. You ain't even been alive long enough to even experience a Republican mayor. So how the hell can you say how it's going to be under Republican leadership when you've literally never known what it's like? You've literally been voting Democrat your entire fucking life, and the situation that you've been seeing, St. Louis has literally been under Democrat rule. Well, I said you need to change policies by changing the party in charge. But y'all have been so and this is a black woman I'm talking about, right? My community has been so fucking brainwashed into thinking that, well, the Republicans ain't gonna do shit, blah, blah, blah. Well, how the fuck would you know? You've never lived under Republican leadership in this goddamn city. Never.
I've had it in your state, though. I mean, right?
How long has it been since
governors?
How long has it been since you had it in your?
Republican mayor in over about 100 years.
But
you're like the
who's your
so
governor?
you're like the Rio Grande Valley, where we have been governed by Democrats for over 100 years locally. That's interesting. I didn't know that about it.
Yeah.
Philly's like that too. It's a mess. And now that's one with the soft DA that lets everybody out. And, you know, they had a white mayor who was so liberal and he destroyed the city. They elected a black woman mayor who can't spell the name of the fucking football team. And supposed to be tougher, but nothing has changed. I mean, you feel it. You feel the crime oozing out of the streets there.
But when it comes to crime, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to schooling, when it comes to any of these policies, it's really easy, and this is something I think it's kind of sort of on the wayside when it comes to a lot of conservatives or just people in general. A lot of these policies, if you really, really look at them, they're very justifiable, right? Like, you know, use homelessness as an example, or like drug use on the streets, and like you can look at a lot of the policies on an individual basis and go, okay, I understand why this is in place, right? Like any number of them. You can say, okay, having a place for people to get clean needles so that they're not spreading all of these different diseases, right? But the ultimate question has to be continued to be asked is, are these policies working, right? Like, not can you justify these policies, but are they working, right? Like, again, you're looking at homelessness in San Francisco Bay Area, booming, blowing up. Like, in the time that I lived out there from 2015 to 2021, and these conversations, I mean, these like homeless encampments went from being like, oh yeah, there's a little bit of homelessness, to like there's full-on tent cities set up. Like, there's full-on like legitimate, like, thousands and thousands of people.
Because
like
industrial complex is making
Washington D.C.
Are you a sanctuary city?
Yeah, I was going to say that's also a very high rental property values, right?
It's only room
People who
service,
should
guys.
not be there, need to move away.
Hey, you got anything you want?
Like
Hey, I didn't order a hamburger. I ordered it.
the rental rates
I'm exhausted. Last night I couldn't sleep, but when I did, I could hear bombs in my dreams. Night situation. How could they be so evil? Making waters out of children and innocent people. We expect bombs out the window next, huddled in the corner of my room, trying to protect my little brother. As the building shakes like it's possessed, but nothing stronger than the way of being oppressed. I fall back with my lyrics and rhymes, living the times trying to put the Palestinian demise. What's hiding in the clouds hanging over my head? My dad risks his life outside to buy bread.
Or Airbnb. This is a very little secret again. these areas. It just simply is. Like, you can't find a fucking place to rent. And I understand for the people that want to rent their houses through Airbnb, I totally get it because again, that's a lot easier. It's a lot of these areas that you can get a lot more money, et cetera, et cetera. But like, we're gonna look at these policies and say, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, we're gutting our rental market, and then going, oh my gosh, what could we possibly do? It's like you're also making it harder and harder and harder and harder for businesses to invest. I've with several friends of mine are real estate investors. Where do you think they want to invest? Do you think they want to invest in Chicago? Do you think they want to invest in Portland, Maine? Do you think they want to invest in Boston or New York or LA or San Francisco? No, they're pouring all their money into Florida and Texas because they're going to get way more bang for their buck. There's way less regulation. There's an actual market that says, we want you here. And yet, you want to talk about tenants' rights, which I'm all for tenants' rights. I really am. But it also makes it to a point where here in Maine, it makes it impossible to throw out bad tenants. It just does.
But you can
like
zone it, Ben. You can zone it. I mean, that's the point with like an. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to go back to the point that Albert was making, but you can have, with respect to Airbnbs, you can zone that you can't have these overnight rentals. I mean, in a lot of newer cities, there's HOAs all over the place. But if you're on a regular city street and not in an HOA environment, because HOAs can put that in right away, but you can have zoning to restrict it. And with respect to the homeless and the encampments, you know, the Supreme Court just ruled on this, that cities can restrict it. Cities can keep the homeless in one area. Cities can have laws about vagrancy and charge fines. And it went all the way up, and it was a case that came out of Oregon. The initial case, it was the Ninth Circuit that had heard it, and it's clear on that. So municipalities can you know, legislate that if they want. I was curious, Adrian, are you a sanctuary city?
It's borderline sanctuary. Like they really was trying to make it, or is trying to make it a sanctuary city, but they just can't get it across the finish line. But they
thrilled.
Really are trying to operate this motherfucker like a sanctuary city.
But you can legislate. Where I live is very strictly legislated about the homeless, and they are in one area, and they are not. If they're on the streets where the hospitality area is, they are picked up quickly, and you don't see encampments. You don't see people on the sidewalks. I mean, they can't. They'll just get picked up, and county, and as well as the city, as well as like Catholic charities and, you know, different NGO have shelters and food banks and such that are set up in one area, one kind of zoned around everything. You can do that. Yeah.
They don't want to solve for the homeless problem because they understand that they can make loads of money off of it just by trying to, get grant money for the homelessness projects and shit. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, they do not want to solve for the problem because they keep making money off of it. Like if they get like $50 million, right? And it's mostly these NGOs. They get $50 million grant, right? For the homeless project. All right. And I'm not being hyperbolic here, but maybe $1 million will a homeless situation. And that is buying bullshit subpar lunches for the homeless. But the other 49 million gets dispersed throughout the NGOs, and it goes directly into the pockets of the people that are running the nonprofits. Like they have no interest in solving the goddamn homeless problem. They really want it to so they can grip and get more money. It's big business.
I also think
it's on purpose.
I also think it comes down to how we view business in America. And like if we're looking at a property.
Stay on Clubhouse to come tell serendipity how you really feel.
I'll make this short. Like I saw this in Oakland, the Oakland Raiders, with the Oakland Raiders, or the
Las Vegas Raiders nowadays.
I'll say this for the Oakland Athletics,
which are now the Las Vegas Athletics.
Shut up! Hello! My point, right? So.
Sorry, this finasteride has shrunk my pituitary gland.
when Florida downtown opened, they looked at a bunch of different places. And so the mayor at the time, Libby Schaffer, it was somebody different now, but the mayor at the time said, okay, well, you need X number of you need X of affordable housing use, you need this, you need that, you need this, you need that, you need that, you need this, you need the other thing. Like, you saw the same thing in Chicago with you're seeing the same thing happen in Chicago right now. The Bears want to build a stadium. Well, it turns out Indiana's really, really close to there, and there's a small town in Indiana right across the border that's like, yeah, we'll gladly have put the Bears stadium here. Like, similar to how the Tampa Bay Rays are not in Tampa, they're in St. Petersburg, whatever. Like, right? So, like, and this happened with the Oakland Athletics, where they said, how many freaking hoops do you have to have this owner have to jump through in order to keep the team in Oakland? And I'm absolutely, by no means am I absolving the owner of the baseball team.
Fisher.
I'm not. But I'm also saying that, like, so are you looking at the Athletics or the Raiders or the Bears or any of these teams? Are you looking at them as an asset to your community? Or are you just looking at them as a cash grab? Like, are you looking at building affordable housing units in your city as a way to generate revenue for the city? Or are you saying, hey, it would be really great for our city if people had a place to live, right? So, like, yes, it could be both things. Like, you can also say, hey, like, man, this would be a great source of revenue for our city. But it's also like saying, hey, like, if you're in, again, Florida, Texas, or one of these guys, like, hey, if we just open this place up for business and make it really, really, really affordable for people that buy here, invest here, live here, and all this kind of stuff, the money's going to take care of itself. Like, but you're seeing it in so many of these blue areas. You're making it's impossible to rent. It's impossible to do any of these things. And everybody's going, oh, I mean, what did you expect? You want landlords to be able to poach people and ensure rates and all this other type of stuff? It's like, well, what do you expect them to do? You're making it, like, they have to budget so much of their money just to pay legal fees for bad tenants. They have, like, I just get so frustrated. Like, I get so frustrated because it's like, I want real estate investment in my city. I want real estate investment in my communities. I want the price of rent to go down in these areas. I want people to live here. I want the place that I live in to be friendly and to be affordable for lots of people, not just the extremely rich. But again, no, the powers that be don't look at it that way. They look at it as a cash grab. Yes, you can absolutely invest in our community. But if you do, we're going to tax you to all hell.
Well, we have this of all places. Pocket's alive. Can she hear me? I don't know even if she knows about this. So, of all cities with their team, I mean, the last team you would think would ever move is the Eagles, and how diehard the fans are and everything. But now there's this whole push to move the stadium across the river into Jersey. Obviously, there's a lot of pushback, and there's a lot of, I mean, it's being explored by the team owners, but that's how bad the city is to deal with. I mean, it's like the last team you would think that would leave a venue just because they sell out their games and, how popular the team is. But when you have a city that's like the Oakland situation, and I remember when the Raiders, that was going back and forth, and that mayor you were talking about was having a Twitter war with the mayor in Las Vegas, back and forth to each other, trashing each other's cities. It was pretty crazy.
Well, guess what? In the span of like less than 10 years, Oakland lost, or no, in the span of less than 15 years, Oakland lost all three of their major sports teams. All three are gone.
To each other.
So you had the first one was, and ironically they went to San Francisco. You had the Golden State Warriors, who just went on an insane title run. They weren't relevant, let's be real, at all. I mean, even a little bit with Baron Davis, but they weren't relevant at all for years and years and years.
You want to kill yourself? Shut up! Yes or no? What do you want to hear, man? Do you want to hear that sometimes I think about eating a bullet? I do. I even got a special one for the occasion from the Hollow Point. Look, make sure it blows the back of my goddamn head out and do the job right. Every single day I wake up and I think of a reason not to do it every single day. And you know why I don't do it? This is going to make you laugh. You know why I don't do it? Beautiful. It's the job, right? Doing the job. Now that's the reason. Take my gun. Don't let it go on the barrel. Pull the trigger. Be my guest. Go ahead if you're serious. You shouldn't tempt me, man. Put it in your mouth. Bullet might go through your ear, knock your head.
big fight about bringing them here because Mark Davis despises the Fishers. They hate each other. So Davis was really hoping they wouldn't come into Vegas. And now the ballpark that they're building is freaking insane. I just went to the simulation of it 2 nights ago. Be the most expensive ticket in the MLB.
Right. The Golden Knights as well. That just won the Stanley Cup. The former Bruins head coach in Cassidy. So.
But what happened to will Oakland ever come back?
Will they ever come back? Well, yeah, they're gonna have to have a Rudy Giuliani is what they're gonna have to have. They're gonna have to. It'll get bad enough, and eventually somebody will come along and be like, all right, cool. I'm just gonna change everything, and people are gonna turn a blind eye and then vote for somebody who's, I don't know if it'll be a Republican, but it will be somebody. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, if
You've described all of human change throughout history.
Right.
Just wait for it to get bad enough, and we eventually do shit about it.
Right. I mean, remember, anybody quickly off the top of your head who is California's last Republican governor?
Arnold?
Richard. No, Ronald Reagan.
No, was it Arnold?
No, you're right. It's not.
So I mean, it's like things get bad enough, and it's so.
But there's some cities that never recovered. I mean, Camden, New Jersey is a shithole. It never came back. They tried.
I mean, shit, if you go around Rutgers University,
It's bad.
like there's a fucking bus stop, like a city bus stop right around the corner from there, like 2 blocks away. Holy fucking shit. And if that's not bad enough, just go up Charleston Bay Lane. Kensington. And holy fucking shit. Hilarious, yo.
But Camden as a city never came back. Trenton, I don't know if they've ever done a re-improvement there. Now Jersey City, like some of these the places in Jersey have had, revitalization and gentrification and have come back. But I wonder with Oakland because it just feels like a sinking ship. Like what's going to do that?
Such a beautiful city. It's such a there's money there too. I mean,
everything the Democrat touch turns to shit.
Like it could, but again, it's gonna take.
I don't think it's just the Democrat touch. I think it's like since you're similar to the Valley, I rarely phrase it as it's always the Democrat. It is, but the way I usually phrase that to people is like there needs to be another party for fairness. Parties don't have to be accountable to voters when they're the only when they're the only game in town. Right? When you're the only game in town, you don't have to be responsible to fucking anybody. Right?
Absolutely.
So, we run into that all the fucking time down here. Right? Like, we've made some inroads with Monica and a couple of other people, but like, we run into that all the fucking time. And I think, yes, on the partisan angle, campaign angle, it is the Democrats. As my brother said, the greatest save for Republicans is the Democratic Party. And as a 1 out of 35 members, one Democratic chief of staff said to me that the Democrats would be fine if they just didn't eat their own. Right? So you can attack it on the partisan angle from that, but I feel like the thing that structures and makes that shit possible is the fact that a party has been unchecked for such a long period of time. And then in Chicago and like the Greater Grand Valley, past the 50, 60 year mark, is the highlight of the game. That's how they do business. It is public corruption all the time.
Yeah,
in California.
And it's gotten so bad, like, during the baseball game, I don't know if y'all saw this on Twitter, but during the Cardinals game, right, one of the announcers, you know how they do, like, the B-roll, like, the live shots of downtown or, like, city features and stuff like that, right? And they showed downtown shot of Keener Plaza, the arch, that shit, fountain, all of that shit. And the announcer was like, and there's a live shot of downtown St. Louis, blah, 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 blah. And he said, damn, it just looks so desolate. Like, there are no people walking around. And he was like, it looks like a bomb went off
Anacostia in DC.
You said what?
And I said it's like walking around in Anacostia in DC.
Yeah, exactly.
DC's been great lately, guys.
No, I'm not saying it hasn't, but when I was there with Duncan, we went into Anacostia, and I now understand when people complain about Anacostia.
But
I never really understood before. Well, it's a rundown eyesore with lots of different property problems, but the crime here, my brother, the crime in Anacostia, my brother said, is really bad. Violent crime is bad. When I was in DC, I met the National Guardsmen that were doing it, and the National Guardsmen, for all the fucking crying Democrats, nicest fucking people. They looked like America. It wasn't just a group of white folks, right? And all they did was hey, be careful, or hey, if you have a question, you can ask us, right? They're like auxiliary police for DC police, because so many DC police have dropped out because of the DC City Council's way of operating. So I will tell you, once you get a nascent looking movement going, and ours has been nascent for the last 40 years, probably 50. It was really small in the 60s, really small. Like in Willoughby County, there were 4 families that operated for Richard Nixon. No, 2 families. My grandmother and her husband and the Hardwicks, who were 2 other people. But when we made the Republican Party cool again, we started to get younger folks. And it's proved to be a real boon to challenging standard, dyed-in-the-wool Democrats who've never really had to have competitive races before. Right? It really does do a wonder, Adrian. I hope you guys can get benefits from, if you're interested, I hope you can benefit from some South Texas training on tactics you might use.
Is the Republican Party cool again?
It's a good
In South Texas, it's become cool. At least the younger portion has, right? It was not cool for a long time in the Rio Grande Valley to be a Republican. In 2020, we had people, law enforcement officers, first responders, come in and donate money and get a sign for their window. But their response to us was don't tell anybody we came. We can't be seen being here.
Is it cool on campus? Is it cool on campus to be a Republican?
Yes, there's no other real Democratic club on campus.
So let me tell you all a really, I don't normally get in my personal life here, so I'll omit names and all this kind of stuff. Went to a dinner party a few years back in a very, very affluent city in Connecticut. It was at the home of my ex-girlfriend. It was her family, so my girlfriend. Was that?
Greenwich?
Not Greenwich, but it's Greenwich adjacent. So anyways, great pizza. Great pizza in there. It's amazing. New Hampshire. So I'm at a Christmas party with family. To be fair, there's not a single drop of brown liquor anywhere in the place. I love myself some good whiskey, some good scotch, a decent beer, whatever. Couldn't find anything. It was all vodka. It was all gin. It was all white wine. It was nothing. Anyway, so but I digress. So this is a huge Jewish Italian dinner, Christmas dinner party, and there's one kid there.
Hey, you bald asshole! Why do you keep showing up on my YouTube live feed?
So this is
Who is this bald asshole running for the mayorship of Chicago live on YouTube right now? You know, I'd like to buy that guy a cup of coffee. I'm gonna buy that guy a coffee. John, get over.
Rebel in this affluent Connecticut family. Do we have any guesses on how he might do that?
He became a Republican.
He wore a MAGA hat, right? So he wore a MAGA hat and all.
God, that had been an interesting thing.
It was a phase. Because I think this is the dirty little secret about the Democratic Party. Is the Democratic Party wants to play the rebel card, and they want to you have people like Brian Cole, what am I playing here? His name, who wants to play the I'm going to speak truth to power. You're speaking at the Oscars. You're speaking at an award show, and you're saying what an asshole Donald Trump is to a giant, huge room of people that agree with you. De Niro, thank you. And it's oh my God. Donald Trump. Guess what? 99.9% of Hollywood agrees with him. So I think it's a goal to be Republican right now. It's certainly not taboo as it once was. Because again, if you want to be the rebellious, if you want to be the rebellious
You shouldn't have a complaint about anything, in my opinion.
whatever era.
I mean, you know, it's maybe a flaccid
It
dick.
used to be that it was.
It's on you. You're just not just giving it back on him.
No, we're not. Political people, and I can only say this because I'm out there.
You're whatever. Like a lot of people, because the government.
It's the universe for me for mayor.
Guess what? Now they're ready. Now it's. I think.
Balance into a moist vagina.
Republican.
We communicate with each other.
More growth. Talk to my psychiatrist, Dr. Danny Dickinson, talk to my attorney, Ramona Shalom. I say if we were caring for each other on this app, as opposed to being, you know, political subversives and one-uppers, we would just be reading poetry to each other. This app would just be a poetry reading contest. Hello? They think they'll slip by because there's nobody in the world exists to even challenge these people but us.
After Kirk's death.
That's why we need more information warriors, an actual capable committee person instead of fat people, obese people who talk about white sauce on bread, who represent 50,000 fucking Chicagoans. I mean, bro. Russian newspaper, cast it onto him. This war isn't over until all their leadership is definitely running dead. Boys, and you
What are you doing in the room?
Jack Carr and
For the first
So
time,
I wasn't necessarily referring to being pro-Trumpist. I think what I meant was in localities that have been controlled by one party for a long time.
I realize my voice is not that loud right now.
A woman will fuck you over every time, every day.
Search on
And I
roughly 30 years, some major polls
they will fuck
in late
you over
2024
every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, they will tear your whole heart out.
There's also been a record high of
Every time, every day.
45% of Americans now identifying as independent, suggesting that many, for many, neither party is particularly cool anymore.
Last election cycle, we showed you some of our voters.
And I
think that's the big, you're right, that's the biggest trend. But if you look at the last voting cycle, the registration, and it was obviously a big push on registration, but in swing states, who's the guy that does the podcast? He used to be on The Circus. He's not on it anymore. He was like in the original cast of The Circus. I'm blanking on his name. He's done a lot of studies, and talks about this, that
Who are you talking about? Danny Gilbertstein?
45% though, that is crazy to me.
Are you talking about Dr. Danny Gilbertstein?
No, Kitover, the guy that was on The Circus, that he's, come to me, just keeps up talking.
Well,
Bozo?
that number is only going to increase within the next 10 to 15 years. Why? It's because liberals aren't having any fucking children. Right?
People are becoming disenfranchised with both of the two major parties.
Yeah, but it's also a game of numbers too. You know what I'm saying? On average.
Disenfranchised? You mean there's going to be something new on the ballot? Hello?
Oh shit! Hold on, bro.
Mark Halpern
After
talking about
I make this point. Look, it's just a you know, the law of averages, right? Conservatives.
It's like statistics.
Tend to have more children. They're liberals, right? They don't believe in abortion and stuff like that. They don't believe in sterilizing children or nothing like that. And the only reason why the liberals' numbers keep hanging on is because they have to get their numbers through recruitment. Right? They love killing babies, and the children that they do have, they want to sterilize them. So it's a matter of numbers, right? Just sheer numbers. The future is going to be conservative.
Yeah, see, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think they control the institutions. They certainly control should be a massive canary in the coal mine for conservatism. Trump had a resounding win in 2020 or 2024, and I think that we all agree that he did really, really well. I'm really glad that he did really, really well. I voted for him. But with that being said, like, Zoran Mamdani winning should be the massive canary in the coal mine. Like, yes, there's a lot of people that are getting disenfranchised with both parties. Like, that doesn't mean that they're super thrilled with Republicans, right? Like, exactly that. Like, and they are offering. If you want to say, oh well, socialist policies don't work, we all agree that socialist parties or policies don't work. But if you're somebody who is from one of these big blue areas and you don't like Donald Trump, you think that the Republican Party is not palatable, you're going to look at a lot of these redistributionist type policies, and you're going to go, like Zoran Mamdani, he's the perfect candidate in a lot of ways, and in the sense that his policies are going to fail because he's not going to have the power to implement them. So half the stuff that he says, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, it's like, well, most of that stuff comes from the state level anyways. You're not going to have the power to do it. And then he gets to go, oh, well, look, I wasn't able to, look, the only reason I wasn't able to do it is because I need more power, right? Like it's gonna, it's.
If you're forgetting about the X Factor here, Ben, college is becoming more and more expensive, and young people are not. Eventually, it's going to be unaffordable for a lot of fucking young people. So therefore, the college numbers or new recruits or whatever enrollments at college are going to dwindle. So yeah, what you're saying is, yeah, when you go to college, you come out of college, you're going to be a good little liberal, but over time, that number is going to dwindle.
Gentlemen, demographics is insignificant. What's important is the communication. And the communication is that Donald Trump is the enemy and that his tariffs.
John, you have to go back to the.
Oh.
So, but again, like, so what if college was suddenly free? What if suddenly all of your loans were forgiven? Because
Supreme Court precedent.
True, that's the messaging. Donald Trump is the enemy.
Thank fucking goodness we got Donald Trump and the Supreme Court justices. Because can you imagine if we hadn't? Like, seriously. Like,
We wouldn't know what a woman is.
We got Amy Coney Barrett, we got Brett Kavanaugh, we got Neil Gorsuch, we got, who was the other one? Am I forgetting?
Alito, Thomas.
You got Gorsuch. But I'm just.
The Supreme Court is still like, but because I understood that Amy Coney Barrett was a little bit of a disappointment and Justice Kavanaugh too. No,
They're brilliant jurists. They're both,
Amy Coney Barrett and Gorsuch they're both textualists. Amy Coney Barrett, correct me if I'm wrong, Abby, but Amy Coney Barrett is a textualist mixed with an originalist, which means if she reads a statute, she's asking legislative intent, and she's asking what the founders meant at the time, but the other critical question she asks is, what did the text say? But Gorsuch is the very same way. Gorsuch is a strict textualist.
But respect, the point that I was trying to bring up was the fact that, yeah, you want to say that universities are, like, I understand what you're saying, Richard, about universities, but I don't want to get away from the point, which is, we're not that far away. Right? Like, let's be real here. Like, there's still a huge percentage of this country that's liberal, and again, to Abby's point, to the earlier points, like, a lot of people are getting disenfranchised. Like, the Democratic Party right now is now saying, like, a huge proportion of the Democratic Party is saying that the reason that they lost is not because they didn't go moderate enough, it's because they didn't go radical enough, right? So, like the Democratic Party right now, I think, is bought and paid for by the extreme wing of that party. Like, I don't know. We'll see what happens moving forward, but I'm not.
Ben, it's also not just one other thing. It's not just us. Like, Turning Point, when you read about it, they're opening up chapters around the world. It's not just in the U.S. You're also seeing that.
I really do. Like, I want the United States. I'm a moderate person. I want the United States to be more conservative, because I think the United States is moving leftward rapidly and in a really, really scary, terrifying direction. So I really want all of these. I hope that this all continues. But I wouldn't count out the left. Let me put it that way. Like I think they're going to come back.
I think you're overlooking something else when it comes to the Democrat Party. When you're saying that you think it's bought and paid for by the radical left or whatever, you have to understand that there is an internal civil war that is going on within the Democrat Party, unbeknownst to a lot of people. To highlight this, look at the race that happened in Texas with Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico. All right. Not soon after, after Tallarico's winning, the Democrat Party was saying that in order to win, they need a straight white male candidate if they have any hopes of regaining power in the White House. Right? Straight white man. Think about that. Not only the Christian straight white man. This is the Democrat Party saying this. None of that shit would have ever flown with the Democrat Party 5 years ago with the likes of AOC, the squad as a whole, right? If you look at the Democrat Party is mainly consisted of angry women and effeminate men. Why is the Democrat Party saying that they need a straight white Christian male to lead because of the lack of
taxes and you can't get away with anything unless Jasmine had managed to run a halfway decent campaign, she could have won. But she nationalized the living shit out of her campaign and made it not necessary.
Why are they pivoting on the identity of who she did the Democrat Party? Because for the last 5 to 10 years, they've been saying that we need women and we need a woman to lead the fucking party.
Because their postmortem says it doesn't work.
Well, that is because I'm highlighting a larger point here. It is because it is an internal civil war here that is going on. Why do you think Gavin Newsom is trying to appear to be a moderate? Right? No doubt. Because the black balloons have gotten so out of control that they need to goddamn try to get their hands back on the fucking wheel, the moderates of the Democrat Party, and return to some form of sensibility when it comes to the Democrat Party, because the black balloons are the ones that are driving the party into the fucking ground. So this is why they want to have a straight white male candidate as their goddamn as a potential candidate to run for fucking president. Is because no one, y'all are forgetting, in the 2020 primary, the Democrat primaries, they had over 26 candidates and none of them paid.
Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that.
I'm an honest guy.
I think that there's levels to trolling. I came across this, it was so interesting, this really high, serious room of philosophical talk, but they were all trolling each other. They were they couldn't figure out, it was this whole thing. And so anyway, my point is that trolling could be really serious. And you could take it to levels that you can understand with other trolls, but then an entire room won't understand, and it could be like a dopamine addiction.
I definitely understand. That's why I show my face. I let people know I'm trolling, and when they take it seriously, I might be taking a picture of my street sign and waiting for them. But I don't like to go to that level.
Yeah, I'm on here for dopamine addiction too.
There's different levels of trolling, but you are describing a philosophy of trolling.
For this guy, for example, this is John Kitover. Palm, you know John Kitover?
Nah.
John, can you step out of character for just a second and describe John Kitover?
John Kitover is running as a Libertarian mayoral candidate in the February 23rd, 2027 Chicago election. Again, as a Libertarian, because obviously the Democrats are just a clown party and the Republicans can't be trusted anymore. So Rabbono Shalom will have to go in through this way, known as the Libertarian way, which is liberty. And I will find my own way out on this journey Thank you for allowing me to be a speaker here. Glorious green bean censorship mind control fascists. I am complete.
I was about to say, just from the example, I understand he's trolling, and he's just a guy that don't give a fuck about both parties. So like, he gonna live his life. I understand. See, I can see through the window.
Facts. Oh, yup.
I understand, bro. I be trolling too.
John, you got any good stuff for us today?
Yeah,
A short something.
I do have a short something if you want to hear a little short something. It is said by Lochen Dharamsari, in Mahayoga, one realizes all phenomena as the magical display of ultimate mind, the indivisibility of appearance and emptiness. In Anu Yoga, one realizes all phenomena as manifestive power of the ultimate mind, the indivisibility of the ultimate sphere and wisdom. In Ati Yoga, one realizes that all phenomena are self-appearances of the ultimate mind, the spontaneously arisen wisdom which is primordially free from arising and cessation.
The spontaneous mind. Wait, hold on. Mind is a spontaneous wisdom. What am I supposed to take from that?
Meaning that every... Okay, so do you know what the 1 by 60 by 1... do you know what... Okay, basically, how do you describe a second?
Just
Okay, we answered. We're waiting for part 2. John. Earth, John, come in, John.
Well, it's a happening and an experience. For example, I am a lord of earth, and I, the inspired fourth speaker of President Trump, for me unveils the veiled sky.
Does anybody have 60 seconds for time?
Rabbanu Shalom, the self-made U's own name, whose words are truth, I invoke. I greet thy presence, O Bibi. Dr. Netanyahu, how's your trial in Israel coming along? I hear that your trial's coming up soon.
very smooth. Bonus shalom.
Maybe, do you think Netanyahu is bad for Israel or good for Israel?
Great for Israel. He's a moderate. Would be bad if you had Ben Gvir.
Netanyahu is a moderate?
Yeah, big time. Can you describe the qualities of why you like that? Compare him to Ben Gvir. Ben Gvir would murder every fucking one of you. Can you describe his qualities of why you like that dude?
Now,
He's extremely smart. He's an MIT graduate. He's very proficient in his... Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that, too.
So these so-called pundits, according to Donald Trump, are indeed losers. And Trump is obviously the best. And the thing about his statement is it's a reframe, a powerful frame, cast on losers who want to project their own version of reality. Unfortunately, Donald Trump is our elected leader, the top of the pyramid, the commander, who rules 5-star generals by the flick of his wrist with a pen. This man, this legacy of presidency. My question is, if we've questioned the king and his rulership in the past, and we have no kings, how should we judge our presidents? By what standard do we judge a president, especially when we have a president as bold and decisive, as wise and as powerful as Donald John Trump?
This guy's, he's real, too. You could even watch his antics.
John's amazing.
Yeah, so 2 questions.
So I didn't finish. So,
strong national. He's like great at national security, right? He's got an extensive military background, right? He's great for like the economy. Before he was the prime minister, he was the finance minister. He's also transformed Israel to be to be a startup nation. I think just last year,
When it comes to the Democratic Party,
not last year, the year before that, Egypt only had 80 patents. Israel had 3,880 patents. Fuck, I don't know. There's so many things. The Abraham Accords.
He's a polyglot. He speaks Hebrew. He speaks English. He speaks Farsi.
He's proficient at speaking. He's a very fucking diplomatic speaker. He's educated.
He's a leader of his people. He has the respect of millions. Millions of people respect him.
John, I gotta need your help. Hold on. Don't troll. I think I gotta need your help here. I'm allowed to have a representative, right? Since it's Bima and Paul. Go ahead.
My second question is, what percentage of the Israeli population do you think would support Ben Gvir?
Can you hear me? I don't know. Very low. I think maybe 20 to 30%, maybe.
It's always the Pareto principle, 80-20. It's always 80-20, Bima. What's the point? Bima, who do you support?
I support myself.
Ooh.
Okay, let's check. I want to check. Now that you said that.
Can you read the comments, BB?
Oh, it's even actually lower. So it's 5 to 9%.
Oy vey. Well, Bima.
That's how psycho he is.
Bima only supports herself.
Comments,
At least 10% of people support somebody else. Bima's the most self-centered narcissist in here.
They're a Nazi regime. Is that what you asked me?
Yep, they did the next one.
Pardon?
They did the next time.
Bima, how do you respond to being called a narcissist, a self-centered individual?
Do he pay people to say what needs to be said? Is it really all him? Bro?
What is this, preschool here? Bima and Beaver, point of order, moderators. I call attention to my PTR. I don't care what these gentlemen are talking about anymore. It's a waste of my time. I call attention to my PTR. If one of you gentlemen in the room could read what's on my PTR, I would appreciate it. Thank you very little. Hello?
I don't know what part. I mean, I understood everything he said. But
What do you mean? Look how he's asking it, and then you guys are asking about like what qualities he has. Well, asking. Do he do what? Do dark business in hurting people?
That means he does business.
No, I know. Does he do dark business? Would be the proper grammar. But do he do not proper English, bro?
Well, fuck proper English sometimes.
Well, no. If you want to criticize somebody, you want to sit here and criticize Bibi Netanyahu, yet you can't even fucking spell.
So what?
Well, it's a little bit.
Do you think that the people that are...
What is this, the Harvard Philosophy Department of Grammar? This is Clubhouse, BB.
Identify harm, right?
Pardon? I couldn't hear John Kitover was.
You could still... Let me give you an example. If you went to another country, okay, and you didn't know, you couldn't speak their language...
Tom's American. He can speak English.
Well, hold on. Maybe it's a very... He could...
The difference is Bibi Netanyahu can speak better English than he can. Speak better Hebrew. Speak better Arabic.
People that write for him.
Culture.
Well, it's not.
We have different cultures.
No, it's not.
Yes, we do. Yes, we
What
do.
do you mean? What culture are you from, Bima? What are you? You're not black.
I'm black, Indian,
You're
and
not
Rican.
black. Bima, I've seen pictures of you. You're not black.
I'm black, Indian, and Rican.
I can tell you're black. But Bima's not black. But now you're black, Bima? Not black, Bima. So you're saying that black people are allowed to speak different because they're black?
Well, hold on.
Wait a minute, are you Rachel Dolezal?
Historical.
I didn't know you was Rachel Dolezal.
What I'm saying is that culturally, in the United United States, we have different historical.
Nah, there's a lot of black people
Our
that can
language.
speak
Do
amazing
you
fucking
know?
English.
Hold on. Do you know the like I ain't, she ain't, right?
Yeah, that's
You heard
slang
that?
and that's street. That's
Okay.
not proper English.
Well, let me educate you. Do you know who used to speak that first? Speak like that first? It was the British. If you trade it back
It's
to
not proper.
think that well, it was because it was for a reason.
So let me ask you something. Is that proper? Is that proper? You're actually defending.
BB, if you want to be intelligent.
I don't have a problem with you, Palm. It's
No, I said if you want to speak,
to be an idiot right now.
if you want to speak intelligent, you know we spoke a whole nother language 800 years ago.
No, but do is not proper, bro.
Yeah, but you're just
No, Palm. Can we admit that? Can we let me and you, Palm? Do he do? Is that proper?
Point of order, moderators. Let's all just take the deepest breath of the day. No need to correct anyone's grammar anymore. These so-called pundits, grammarians are losers! Donald Trump was correct when he accurately diagnosed Candace Owens as a loser. Hello?
Being honest enough to say that that's not proper English and you're trying to justify and say that black people are allowed to speak fucking uneducated. That's what you just said. You said black people are allowed to speak like idiots. That's what you just said.
Listen, no, that's all.
And then you try to claim that you're black.
I'm not black. I'm
Not
Canadian.
you, bro. She did.
Listen, you try to make him feel bad for the way that he's talking, like you
I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to prove
Then
a
why
point.
point it out?
You can't criticize somebody, and especially if you don't even know how to properly fucking articulate your words properly. And then say, how is he
Articulate! Ejaculate! Articulate! Ejaculate! Ejaculate! And articulate! Articulation! Ejaculation! Articulate! Ejaculate! Ejaculate and articulate. Articulate and ejaculate. Ejaculate and articulate. Ejaculate and articulate. Articulation and ejaculation.
Thank you, Samoa, for enjoying it. I appreciate it.
Ejaculation and articulation. Is it a me problem or is it a you problem? Articulation and ejaculation. A fart is just air passing over a turd. Articulation and ejaculation. It's glorious. It's a victory of the highest order. Donald Trump, the Magnificus, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the Republic, has declared victory and a ceasefire to hostilities. Victory is ours, my fellow Americans. Victory is ours, my fellow Americans. Articulation.
In the war, gave us no freedom.
No.
So why can you and I speak on the same level with this white woman?
Because Clubhouse is amazing.
Because we are people now, we're not animals.
Also, I just wanted to say, I don't think
I appreciate you agreeing with me, my brother.
I wasn't agreeing about the war part. I don't think nobody wins a war. The only people that win is the people making trillions.
But I think the people who win are the ones that are liberated.
No, it's liberated. Hold on, somebody, let me get you. There's people that's liberated, right? That's in the war, that dies. They don't win, bro.
They sacrifice much to get plenty.
They sacrifice for the old people that's scared to throw their hands with the other country's old men. And if all the countries could just make the presidents and higher authority just get in a boxing ring, people would live.
In 2026, you can clearly see that the world of a woman in America is a lot different than the woman in Iran.
I'm just gonna say the way Trump talks, he sounds like a professional top boxer, and he wins all his matches. just box each other, it would be a lot of people of all races not dead.
But he is a billionaire.
That's what he's a trillionaire, but they call him a billionaire.
Blast from an injection is crazy work.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. And ye king of Jesus!
Hello! Open discussion time! Oh, well, you may have said that a little premeditatively. We haven't really gotten into the open discussion part. Pretty sure you're gonna kick me or mute me at some point. I don't think you're gonna actually want to listen to a poem. I think you're gonna mute me or kick me like you always do, because you got no ears, you just got lips.
Dude, I don't get me wrong. I like having you here. I actually love having you here. It's just once in a while you get carried away, bro. I
get carried away. You don't know how to run a room. You don't know how to mod a room. You don't even know how to have fun.
It's boring modding a room.
Come on up, or I'm on the mod, so come on out.
Okay. Time to make out with moderator. I mean, make a moderator.
We're gonna make it out.
Oh yeah.
Feeling great, huh?
Hey, Aurora. How you doing?
Interesting paradigm, like in Vince.
gumdrops and ice cream here. That's how I'm doing.
Ooh.
Gumdrops and ice cream? What kind of ice cream?
Feel like we've transported back to 1929.
Oh, things were so much simpler then.
Were they?
Just remind me of the good old days.
It is God, right? Source shows us the path that we're on, just like your parents. They show, hey, look, if you stay on this path, you're going to end up here, right? Like that.
That's not what he said.
Okay, well, listen.
He said it's inevitable that regardless on which way he goes, his head will be missing from his body. That's what he said.
Right, and that's why I responded, right, that's what he said.
On behavior.
Right, and so that's why I said, and I gave a response, that could be true, and he might believe that, but I am just saying as a counter to that, to say that don't forget that it does not mean that that is going to be the ultimate outcome. That God gave us free will. If you believe that, listen, no. If you believe that God gave us free will,
You're imposing your God on him.
I'm not imposing my God on him. I'm giving him a different perspective. It's called multi-perspective, right? You can read the Bible 100 times, and if you offer a different set, no, I'm not. Listen, Samoa, this is weird. You know when you like read a book, and you could read a book like 3-4 times, but then you missed something specific, and you thought that it meant something else, or you missed it altogether, or you forgot about something, maybe you didn't piece it. Okay, well, that happens all the time, because I'm pretty sure you haven't read a book 3 or 4 times, okay? So, ultimately, the point is that we educate each other, and we share ideas with each other. He could take it or leave it. I'm not imposing anything on him, but that's exactly what I'm saying. So, moving forward, I want to talk about, let's talk about Gaza 2.0. I want to know what your, no, because I wanted to ask you about this. I was looking for you yesterday.
How about if I make this quick comment and then you ask? How about that?
Okay.
I say to you, Bima, my God has 2 qualities. 1, love. 2, I don't know, make something up to say,
What?
merciful. Merciful, right? Love and merciful, right? Then I say, God says, at the end of the road, I will lose my head. Okay? And then you say, but there's this other attribute that I could offer to your God where there could be a different outcome. And I say, what? I only have mercy and love. And you want to add compassionate. And I'm like, hey, that's blasphemous. But anyway, what were you going to say, Bugazza?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you have to be connected to source to understand. I think Mom understood what I was trying to say. So anyway, I'm not saying anything about you, Simone. Gaza 2.0. I mean, South Lebanon. Quick question. The ceasefire, okay? Do you think it was a true, because you answered, but you didn't answer directly, and so I have to ask again. Do you think that it was a genuine miscommunication, or do you think that it was a strategic ambiguity that Trump relied on when making the ceasefire agreement with Iran? Just which one, or third option?
I believe J.D. Vance. I don't believe Trump really even cared. I think that there could have been a genuine misunderstanding. And I don't think Israel was ready. I think Trump has a propensity of speaking because he's the boss, and it's his job for it to go downstream to who people say is his boss, which is Benjamin Netanyahu. So yeah, they didn't get the memo, but they're on track right now. I just read that they were going to enter into talks with Lebanon or Hezbollah or something like that.
Okay.
And that's why I said the war's over.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to have to look that up. Part 2, my second question. South Lebanon, right? So Lebanon, we're talking about Lebanon again. Do you think, what is your opinion on what Netanyahu is doing with South Lebanon?
He's doing what's in his power. Lebanon, when they started to IRGC members, and they started moving against like the weaponizing of the Hezbollah. It kind of gave a little credence to Israel's claim that they broke the ceasefire ultimately on March 2nd. So it's kind of like you poke the bear, and then when the bear comes at you, you're like, you should be proportional in the violence that you extend to me. And I don't really think the world works that way. So, yeah, that can't really say nothing about it. I mean, you poke the bear, do with the claws, right?
Rabbanu Shalom, the point is, war is an eternal situation. And Bima is similar to a war because she will keep going. Samoa will keep going. And they are proof in the pudding that war never ends. It merely is minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day, month to month, year to year, and epoch to epoch.
So did you, I'm not the one who moved him, but Beaver and Bima, did you guys see Trump was Tucker and Megyn Kelly and all them?
You cut out.
He's like,
I thought that he's going against all his quote unquote like MAGA supporters, the people that supported him, and now they're against him because he's doing all types of dumb shit.
Yeah, this is weird, dude. Like,
It's crazy.
All of the people that were the actual like MAGA, like Trump supporters, I don't know how in the flying fuck.
He flipped.
Yeah, he flipped. And it's like, first of all,
you think it's Trump?
Yeah, I do. It's Trump. This nigga got
absolutely.
Trump is ruining. It's not working.
Okay.
What?
Trump is ruining his legacy in like real time, in my opinion.
Ooh, so we should have come up. So do you guys, let's just take one at a time. He said Macron's wife, husband, whatever, is prettier than Candace. Is he right?
That's subjective.
There's too much of an age difference there, but Candace is a crazy bitch. I don't care that you guys love her.
Facts. I don't like Pepe, but you're making good points right now.
Bima, I think Abby had a question for you in the comments.
Oh, thank you. Let me check it out. Israel had been under violent attack from Hezbollah. Bima, should they just let that happen without trying to stop the bombers? No, I don't think so. I don't think that they should let it happen. I guess my concern is how far they want to go and what the ultimate goal is, because what I understand about Hezbollah is that they were originally formed specifically fighting the invasion of Israel into Lebanon the first time in 1982. And so I don't think that you're going to ever, I don't think it's not like an ideology that you're going to be able to just get rid of. So how much of the country do they want to, like, what, I just don't know what the ultimate goal is at this point.
They've been getting bombarded in northern Israel. Morgan, you want to explain what it goes like? We're in chats, like Clubhouse friends that live there that they're being bombarded in northern Israel coming out of Lebanon. Do you think they should just let their people be killed, get the houses and the civilian areas all be destroyed, or do you think they should retaliate and try to weed out the source of where these rockets are coming from, and the leadership of the movement that's calling for the bombing? Like, at what point are you not allowed, because you're not allowed to retaliate? I mean, explain that part to me. It's pretty bad what Hezbollah is doing. And they're going in and they're eradicating them. And there's a lot of Lebanese that are very happy right now to get rid of Hezbollah.
When you say Hezbollah, we know that you're an Israeli student.
I'm not an Israeli. I say it with a Philly accent. Hezbollah. Hezbollah. Hez bullshit. Hez balls. Hezbollah.
Bima, do you mind if I ask Beaver a question real quick?
Beaten in 206 and
Beaver,
beaten many times. Thanks.
As balls.
Anyway, so I'm curious. I've been off the app for a little bit. Just been working a lot and stuff. What are you disappointed in Trump about exactly? What are you mad about?
Oh, I think he, like, Marjorie Taylor Brown, is that what he's calling her? Was like his greatest. Yeah.
Taylor Green, you're mad about that or what?
She was like one of his great. No, it's just I'm giving an example. She was like one of his greatest supporters, and I don't like how he's.
Bieber, she went on The View and agreed with them. Do you like her?
I mean, but
no,
at some point.
Think about that one.
Beaver, I'm trying to understand. Beaver. Hold on a minute, Dominic. No, hold on. So Beaver, like, this is the example that I'm talking about, like, where the right can be stupid as fuck. The left can have a bunch of dumbass ideas, but they seem to understand the bigger picture, and they can be in the left. People on the right die on dumbass fucking hills for stupid issues. Like, one of them, is this really why you think he's ruining his legacy because of that? I was hoping it was about maybe the way he was handling maybe the war situation. Like, really, it's about Marjorie Taylor Greene? Is that it, dude?
That was just a side point. I think it's a side point.
The main thing I'm afraid of what's gonna happen here over in the Middle East. Like
what?
But I'm having a little less faith that it's going to. You know,
so give me, just like for me, one thing that I'm a student of history myself, and I look at Neville Chamberlain. He thought he could negotiate with Hitler. And Neville Chamberlain was known as the great negotiator of his time. And the developed world, the civilized world, had a lot of hopes that Neville Chamberlain, out of all people, could deal with Hitler. Well, all this appeasement did nothing. And, we ended up having World War II. I'm not saying that this is exactly the same thing, but I think that the Iranians are people that you cannot negotiate with.
Well, you want to know, like, why, like us that were MAGA or whatever you call it?
I don't give a fuck about you, Pepe. I'm asking Bieber. You are weird and fickle anyway, so I don't really.
Come on, now, don't do that, man.
I asked Beaver a specific question. Please let him answer. I want to, because Beaver is more level-headed, and I'm genuinely trying to get an understanding of why it's disappointed.
No, I still support Trump, but I am very, very worried. I'm very.
I mean, I worry too. Something I will say though, dude. Remember this, Beaver. We've had multiple presidents kick this can down the road, and some of them, like Obama, literally funded these people. So, I mean, this is such a quagmire that, it's not easy for a man to deal with this, okay? So, kind of a little bit of slack, but I get it. I mean, I'm disappointed by his appointments. Kristi Noem, what's her name? Pam Bondi, just all these hot girls that he picked probably because of their looks. They're incompetent.
You just wanted hot boys, you fat.
Your parents excuses for doing what they're doing. You're not looking at this shit like objectively. You're just parroting what they say.
Yeah, so Beaver, do you agree with Tucker? Let's see what Beaver said. Yeah, do you agree with Tucker?
I definitely don't agree with you.
No, they all agree with me. They all agree with that.
Young America.
This motherfucker has fired. He wants to come up.
Sorry, Beaver.
He wants to come up.
They don't agree with me. They all agree with that.
He wants to come up. The propaganda that's coming out of the current administration is just propaganda. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, look, we already know that his whole administration, that everybody had around him, with the exception of Pete Hegseth, who's a total fucking faggot, we all thought it was a bad idea. And for different reasons, for him to, yeah, they did. They didn't think they either thought it was unlikely to be successful, it would be too much risk, and of course, politically it would hurt them, it could be bad for the country. They gave a lot of reasons. So, I don't know, even the people that he chose, yeah, and the people he chose, closest to him, okay, did not think it was a good idea. So I don't know. I don't think that us thinking this was a fucking disaster and a very, very, very stupid fucking decision for him to make. That's, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, we kind of agree with the people that are close to him.
Yeah, but they're all saying it in like different ways. So when you look at Mark Rubio, like what he said was specifically about the regime change.
Hey, Mon.
I think they kind of.
Excuse me, Simone. Hey, Mon, say you got fuck IRGC down there. You can come up.
Thanks, yeah, I looked. I don't know who that is, but he has really low karma, and it warns me to not bring him up, so I don't know who that is, but we're not bringing him.
Okay, so you can see that they're all kind of looking at this at like a different lens. I think that they prepared for this by creating an epic fury in Aurora Online, so that there wasn't any inflation of where the objectives actually lie. That's why I was asking Beaver, like, how do you feel about Tucker and all these guys? Because when it comes to the objective, I thought that they perfectly drew between Israel's agenda and ours, and I think that ours were a lot easier obtainable to obtain as far as like the military action of it. Now the political part is like where everybody else has the issue with this, because they're attributing more objectives to Donald Trump for him to be a winner. So now it's the Strait of Hormuz, and it's like the people and the liberation, and it's getting all confusing. I would just point out that when you look at J.D. Vance, I think he's probably one of the smartest guys there, but they're all probably not agreeing for different reasons. So I think they already mitigated for that.
Well, no, they aired it, but then again, it's Trump's the commander-in-chief. He gets to say what he has to say. And when it comes to Tucker Carlson, it's long been thought, and of course his brother has a big mouth, and so it kind of sheds a lot more light on who Tucker Carlson probably is. But a lot of us, if you were to ask us like 4 or 5 years ago, thought that Tucker was one of us. In other words, likely a white nationalist, far right. Probably doesn't like Jews very much. I wasn't quite one of those people, but that's my impression. I don't agree with him on everything. I do think that he's overly sympathetic to Muslims and Russia, which I think are. I'm not willing to ally with those two groups of people. Candace is crazy. Megyn Kelly, I actually respect her stance. They told her that she disavowed Tucker Carlson, she disavowed Candace Owens, and she said, "Look, dude, you're not gonna fucking bully me into saying I disavow these people," and they ignore shit. And we don't need this on the fucking right, okay? You have these. I don't know how else to put it.
They're not even legitimate right, Pepe. They're like crazy. I mean, how did you feel with
Megyn Kelly's not? Megyn Kelly's
right.
right.
Copying Tucker and Candace, you're right. But when Tucker said that the demons came to him in the night, scratched his back, and he had to go to the hospital, doesn't that just?
I don't know what that was. I'm not.
Well, he's crazy. He went off the deep end. I don't even understand why. Like, is Russia paying him? Why is he
to make money? I think he's like an itch to make money. He's found like an audience, and he's placating it. Same with Megyn Kelly. They found that audience that wants to hear what they. So they're just playing to their.
Well, I've heard two different versions from people who that this was things that were told about him. Number one was it could be a personality type. Apparently, he was somebody who liked to go against the grain, which I have a little bit of some of that in myself, so I can kind of see it. But he might just like to be the one with provocative views. But I don't know. If I see how consistent he's been over the years, I think he's likely held a lot of these views for years. And if you look at a lot of the Fox News people, whether it's Megyn Kelly, I forget the name of the tall, dark-haired guy. He has a... No, it's another guy.
Describe him. What's
Tall,
his view? What does he say?
Tall, dark-haired. I think he was from like Rhode Island.
He's a politician?
No, he was a Fox News.
O'Reilly?
Tucker Carlson. We got.
No, not O'Reilly.
We got Bill O'Reilly. We got Megyn Kelly. We got.
Not the young funny guy.
I'll look it up.
People that choose.
The new
Walters?
Yeah.
Not Waters.
That nigga's.
Waters is still on there.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Yeah, he's very.
Not on purpose.
Gutfeld is the funniest. Gutfeld is hilarious.
Sheffield is good. He's funny.
He's really funny. Did you see him? Did you see him on Jimmy Fallon?
No, but he was hilarious.
No, they were very respectful to each other. It was a good one. You should Google it.
I will. That's very clever with Abby.
I'm drawing a blank, but they're a bunch of fuck. So there's them. Then you could, of course, look at his writer, who ended up getting, outed as being basically having a very far right.
Premises.
Yeah.
And then he ended up being like the main content guy for Charlie Kirk hired him afterwards.
Fine.
And so I do.
The premises. Okay.
I don't think he was.
No.
Yes, he is.
What did he ever say about white people? What did he say about white people?
Really? Oh, we going there? We going there?
I'm asking a question. We're not going anywhere. What did he say about white people?
Charlie Kirk, right?
I'm asking. Do you know an answer, or are you just going to keep dancing around?
Okay, so Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
So one thing he said about black people. He said,
okay,
if I get on a plane and I see that the pilot is black, I'm gonna question how they got there.
Right.
Yes.
He was racist.
There can't be a such thing.
No, that's not racist. And no, that's not racist.
It's fucking racist.
No, if I see a black doctor.
Question if he got there.
Hold on, shut up. You're not.
Okay, address it a fucking question.
Shut up. So no, so he was talking about based on the DEI letting in, and by the way, they're letting in some black people who had no business.
There was no DEI. This is fake news.
Yes, there was. Yes.
They lowered the standards.
Yes, this was in response to them
lowering the standards.
Yes, they not only were they lowering the standards, yes, they did. You can just Google this. The major airlines. Hold on. The major airlines also stated that they were going to have a huge surge of trying to hire minorities and women. Okay, and so if that is the case, hold on. If all else being equal, all right, if you know that black people are going to be let in with lower standards, that's going to make you not trust black people being pilots. That's inevitable.
Lower the standards.
Yes, they did.
This is fake news. That never happened. Everyone who's a pilot is qualified. Qualified.
Yes, they are. They literally handled the college degree requirement because they couldn't get enough black pilots. That's a fact.
This is crazy.
It's true, though. Crazy but true. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Like, are you a Fox News follower? Like,
and you know, one of the most difficult.
Why don't you argue the facts? Because we looked
the facts are they are not DEI houses.
Yes, they are. And I'll tell you the most egregious example of DEI. Hold on. I'll give you the most egregious example of DEI. Okay, this had to do with air traffic controllers. Now, this actually happened under, or it might have been in the very beginning. It started under Obama, but I think it was happening when Trump was just first got in office. So air traffic controllers, they have very, very, very strict standards. I believe you can't be older than like 28 at the time you're employed. You have to have no medical conditions. You have to be a pretty intelligent person. There's a lot of tests, pretty rigorous tests you have to pass. Now, there were not enough black people or people of color that were air traffic controllers. It's a very high, good paying job. Starts at the six figures off the bat. But the problem is that they had these entrance tests, and so black people weren't passing them. So they got rid of the tests. Now, what they did is they ended up doing a questionnaire, like a survey type of a test where you get to basically talk about yourself. It was useless. Then they put them into the air traffic control schools. Now, lo and behold, now they're packed with black people who otherwise would have not gotten in. No, hold on. So they spend a couple years and a lot of money training these people. The biggest problem is they now have to get certified. There's no escaping the certification, which is going to be very rigorous. This is where they get to see whether or not they know how to do their job. They couldn't get certified. They were too incompetent. Now we have a low level of air traffic controllers nationwide because we let all of these dummies in that didn't have what it takes to be an air traffic controller. That's DEI in action.
You're making this. I don't know where you got this from.
This was the most egregious example.
Okay, let me read it to you so that I know it's hard to hear.
Dominic, when he's talking about air traffic controllers.
Hang on.
Well, okay, Norman, when he's talking about the air traffic controllers,
you
is
can respond to the facts. Airlines began lowering or adjusting pilot hiring requirements. Just listen, it's hard to hear. Airlines began lowering or adjusting pilot hiring requirements around. Where are you reading this from? 2022. I did the same thing anyways. I Googled it. Major changes including removing
news article.
Hang on. Major changes. What is the source? Google is not source. Just listen. I'm trying to, but I know it's hard to hear. Because if it's bullshit, I'm gonna just disregard it. Okay, you can do the same thing I do. Airlines began lowering or adjusting. Just listen. Pilot hiring requirements around 2020 to 2022. Major changes include removing four-year degree requirements and lowering turbine flight hour requirements rather than lowering FAA mandated minimum flight safety or training standards.
It's a Gemini answer. It's a Gemini.
They eliminated the four-year college degree. Now we can go dig further if you want, but that
Dominic is Google AI.
Yeah, that's his trash. So let me respond.
But it has all the sources. It has all the sources.
Do you just use anything?
No, Google AI has all the sources. He did us.
This was fucking stupid. I'm gonna respond with my Google AI.
And you probably the
now we're gonna read which airlines. Now I will read which airlines lower their standards for
Norman, what was your prompt? What was your prompt, Norman? What did you
my Google AI says the rule.
Hold on, Dominic. Let's hear what his search was. His prompt. Norman, what was your prompt?
Did airlines lower the standards for pilots?
Yeah, there you go. All right, you type that in, Dominic.
Think about being black or being DEI higher.
Dominic, just type that in Google and see what it says.
The fuck is you talking about? So I typed
Dominic, prompt it the same way.
I typed in ATF hiring DEI. That's what I typed in.
Yeah.
Okay, what is ATF?
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
That's what we're talking about, right?
No, we're talking about pilots.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Airline pilots.
By the way, you're
Dominic, you remember how Charlie Kirk said that he would look at the pilot if he was black and he would second guess it, wondering. I know. Listen, I know you said it. That's why I'm bringing it up. He would second guess it because he doesn't know if the person actually got hired on the basis of their merit and their expertise and how good they are, or did they get the position solely because they're trying to fill quotas for black people? Like, should we hire the best person who was in their fucking class, or should we say, oh well, we need more black people, so?
Okay, let me keep reading to you. Which airlines lowered their standards? U.S. airlines, including Delta, United, and American, have faced scrutiny for lowering pilot hiring standards, such as removing four-year degree requirements and considering reduced training hours. Regional carrier Republic Airways explicitly sought to reduce required pilot training hours from 1,500 to 750. That's from Business Insider. All right? I mean, it's hard to hear, but it's the truth. So if you do that and you say, oh, God, this is DEI, they're getting law. You know, people sue companies if there's not enough black folk there. They have lawsuits. That's how Jesse Jackson made his living. It was extortion. I'm sorry, it's a hard truth, but it's an American fact.
No, you're not being civilized, Rich. You're threatening to clip people's accounts if they don't bring you up. That's not civilization. Go ahead, clip my account. So this is for the record. Everybody, if I'm not here tomorrow, we all know that it's because Rich bullied his way with his threats of violence and 1,000 accounts or 8,000 accounts, and he's going to clip me because I didn't bring him up. So, go ahead.
Hezbollah went, I should say Israel went into Lebanon because the PLO was there. That's why they were there in southern Lebanon. And the PLO was rocketing and shelling them. And that's when Hezbollah sprang up. That's why Israel went into Lebanon. Not to expand, not to conquer them, but to get rid of terrorists who were on their border.
Rich, you have an opportunity right now to take back. No. You apologize right now and not threaten to clip me, or I'll block every account that there is of you, and I don't care. I'll just make them too. I'll just keep making them too. I'll figure it out. You think that you're the only one? You think that you're the only one that has the ability to do this? Come on. I got fucking no. You want to make it a war, Rich? Go ahead, do it. I don't care. It's fucking
I swear to God, I need to be like your divorce lawyer between the two of
Abby,
you.
before he's
so cute.
hold on. No, I don't think that it's cute, Abby. I don't think that it's cute.
Oh, so you think you're okay?
Would it be cute if I threatened to clip your account, Abby?
No, but the two of you
Okay. So then, why do you think? So why would you say?
Because sometimes you like each other.
Why would you say? No, I know we don't. No, we don't. I don't ever like Rich. Everybody's just scared of Rich. He's abusive because he does this. This is exactly he clipped all of Pepe's
So
accounts.
abusive, bitch.
He caused a bunch of different drama. No, look, I have 800,000 accounts.
Just ignore it. So what? Who cares? He's not gonna do it. Never mind. Do whatever.
Yeah, I just let it roll, dude. You're taking him too seriously.
Yeah, he's trolling.
But how about Gary's room today with all those trolls? That was
I did not
crazy.
go into it.
No, Rich, you apologize. You apologize to me. You apologize.
Who was trolling in Larry's room?
Don't come into somebody else's room, Rich.
Who was
threaten to clip their accounts and think you're going to be brought up.
All right,
What's
everybody
wrong with you?
everybody calm down. Rich, she doesn't want to bring you up after she's threatened her. She's not going to bring you up. So just take a breath and don't threaten and let it go. I'm talking to Rich now, all right? Don't get all whacked out of shape about a girl.
And Dominic, I just want to say this. Like, if there was no such thing as DEI, I'm going to tell you this. I am going, when it comes to things that can have a very negative impact on me, like, if I see a black doctor, especially that's younger than me, I'm going to want to see another doctor. I'm not playing. I'm not risking my health. Well, once I know that once I can be assured these people, well, I'm sorry. I'll take an Asian any day, or, whites, and, at least I know that medical school tend not to get in because of connections.
Just say you're racist. Just say I'm
That's not to do with race.
How about competency? How about, like, actual
Don't we have a right
competency?
to a safe life? Don't we have a right to a safe
Based
life?
on that race, based on what they look like, I'm gonna choose a different doctor. That's racism.
Well, it's racist that they let them into medical school and they don't deserve it.
They're doing it with medical school too, by the way. My
Yes,
doctors
they
are
went
telling
to
me.
school. They all have credentials.
They're lowering, Dominic, they're lowering the standards.
All right, see, this is
Lowering the
I
standards.
don't know, Pepe, you're completely wrong, but
I'm not wrong. They lower the standards.
I think you have a point, but Pepe, you have no point.
No, that is my point. They lowered the standards.
Dominic, I have a question for you. Did you watch any of the oral arguments on the Harvard case with the Asians versus Harvard? Did you see any of the Supreme Court arguments? Did you listen to any of it? Did you ever read the opinion?
No.
Follow that?
Game changer.
Okay, I'm going to make a suggestion. If you want to be open to understand this issue, is you can probably find it online. Is listen to the Supreme Court arguments in that case, and then read the Supreme Court opinion and understand what some of the issues and what they uncovered was happening at Harvard and the lowering of standards. And you had some of the top testing, brightest people in the country that couldn't get in. But you had people getting in at a different standard. And you have to, if you listen to those arguments and listen to the position, it will help you understand what I think some of the people on the stage are saying.
No, I mean, you can explain it. Like, I'm all ears. Like, I haven't looked into that, so.
Well, we gotta look at the truth on DEI. It helped Native Americans, it helped Asians as well. It helped Hispanics.
No, it hurt Asians the most.
It helped white women.
Yeah.
Think about white women.
No. Well, hold on, Othello. The problem, though, is that lawsuit brought forth by Asians, Asians were the most penalized because two were eligible to get into Harvard based on merit. That they used a point system where they literally gave they would take the most amount of points away from the Asians. They took a little less.
Yeah, they Asians, and they made anti-Asian cracks. They're boring. Here's another Asian. These are like people of color themselves making racist remarks in email, which were part of the record of the Supreme Court case.
And so according to Forbes, overall, white women benefited the most in
Man, say that shit louder. Say it louder.
Well, white women benefited the most, and who else benefited? Who else benefited?
White women.
Rich isn't getting it his way.
And who
Rich,
else?
apologize for threatening to clip my account, or I'm kicking you right now. You can apologize, and we can just move forward. Apologize.
All right. Beaver said for me to leave you alone and for you to leave me alone.
No. You're gonna apologize.
Come on, don't make him apologize. That's bullying. That's bullying with the mod badge.
Apologizing.
Let this go. I don't want to clip your account. I don't want to clip every account.
You're gonna come in a room that I started and threaten me. Just apologize.
I'm leaving it alone. I'm not engaging. I'm not engaging.
Threaten somebody, Rich.
Oh my God. Earlier. You said, oh, I don't know, Rich. This guy has a little credit on Carmel score. I'm not going to bring him on stage. And Steppy kept saying, you know it's Rich, let him on stage. Matt lets him up here all the time.
Okay,
He kept saying, oh, I don't know who a Rich is.
So fucking what? It was a joke.
Okay, and mine was a joke.
Guys, this is...
Alright, Rich, just limit your interruptions. I know you got ADHD, but just try to limit them. I know every once in a while it's going to be fun, and then there will be no problem.
That's fine. No.
Nima won't get upset. I won't get upset. We won't have to move you.
Just tell her to chill too.
Fuck you, Rich, because you're a piece of shit.
Dominic, why does mentioning somebody else benefit you? Why is that meaningful to you? That somebody else has well benefited
So creative, so original, like you didn't do that shit yesterday. So, wow, let's do the same thing over and over again and try to get a laugh.
Beaver, can we move this one? Because really interrupted Pepe's conversation with Norma.
It's like the troll. What are you going to do?
I'm not even in a trolling mood. Like, I was literally leaving her alone.
All right, well, let's move forward.
And I was genuinely stating something to Dominic and trying to engage in a conversation. Fuck.
Let's open the Strait of Hormuz.
Even though Dominic was wrong.
Okay, let's start on this point. Let's start on this point, guys. Okay, this is Forbes.com. I posted the links. Overall, white women. Hold on. Overall, white women have benefited disproportionately.
And what's the relevance of
Hold
that?
on.
You said it. They benefited the most. 10 times. What's the relevance?
Let me speak.
You said it already.
Fucking what? It was a
How
joke.
is that related to black people getting an easier?
Let us finish.
Overall,
Please.
white women have benefited disproportionately from corporate DEI efforts.
Dominic, when is that measured? Dominic, when's that measured from? Don't you think white women benefited from the feminist movement and from the change?
Look, how we came in the subject.
You specifically said about white women, and there's a change in the workplace due to the feminist movement. This was not a DEI issue. It was women getting accepted to medical schools and law schools way before the DEI. Way before DEI. Okay?
Not benefit niggas.
Othello, I think it's because white women. Othello, I think it's because white women are at the top of the ship.
Here's a statistic that
Like black men love white women, white men love white women, Hispanic men love white women. Everybody, even white women like white women. And when women less out, they less out like white women.
Okay, we don't need to hear the fucking Adam talking about lesbians and shit, dude. This is where you get annoying.
I think that white women are at the top.
Yeah, okay, we don't care, alright?
So I like the black person on this one. A black man applying to Harvard with the right criteria had a 1 in 2 chance of admission. That's a 50% chance of admission. The same Asian student with the exact same scores had a 1 in 300 chance of admission. Now, is that discrimination? You tell me.
I thought the claim was about the ATF hires.
That ATF is the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
It was never ATF. It was called airlines. You know what airlines are? They fly airplanes.
So, I think you're talking about the,
FFA. FFA?
So there's that. There's the air traffic controllers that happened about a decade ago that ended up severely limiting the number of ATC, air traffic controllers, and then you have the airlines, which is more recent within this decade.
Yeah, I named the airlines that lower their standards. on the plane, you say, does this pilot are they up to snuff? Do they have the same criteria? Do they have the same competence as they used to?
Norman, there's, oh my God, so we stop pretending we care about competence and merit.
Alright, there's
No one cares. You think Trump is competent?
There's no hell no, he's not.
He's not
There's
flying.
Dominic, there's a threshold, which is like a minimal bar, and then there's a ceiling. Everybody has to meet the minimum requirements. But should we be hiring whoever's at the very top of the ceiling, who scores the highest, and did the fucking best on all the exams and shit? Or should we, because of DEI, go all the way down to the fucking bottom and sift through the bottom just to find black people to fill the spot?
Or the reality is that we shifted to the bottom to find white women.
They met the threshold. I'm not saying they didn't meet the same threshold or the same.
No, but the fact of the matter is, though, is they didn't meet the same threshold. They didn't meet the same threshold. No, they did not meet the same threshold. In fact, like if we look in the Harvard case, for example, we saw that there was very real difference. The Harvard case, which went in front of the Supreme Court, of course, so this is under the threat of perjury in front of our nation's highest court. They clearly showed, okay, that they were letting black people in, for example, that would have never gotten in if they were Asian or they were white. All right, they were specifically letting them in because of their skin color.
Like Clarence Thomas, who should not be on the Supreme Court.
I put it in the chat. I put the Supreme Court ruling in the. You just said source it, and I put the Supreme Court ruling in the chat. Do you know how to read a court opinion?
I must have missed it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I could try to put it in again. Sometimes the app doesn't let you put something in twice.
So
Do you know how to read an opinion?
I just want to say real quick before I go to this movie. So here's the thing, right? We people who already dislike minorities and blacks like to hyper focus on the instances where the affirmative action helps minorities, and people completely ignore the fact that the major Dominic said this. But like when we're talking about federal contracts that specifically track sex-based affirmative action, white women skyrocketed 30% more than everyone else in those specific contracts. When you look at corporate America, over the last 30 years, they have the number one beneficiary of the rest of affirmative action initiative, right?
Because of overrepresented.
Hold on, we can hyper-focus on there's some instances where people of color benefited and completely ignore the fact that the whole system dramatically helped white women economically in their career and in their titles. We just ignore all that because we hate black people. We want to focus on the black people talk, the black people discrimination because that is our political narrative.
Abby, he's gonna shoot strays and then run away.
Let's talk about the cases that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was involved with. Changing the laws.
I gotta go get my nails done. Yeah, mother, you're gonna be like, I gotta go get my nails done. And then just dip off that. Yeah, you don't have a big
When did women advance in the workplace? Let's look at the history of the Supreme Court and the changes for women in the workplace. We can talk about the cases that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was involved with prior to sitting on the bench and the changes for women in the workplace. That is not involved with the DEI question. It's completely different. It had to do with the equality of women in the workplace. And that's how women advanced. They advanced in getting into law schools and medical schools and dental schools. It's not true. Ask me how many women were in my law school class and how many women were in the law school class 10 years later. Oh my God.
Why are we doing this?
Because you're conflating two different things. You're conflating two different things. Let's look at the case law. Go watch the movie about Ruth Bader Ginsburg and what had her sex, whatever it's called. And you'll learn all about this.
Everybody, hold on. This is the day.
Is your source a movie?
Dominic, I remember when you used to love RBG before Ruth Bader Ginsburg, RBG, before she said that she really didn't give a shit about fucking Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, we got to get Rich off the stage because okay, here we go. Here's the data. A 2025 study cited by the League of Women Voters revealed that as early as 1997, at least 6 million white women held positions they would not otherwise have attained without affirmative action. That's just affirmative action. We haven't even gotten into DEI.
Man, say that shit again. Watch it get quiet. You fucking dumbasses.
Okay, what's affirmative action? What's affirmative action? What do you think affirmative action is? Define it. No, we can go at this. Let's go at this. What's affirmative action? Define it. Define it. Define affirmative action. Okay, stop everybody. Can I make a comment? Affirmative action came into law under a Supreme Court ruling. You can read the ruling, and it had to do with the case out of Michigan, and it had to do with, you can read, it was Justice O'Connor that wrote the opinion that gave affirmative action a 25-year life. That was it. And as a matter of fact, the Harvard case was right around the 25-year period of the expiration of affirmative action. If you'd like, I'll put the Michigan case that went to the Supreme Court that created affirmative action. Okay? They're completely different things, what we're talking about. And I'm not talking about affirmative action. I'm talking about the cases with respect to women's equality, which were different.
They're not. Affirmative action.
Yes, they are.
She's correct, though. She's correct.
No. The policies and practices.
No, don't say me no. I'm saying she's correct.
Read the case.
Hey, we guys just let Miss, guys, everybody shut up, okay? Just let, there's so many people who are talking, just let Miss speak.
She landed. I don't know.
No, she didn't fucking land. Stop gaslighting. She was talking.
All right, let her go.
Affirmative action includes and refers to the policies and practices designed to increase the representation of underrepresented groups in education and employment. And it's to counteract the history of discrimination. So, Abby, to your point, is the question is not how many women were in your, I think you said your law class. The question is, how long have they even been allowed at that institution? Because there are institutions, educational institutions, where women were not even allowed.
Are you talking about women or are you talking about race? Because affirmative action was about race. Affirmative action, once again, you're conflating two different things. Affirmative action was about race. For the 50th fucking time, I'm going to put the ruling in the chat. You can read it. Read the Supreme Court ruling.
Education and in the workplace, women were underrepresented groups. White women fell into that category by virtue of being women. And an underrepresented group in many education spaces and in many places in the workforce. They're underrepresented groups at the time.
At what time? Give me the year you're talking about. What time? Because they're different cases. I put the affirmative action ruling and O'Connor's statement in the chat. I will put other cases involving affirmative action that had to do with race. They're completely different cases.
I don't know how many times.
What's a suspect class, miss? Tell me what a suspect class is.
Abby, don't. God damn it.
I mean, you guys are fucking stupid. You guys, when it comes to...
benefited from that.
Okay, Miss, I mean, look, you also kind of have to know your lane. She is an attorney. I'm not an attorney. I wouldn't try to argue law with her. It's just not, that's not my lane.
She's not correct.
No, she's talking about it legally.
Yeah.
Let's read what a suspect class is. A suspect class is a class that has been discriminated by prejudice, race, national origin, religion, where the courts have to apply a strict scrutiny. That's how we define a suspect class. Now, would you like to talk about the cases that involved?
I want you to repeat that. Go ahead, Abby. Repeat what?
It's when we apply strict scrutiny and we define a suspect class, and it's a discrimination or prejudice by race, national origin, or religion, requiring the courts to apply strict scrutiny.
Okay, I'm going to respond to you, Adam.
Doesn't say anything about sex.
Here we go. No, affirmative action was not only about race. While rooted in the 1960s civil rights movement to address systematic discrimination against racial minorities, it quickly expanded to include gender, adding women as a protected class in 1967, and later included veterans and individuals with disabilities.
And what year was that?
1967.
Right, in the 60s. This is way before affirmative action came in.
He just fucking won't listen.
Look at when affirmative action came in. I put the case in the.
Okay.
Did you do it twice, Abby? Did you do it twice, Abby? Because I swear you put it in the chat twice, Abby. You put it in the chat twice. Othello, just fucking go to the chat, man. God damn.
And by 1997.
Don't respond back, Abby. Don't respond back, Abby. Don't respond back. They got to come off their microphone for something, man. They just got to come off the microphone for something. God damn.
Well, Othello's biggest problem is he can't let a white person be right.
Evidently, he can't.
By 1997, 6 million white women have benefited from affirmative action.
Don't worry. Don't say nothing, Abby. Just let the trash take itself out.
Yeah.
I love it. I love when niggas can't admit when they're wrong. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, you should stop talking to niggas and talk to people that's intelligent.
White women benefit more from DEI, and they benefit more from affirmative action. White women.
Okay, I'm gonna put the cases in the chat. You all can spend the time to look them up. I'm not going case by case, but the Frontiero case is the main case, the Weinberger case, and U.S. versus Virginia. But the Frontiero case was the main case with sex discrimination. That was Ruth Bader Ginsburg who argued that in front of the Supreme Court, and I'll put it in the chat.
I don't know. You can put however many cases you want to put. The factual
1973. That was
law is the
20 years before O'Connor wrote her decision on affirmative action. They're different cases.
That's fine. The cases are specific cases, individual cases. We're talking about the outcome of what happened by us applying affirmative action laws. The outcome is it benefits white women.
Disproportionately.
People.
What percentage?
Oh, wait.
What? See? We're moving to the. All right.
Didn't we already talk statistical percentages about the 30%?
Yeah, we already laid this out.
Yeah, so you keep coming back to that point and ask and answer.
Yes. Okay.
I don't want to. Conversations like this are what make people like me that just want to be like, oh, nice, everybody's thinking really bad things about black people.
Who cares? Get some data, bitch ass nigga.
No, different black. Like, that's not a nasty thing. I said chicken or butter is one of the different things. But the question has been asked and answered. It's not a nasty thing.
Yeah, we're talking about the facts. We're not talking about nothing like.
No. She specifically asked for a statistic, a percentage by which they benefited.
Where's the data?
That's an objective statement that has been asked and answered. How is that nasty?
I'm not talking about. No, I'm not saying you were being nasty.
Okay, that's what I took it as because you said that after I made the statement that you were quote unquote.
No, you don't say you're nasty. You're saying you're dumb.
Don't say I said things.
You can clarify that. I'm not sure how you guys.
No, it's fine.
I
didn't say that.
Okay, great.
I want to just say one last thing on this because I don't feel like going into law school 101 with you guys. But there is a difference with the level of scrutiny used by a court. We have intermediate scrutiny, we have strict scrutiny. Race is treated with strict scrutiny. Gender is treated with intermediate scrutiny. They're different classes. They are treated differently within the court system. The cases that enabled women to then have equal protection and to change the laws happened in the 70s. There's about 6 cases. I put several of them in the chat. What happened with affirmative action happened in the 90s. It was 20 years later. I will once again put those cases in the chat so you can read about them. But what was important was the decision of all those cases, O'Connor's statement, because that's what got followed when the Harvard case came in front of the Supreme Court. Affirmative action had expired. It was over. It was done. What was intended to alter or change our system had, according to the court, finally occurred. Her prognosis of 25 years made sense to the court. That's what happened. You can like it or not like it, but that's what occurred.
Okay, and another thing that occurred, 1967, President Lyndon B. Johnson issued an Executive Order 11375, which amended the original 1965 Affirmative Action mandate to include women as a protected class. This crucial action required federal contractors to make active measures to ensure equal employment opportunities, effectively expanding anti-discrimination efforts to include sex. So it started there.
Affirmative action was only, 37 years later? Jesus Christ.
They're two different movements.
I know, they don't understand.
I agree with you. That's no
Abby, you went to school. 67. You went to school, Abby. The thing is, the only one that's teaching them is Google. That's what that is.
Just read about the stuff, guys. Open up the cases and read them.
They benefited from affirmative action and they benefited from DEI.
No, affirmative action was in 92.
But it was the cases, the Supreme Court cases in the 70s that changed what was happening with women. It changed it under the Social Security, it changed it under the military issues. I mean, that's what Frontiera was actually the groundbreaking case on that. But that's what started to change it with acceptance also into schools for women. I mean, like I said, if you want a nice perspective on it, go see the film about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It'll teach you all about the women's rights and the changes in the court. The Question of Sex. Does someone know the name of that movie? A Matter of Sex, or
just because issue A predates issue B, so gender predates issue, the race issue. Like, that doesn't necessarily follow that
they claim that affirmative action is the reason.
Rich, enough! Rich, don't do that.
Like, that's not even a tight line of rational thought.
It is a tight line because things changed after those cases. They changed dramatically for women. The acceptance into professional schools changed. Excuse me?
And they also changed after DEI legislation. So just because they were for women first, it doesn't necessarily follow that there were no protections based on DEI legislation or privileges. And that's what you're trying to argue.
I wasn't arguing that one. I wasn't arguing whether one assisted it.
They're distinct.
They're distinct. They are totally distinct. Correct. They are distinct. One happened 20 years before the other and had the inertia and the momentum to change society for 20 years. The inertia was there. It was happening. Go look at the acceptance into professional schools as an example, and the change in those professions of women coming into those professions. That happened within that 20-year period, and the inertia was there. Whether it got an assist with DEI is not the relevant. He was making the argument DEI changed it for women. It did not.
No. He made the argument that women benefited from DEI legislation.
That's not actually true.
No, that's not what he argued.
No, she's not talking to you. She was talking about Dominic.
That's fine.
Exactly, and that's not what he argued. He argued that women benefit from DEI legislation, and he gave a percentage, about 30% increase in their, I believe he referenced like job increase. So that's not what he argued. No one here is insane. No one's arguing that DEI conflates the two, gender and race as a single protected class. We understand that they have been treated separately in case law, but I also think we could go back ad absurdum to the beginning of the first case that dealt with the gender issue and the first case that dealt with the race issue. If you want to stop at 70, then you have to start with civil rights legislation that happened in the 60s. Then you can go back to feminine issues that started in the 20s. Like, we could go back ad absurdum to talk about more.
You had the legislation, but the legislation had to be enforced. It wasn't.
Dominic's argument that, no, that doesn't, let me land, and then I'd love for you to shut your butt. That does not negate, I'd love for Abby to get a chance to rebut, and I will absolutely yield to you as well, Nick. That does not, just because one had momentum in the 70s, that doesn't negate, we can go back ad absurdum, but that does not negate Dominic's argument that women benefited from DEI legislation. And you're supporting his claim that they were already considered white women.
First of all, he said white women, number one. And number two, he said it was a result. He used the word one resulted in the other. I'm making the argument that 20 years prior to that, when those landmark cases happened, yes, there was legislation, but legislation has to be enforced. And when you don't follow law and legislation, you sue. And they were suing in those cases. And in those cases, which were landmark cases, and once again, they were argued, a lot of them by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, you will see the change that happened in the workforce, in the professional fields, in our society for women. It changed in the military, it changed a whole dynamic for 20 years, way before the affirmative action cases, and the case came out. What was the case out of Michigan? Someone help me with it. Tobacco, was it?
You moved the goalposts.
You're talking about something that happened in the 70s, and we're saying that women were added into affirmative action, protected class in 1967. And I understand you're saying that those cases were landmark cases because they actually had to apply it. I understand that's what you're saying. But what we're saying is when it comes to affirmative action and DEI, white women benefited the most. And there's data on it.
Stop. The momentum and the matters.
We posted it in the chat. Okay, but what's our point on this? Never going in circle. What's your point?
Now you want to talk about the point. No, we got into the conversation. You weren't even in here when we started the conversation.
But where you go? But I'm asking now, where you going with this?
No, I think you're right. Let him ask a specific question. You gotta come with a specific question. How about specific?
No, I've been listening for the long.
Okay, so let's look at Harvard. How did DEI and affirmative action help white women get into Harvard? Tell me, because what was getting accepted to Harvard, who were getting accepted to Harvard were not white women.
You're not gonna force us to argue a point that we never made.
That's how you kind of win an argument.
I think this all started because of the pilot thing, right? Someone said they wouldn't trust the pilot who was black, and someone said that was racist, and somebody said, no, that's not racist. Is that how we got here?
Yeah, I'm the one who said that if there was a black pilot or a black doctor that was younger than me, I would be very hesitant. And that is because they let them in. It's not because of their skin color. If I knew that they were as qualified as anybody, or I should say amongst the most qualified, I'd be perfectly fine with them. But when we knowingly let people in that are not the most qualified, I'm going to doubt their competency, as I should.
So you literally said just because they're black, I'm going to question their credentials. That is racist.
It's not racist. You're just a lazy ass who wants government handouts.
Motherfucker, you just said if I see their skin color, I'm going to question their credentials.
Wait, Dominic, can you tell us what the definition of the word? Can you tell us what the definition of the word racist is? Well, isn't it racist you keep calling him a nigga though? Isn't it racist you keep calling him a nigga? No. Read the definition of racism or racist.
Assuming a race is superior or inferior.
I'm not. No, I see. No. Here's. Okay, but
you didn't fly a plane.
That's like when you say somebody's fucking.
Yeah, hold on, Rich.
Having a rap.
Rich, shut up.
Sectals.
Is my mic low? Do I have to move down?
No, your mic's messing up. You're in the matrix really bad.
Okay. Well, it sounds like I have to mention somebody to the audience. All right. To the audience.
Rich, we just talked about this.
Okay. Go ahead, faggot.
So you're missing a step. It would be if there was no let's just say only the most qualified people got into medical school.
Words, you dumb fuck. Go ahead. Sorry.
Amazing. Yeah, only the most qualified people get into medical school. Only the most qualified people become pilots. If that was the case, and it was across the board, it would be racist of me to say, oh, I think black people are dumb, so this pilot is probably dumb, therefore I don't want a dumb pilot flying me. Okay, that's racist, fine. Now, if I know for a fact that they lower the qualifications for black people to be doctors and to be pilots, okay, it is perfectly rational for me to believe that these people are most likely not amongst the most competent and quite frankly, best doctors or pilots that you can get. Therefore, it would be safer for me, and it'd be my benefit to go to a non-black doctor to not have a black pilot. And it's not because of their skin color, it's because of how they let people with their skin color into these programs.
Exactly.
So here's why I think I don't get when I listen to people who are so anti-DEI. So what the point of equity is to recognize that people have different backgrounds and circumstances, which are oftentimes set up by the institution, should be remedied by the institutions. But it's allowing the exact resources needed to get the same outcome. So,
but that's where it's a recipe for disaster.
That's the thing, though.
Even social, even communist. No.
The outcome is that.
Do you know who first started using IQ tests, for example? Okay, but you already stopped because that is stupid.
You're bad.
You're saying give you what you want. You're saying give you what you want, despite whether or not you deserve it.
But the same outcome.
He's a moderator.
Right? The same
I'm rich. I don't need help.
Is they take the same classes, they have the same training, and they have become the same. They have access to the same career pathways. If there's no remedy for the institutional circumstances that are set up, they don't have access to the same outcome. At the end of the day, the point is, DEI or not, the people in Harvard ideally have the same outcome. Once they're let in, there's no concession made for the quality of their
That's not true. That's patently false.
There's no concession
That
made
is
once
false.
they're in that classroom.
That's not true based on CRT and what we see also with critical race theory.
Tell me more about that, because I've never heard of a professor in a classroom saying a black person can just do work.
No, the problem is, though, is that these black students are significantly not only more likely to drop out of medical school in comparison to their peers.
Shoot at everybody that's encouraging fraud.
That's readily available. That's very common. But even worse is black people. Hold on, black people are moving what? Hold on.
Shut up.
Black medical students, after they graduate from medical school, are also far more likely to be basically lose their license during their residency. Basically, get kicked out of their residency programs for not being prepared. It's and of course, medicine is not. It's a serious business. It's not for everybody. But that is, I mean. Luckily we do. At least they do throw some of these people out, and they don't make it past residency.
Can I say something? Let me make a little argument on something Pepe said. Guys, just stop for a sec. Take away race, take away gender. Something else Pepe said, and no one focused on it. He said a younger person. So let's talk about people that are graduating now, today, out of medical schools, or out of their fellowships, or out of law schools. And they have to take exams to then pass forward to the next level, boards or bar exams. So today, you have people in law schools that are graduating and taking bar exams that are open book bar exams. They don't have to memorize. They don't have to go through the process because it's an open book that the lawyer 10 years earlier had to go through, or 20 years. So now you're hiring the lawyer to go into court with you. Do you want the lawyer that didn't have to go through the memorization, doesn't have to know off in his head immediately the elements of the, what he's arguing, or all of the hearsay exceptions? They don't have to memorize any of it. They just looked in a book to get through the test. So you're hiring, let me finish. You're hiring, I'm not talking about race or gender. I'm talking about youth. That's something that he said. You're hiring someone today that maybe didn't have also the rigorous testing and know how it's changed in the medical boards or in medical schools, but his testing has changed. And testing maybe post-COVID became, open books and less rigorous, and they didn't ATs to get into schools. And you have a choice. Where would you go with that? Would you have a crisis in confidence because there's less rigor and pressure or scholastic pressure put on that student as that student's going through the process? I'm throwing that out there as a question, thinking of what Pepe said.
It's the don't leave no student behind generation. That's all it is. And
then people get mad because you're not on their side of passing these bucks. From high school to college to whatever you learn it. It's a generation of just passing these bucks because, oh, yeah, well, he's that's DEI. And just like what she said, I was gonna say it before her. I don't want nobody to represent me in court who had three or four fucking years, and they just let him go ahead and go in court versus somebody who actually done it for 10 goddamn years. But you get people that get on this app and want to defend because someone give them pushback about it. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's not about your fucking color. It's not your color. You going to flight school and you telling me they gave you a fucking certificate less than the time that you're supposed to have? Because, oh, we don't want pushback. We don't want to say we're racist. Fuck that.
So,
God damn. All this pushback on smart shit.
Yeah. So I'm an educator, I'm not a lawyer, but yeah, I have very strong opinions about this whole No Child Left Behind bull. And I agree. I think that the rigor educationally is lowered all across America in every type of classroom, on all types of, in all demographics, in socioeconomic areas. That's a generational phenomenon. You're absolutely correct. But what I'm also observing is that is just now hitting the college campuses, and by now I mean in the last like 4 or 5 years, where college professors are going to lower their standards overall for the entire class, their curriculum across all syllabus. But in order for students to demonstrate any learning, right? So with that said, I think you're absolutely correct. I'm going to look at any young person and question whether they have the knowledge and information to competently practice in whatever field they're in. What I don't understand is what that has to do with race. Because again, this is a phenomenon of the last 5 years. Before the last 5 years, literally post-COVID, this was not happening, not based on age, not based on race, not based on anything. Once you're in the class, you have to demonstrate your learning or you don't pass.
Well, I was reacting to what Pepe was saying, and I just harped on one of the things he said. That's why I brought that up. Yeah, and that's why I did bring up I said younger than me for a reason, because that is when a lot of this shit would have really ramped up, and I think
that. No.
But I would say though, it does unfortunately have everything to do with race in the United States. You can look at how. I forget the name of the test, the standardized test they use to compare students internationally. East Asians in America, I believe
the International Baccalaureate?
No, I think it was something else. I forget, but just like, this is, Kate, yeah, sure. So East Asians do better, I believe, or they're either, or they could have been number 2. Better than any other East Asian country. The East Asians, United States. Whites in the United States do better than whites in any other country. Blacks also do better here than blacks in any other country. However, they do worse than all of their peers in the United States. Hispanics do rather poorly, and so do Native Americans. Now, imagine it comes to college admissions. Now you have to compete with some of the most educated whites and Asians in the world. Much better as a population in comparison to their Hispanic, Native American, and Black peers. How can you? Then that is kind of the problem that Harvard was dealing with. Is you're going to have an astronomical amount of overrepresentation with the East Asians. You're going to, and of course, whites are going to be slightly overrepresented. But now you have this group that does, on average, much worse than both those groups, and you have to find a way to get them in. You're going to have to kick out people that otherwise would have deserved to go into this, be granted admission, in order to take in one of the black or the brown people. Statistically, that's how it works.
Or the white women, too.
White women do very well. So, they would be, and Asian women do really well. So, I don't know what to tell you. Women actually tend to do better believe, especially up through high school. So the sex thing doesn't really matter. But yeah, so what do you do? Now, you're saying, oh, well, equality of, you talk about equity. Well, it's really funny when people say this. The first people to use IQ test, I don't know if it was, I forget who it was. Basically, it was a socialist system where they did not want to waste any fucking time with people that they felt that did not have the capabilities to do the jobs that they were going to put them in. They're very efficient people. I mean, and you can look at communist Russia. Where did they take all of their smartest students? A lot of them became KGB. They fast-tracked them. They didn't put them in school with the other retards. Where does this equity come from? Because no society truly has equity. Because people are not equal. And I think that's where you kind of say, like, oh, well, you said something along the lines of, oh, we have the same opportunities. We go through the same classes. Like, let's say we go to medical school.
We're directed towards the same outcomes. That's what equity is.
Sure, but what happens, though, is when you get an Asian that has like a 4.8 GPA and a black that has a 2.8 GPA. There's a world of difference between those two.
That's what I'm saying, but that's not who's competing at Harvard.
Yes, it is.
Unfortunately, it is. The 8, and it's the black with
Jews and East Asians were overrepresented at Harvard. That's why they did all that.
Yeah,
it was like turning into literally like fucking Beijing and Taipei.
So you have two groups of
people. But the ones that are applying to Harvard.
No, because we were the top fucking performers.
No, it said all the
I'm
Ivies
good now,
missed.
beautiful.
And went from being like 30% down to.
Quiet. Pepe, what were you saying?
I'm answering it. Said all the Ivies.
Okay, that was irrelevant. We were talking about a specific case. Like, I know.
The case was North Carolina and Harvard. The Supreme Court case was actually 2 schools. It was North Carolina and Harvard.
Talking about all the Ivies. Like, that's a gift.
All of the Ivy League schools were literally turning into fucking just nothing but East Asians.
But if you were to also look, post-pandemic.
It's because we overperform.
Okay, Rich. 93% of the people that of all of the jobs gained were for people of color, or they might have included women in there too. It was something astronomical, and there's been a couple decent articles that have come out about it, but like there's some in where white people have absolutely been shafted, especially white pursuit of quote unquote equity. And this is in many industries like Hollywood. The media I guess notoriously did this. A lot of the large media organizations, whether it's New York Times, they had a huge from like 2010 they had the proportion of women that in their editorial rooms shot way up, and they were deliberately excluding white men, and it's and I have to say, like, this has nothing to do with equity. You're literally taking something that somebody earns through merit and giving it to somebody to make that, I don't know, the population do better, but you're not actually helping that black person. What are we talking about today? We're talking about how, wow, they let too many dumb black people into medical school. Now I don't want to go to a black doctor. Why did we do that?
This is why you assume they're picking the dumb ones. Like, there are smart ones.
Because
you're saying exceptions. They don't have to memorize anything. I don't know. I can't do the test. So you're hiring, let me finish. You're hiring. I'm not talking about race or gender.
Absolutely showing.
You're saying exceptions. They don't have to memorize anything. They just looked at a book. So you're hiring, let me finish. You're hiring.
It went from being top notch to now having
there's someone who has to have sex.
Can't even pass very basic exams. Really fucking embarrassing.
They accepted more black people? Like, what's the line?
Yes, exactly. They let in well, not just blacks but minorities, and they let them in based on non-traditional ways. In other words, it wasn't because of their MCAT scores and their GPAs. They were valuing other information. They had a real radical bitch that took over the admissions there. But yeah, they're doing horribly.
And so what's the numbers on like black doctor malpractice and whatnot?
It's a lot higher than it is with whites.
Okay, you found out, man, you gave us so much oral data. Is there any way you could like just provide one link?
Well, Google's for free. Google's for free. Go ahead, finish, Pappy.
Pepe, why would you say that so quickly before checking?
Oh, because I've seen this date. I've seen this. You remember the conversations I used to have. So this is all information that I still remember quite clearly.
Malpractices for black doctors?
They lose their licenses at a much higher rate.
That's not what I'm seeing. That just, Chris research is showing that there's no major disparity.
There has been actually for decades, unfortunately.
I am God. This is your time not to just respond to me, but actually say something of substance. We've been waiting all night.
I've been waiting. I've been arguing over something that I'm just listening to. So, fellow, you ain't been listening. Y'all been arguing. I've been quiet and listening, okay? So, I know you're trying to be smart out the mouth, but you're the reason why black doctors are failing. Because you're running your mouth and you ain't listening.
Because you haven't said anything. You like Rich. You haven't said anything of substance.
Yeah, because I don't holler back and forth. Okay. I've been there.
Has anyone read like Thomas Sowell's books? Because he breaks down all this data.
A lot of people, got upset. But then they were trying to claim that he hasn't anything to prove health measure in his country. And people were like desperately saying, well, he took the ties out of major food companies, the ties, he's helping with like redefining food companies. I mean, it's like if you go into that and start trying to find things that he's done, nothing he's done is move the needle. Nobody can show me any data that anything he's done is move the needle on improving health. Am I wrong?
I mean, they're what, a year and a half in, and there's no better outcomes, right? Like, there's no measurable, what you said way back when it was getting confirmed, is it'll be, it's gonna suck, but at least people are gonna see how full of shit he is, because nothing he said that he was gonna do, he's gonna accomplish, and so, like grabs.
We have no CDC director. We've gone through, we've recycled like every position. We've had people leave, get fired, quit. We have no Surgeon General. Nobody's been confirmed. This is a complete clown show. We've got the ASEP completely disbanded after it was completely cherry-picked, after he fired everyone and picked his own people. Then Malone quit. There's the lawsuit that stopped the vaccine changes. He couldn't even use his own cherry-picked group. He had to go outside that and say, Trump, let's do an executive order. Unprecedented. No one's ever done that with no new scientific information, no data behind it, no evidence behind it, just arbitrarily changing it. And by the way, we now have some new data. This is interesting because we've been talking about why has he stopped talking about vaccines. Check out this in the nest here. Apparently there was internal polling showing that it was damaging Trump, especially in the areas where they needed to improve for the midterms. So there was a memo showing why RFK Jr. stopped talking about vaccines. And I'll just read a little clip here. Internal memo issued earlier this year, health officials are given a green light to highlight efforts to lower healthcare costs, improve food quality and fitness, go after billing fraud, and use gold standard science to improve outcomes for patients. Okay, those are, I can't argue with those things. But the memo basically also said that they should steer clear of red light issues, more likely to alienate voters who are increasingly wary of controversial efforts to overhaul vaccine standards. A survey by former Trump pollster Tony Fabrizi's firm published in December showed broad support for routine shot vaccinations among voters in competitive House districts. Only 22% of voters surveyed support recommendations for vaccines for diseases like measles, whooping cough, and hepatitis. So it sounds like they looked at their polling, and as we've been talking about forever, they politically chose to silence RFK and say, chill out. This anti-vax stuff you're trying to do is hurting us politically. So they made the right call, but for the wrong reason. Regardless, it's kind of a reprieve. We're not going to see a lot of anti-vax stuff.
I kind of called that though, right? People were saying, well, we're not hearing much. And I was like, I guarantee you it's because everything Trump's doing is a dumpster fire and they can't afford anything else bad press. So it's wild.
And it's probably not going to work because it looks like, the odds continue to move against Trump in the midterms and are looking better for the Democrats, but their issues.
I mean, when you have, Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Megyn Kelly, all these people who are like the worst people in the fucking world coming out against Trump. What's his base? What's he have left? I don't get it, right? Is there anybody that actually
office. Oh, that's bullshit. I'm just doing a Son impression.
But I mean, there is objectively no way that we would have been bombing Iran unprovoked if it was Harris's president. There's no effing way. Like,
Hey, Berkey, what's the difference? You said there would be a lot of people comparing Hassan Piker to, like, the left's Nick Fuentes, right? But you said that that's not accurate. Why is that not accurate?
because Fuentes is telling people to vote for Democrats.
Oh, shit. That is true. Bringing some truth to the space tonight. Yeah, meanwhile,
How you take internet truth is up to you.
I will take it my biased way.
I mean, the thing is, like, I don't care if people lie on the fence. Nobody wants us going into another forever war based on known imminent threat to us. Like no one wants that. And if you do, you need your head examined. You know.
Does anybody? Can you hear me? Does anybody else, want another round of mRNA vaccines for the whole country, or put us on a new schedule? I mean, no resolution, no data, no statistics. If you have 100,000 unvaxxed and 100,000 vaxxed, yeah, thank you. The point is, Kennedy's doing what he can, but these fucking judges, these lawyers, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, they got him by the balls because they got 100,000 people working against them.
Excuse me. So are you saying that this is what you want? You want someone to go in, fire everyone in the ACIP panel, cherry pick his own anti-vax group to then be able to get anything passed, and then forgo them to then get Trump to create an executive order to bypass his own ACIP panel to then change the vaccine schedule, removing 5 vaccines from the recommended schedule with no actual science or data behind it. If Biden did that, I'm assuming you were against a lot of stuff Biden did during COVID, right? This is the exact same thing, so don't be a hypocrite. If you attack Biden for, as you might claim, arbitrarily adding mandates and talking about masks and all that stuff, you cannot allow RFK to do the same thing that Biden did, right? Or do you want to cherry pick who you agree with?
Well, first off, I'm not a hypocrite and I'm not cherry picking. The fact is, we've all been lied to. The COVID-19 pandemic is the biggest scam the Congress has ever thrown on us. The biggest scam Pfizer's ever done. The biggest scam Bill Gates has ever done. The biggest scam that Fauci's ever done. And if you call me a hypocrite or you think I'm cherry picking, that's projection. You're cherry picking and you're a hypocrite. Hello?
You've been on this space before. So, John, let's start with one thing. Are you okay with RFK doing an unprecedented thing and removing vaccines by presidential order, not actually?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you don't need data or science. You're allowed to just do whatever you want to do.
Show me your data and your science, and I'll show you my statistics. Hello?
Okay, so you're okay with Biden instituting mandates for vaccines, right? Because he's president, he can do executive order, right?
Well, this gets to the nature of vaccines. They're political.
Okay, but answer my question. Are you okay with Biden using his presidential power to institute a mandate on vaccines for the COVID vaccine?
It's the wrong call. We all know the science and the statistics are bullshit.
You're okay with Trump doing it?
It's a negative impact, a negative result. Are we retarded? Are we stupid? Yes, that's true. We are retarded and we are stupid in America.
Okay, so you basically are a hypocrite, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll allow it for this one point. Where's your evidence, though? You're against the co-vaccine. Where's your evidence the co-vaccine was a negative thing that didn't save lives?
Well, I did a huge data study with over 2 million Americans, and it turns out, yeah, personally, I ran the numbers using AI and Veer's data, and it turns out if every 100,000 that took the vaccine, 150 died. Every 100,000 that didn't take the vaccine, nobody died. You tell me, does that statistic shock you?
Yes, because it's made up, but where's your published study? Can you link it?
Well, I sent it to Borla at Pfizer, but they didn't hire me for the statistics position I applied to. I applied to the Bill Gates Melinda Gates Foundation. They said, stop trolling us. I applied to Kennedy and the CDC and HHS, and he said, we're not interested because this is bad publicity Republicans and the Democrats, not just the Republicans. It's the Democrats too. Everybody's guilty. They all took money, millions and millions and millions. Every congressperson got millions, and they spent trillions. Another trillion, another trillion, another trillion. HEROES Act, CARES Act, another trillion. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Is this thing on? Hello? Are you double vax, triple boosted? Who here has buyer's remorse? Who here has buyer's remorse? Who here is double vaxxed and triple boosted? Are you kidding me? In Miami and Florida, DeSantis and their attorney general and their surgeon general, they don't vax, mass vax. There's no mass vax. In Chicago, we have an abortionist vaccinologist governor, an abortion vaccinologist mayor. They kill as many children as they can. They are literally killing 2,000 children a day in this country through abortions. I got statistics. Don't you dare call me a hypocrite, and don't you dare call me a cherry picker. Yeah, the campaign's actually going great. We're getting tons of publicity. We're going viral. We've got 100 accounts. I've got an Operation War Room. I got a war machine built up. And we're actually mass producing an anti-vaccine.
Can you show me any of the viral stuff that's going?
Absolutely. Just type in John Kitover on Google. You know, there's this free thing called Google. You can use your fingertips. Hello.
The only thing going viral on John is probably HPV or herpes.
HPV or herpes? Well, guess what? They got a vax for that too. GlaxoSmithKline. Have you ever had to take it? Sounds like you know what the vaccine is. Sounds like it could be a you problem. Do you have HSV1 or HSV2? Is it oral or is it genital?
John, I'm gonna have to. We gotta get some real substance.
I think he's broke.
Oh, you don't like it. You don't like the John Kitover Barrel show. I understand. That's a you problem.
I didn't mean it, but you did.
I didn't either.
I did.
Please, if you want to keep talking, please show us your data that you showed where 150 people.
It's even worse.
Post a link to that, and we can look at that. Until then, everything else.
Sure thing. Where can I post the link?
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm sorry for speaking.
Post in the nest. I gotta get to some news and notes. We haven't even started our show yet. You're already yelling and screaming.
Yeah, you can talk again once you bring something of substance and quit yelling.
Oh, okay.
It's a short space to have limited time, and I gotta get to some stuff before I start driving. So, really quickly, news today came out that there was a CDC study that showed that the COVID vaccine had benefits, significant benefits in the last season. What was it, like a 50% reduction in hospitalization?
That's lies. You're such a fucking liar. What is this, a Pfizer show? Is this a Moderna show? I didn't know this J&J had a pro-vax show.
This is the last chance we're gonna have to drop you. Okay, this is legitimate, actual data news. And it was suppressed. It was suppressed by, I believe, Jay Bhattacharya inside the CDC. This just came out today. I'm going to put it in the nest. Let's see. Did you send that to me, Dr. John? I think I have it here.
Yeah, I put them both in the nest. There's two of them. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is interesting that they're literally suppressing. I don't see it in the nest yet, but maybe it'll pop up. They're suppressing data that actually shows the vaccine was effective. And secondly, we're still waiting on those deaths they claimed were from the vaccine for children. 10 deaths that they claimed that would be out by December 2025. It's now April 2026. We've seen none of that. And the person that promised it was Vinny Prasad, who himself is exiting the clown show known as Maha.
All right, it's up there.
Okay. I still don't see it, but I don't know. It's weird. But mine is kind of.
You see it, Berkey?
It's been okay. So anyway, I'll just read it right here real quick. So acting CDC Director Jay Bhattacharya blocked the scheduled publication and is holding the study, claiming has concerns about the methodology. According to the summary that the Post obtained, the study concluded that between September and December of last year, healthy adults vaccinated with the 2025-2026 COVID-19 vaccine saw the risk of ER or urgent care visits cut by 50% and the risk of COVID-19 hospitalizations cut by 55% compared with healthy adults who did not get that season's shot. Boncharian reportedly took issue with the test negative design study, which is a well-established method to examine real-world data on vaccine effectiveness. And this type of observational study looks at people who have symptoms related to disease of interest, in this case COVID-19, and have the same test-seeking behavior. Those who test positive for the disease of interest become positive cases of negative controls. Researchers then compared the two groups based on vac status. So this is a pretty widely used standard way of based on observational data. And of course, this doesn't appear to be something that Jay Bhattacharya liked, and so he suppressed it. And whether it's whether it's right or wrong, regardless, it should not be suppressed. We should be seeing that data.
I mean, could you imagine if this was like one of McCullough's thing or Holscher's thing that like someone held it back, couldn't like the results? Like they would be having a friggin' conniption, right? Like they would be like, my autopsy study's being silenced, which they kind of did when they said they didn't call with the preprint. So complete hypocrisy again.
Right. Okay, next thing today, I got into it a little bit with Steve Kirsch, which took a dramatic M. Night Shyamalan twist. So it started off when Steve Kirsch was trying to refute Dr. Neil Stone about the COVID vaccine's effectiveness, and all he did is post a chart that says cumulative confirmed COVID-19 deaths per million. And he was basically saying, look, the cumulative deaths went up. That means the vaccine didn't work. And all I said is, that chart explains nothing related to vaccine effectiveness. It's akin to claiming seatbelts don't work by showing seatbelts because more people have driven, and raw deaths obviously have gone up. But if you look at rates, that's a whole other thing. Anyway, he then replied with Grok. I then replied with Grok, refuting him. But then the seatbelt argument came up, and he said, and overall seatbelts, in fact, didn't make a significant difference either. Rates before versus 20 years after equals the same. So, he's actually replying to me right now. Wow, this is live. It's happening now. He's saying that Grok disagrees with me that seatbelts are effective. So he's literally now claiming that seatbelts don't work. Insane. You guys hear me, right?
Yep.
So I replied to him. I did a little quick research on this. Obviously, seatbelts have made a big difference, and fatality rates were not the same before, in the 20 years after they were widespread introduced, which was 1975, when I was born, actually. Data shows clear declines in death rates tied to seatbelt use, even accounting for other factors like better roads and cars. The raw number of traffic deaths have stayed in a similar range over the last 2 decades or so, but that's misleading because over those same 20 years, the U.S. has seen massive increase in miles driven, number of vehicles on the road, vehicle weight, speed, population, etc. Deaths per mile traveled, which is the only fair way to look at it, have dropped dramatically because of seatbelts. In 2000, only 70% of front seat passengers wore seatbelts, and 60% of occupant deaths were unrestrained. By 2023, seatbelt use reached 91%, and unrestrained deaths dropped to 49%. The real kicker here is in 2017, 47% of people who died in motor vehicle accidents were not wearing a seatbelt, despite occupants making up, people who wear seatbelts making up 90% of riders. If you know anything about base rate fatality, that's a massive statistical disproportion. In the end, HTSA has a consensus estimate about 40 to 50% reduction in mortality directly because of seatbelts. And he's now trying to argue they don't work, and he's flooding my feed right now with at least 3, no 4, no 5, no 6 tweets here. Yeah. He's gone from arguing that the COVID vaccine doesn't work to seatbelts don't work. Well, let's look at his data here. Would like to see your proof. I'm going to put this in the nest. We should get him in here. Grok disagrees with you. There are too many confounders to know for sure. It's not a clean signal. If you have proof of data, not models, why didn't you share it instead of engaging in ad hominem attacks? Ad hominem attacks, this read was data. And of course there are studies. You're not going to see an RCT.
You know what would be an ad hominem attack? Yeah. Steve, you're a stupid fucking vulture looking motherfucker. That.
Freedom stems from. How do you think that freedom came about?
How did it come about? It came about from the law of the land.
tell me the story of the law of the land.
I need to do more research to be better acquainted with it, but you know, things like the Constitution and all the other documents attached to it.
Well, I can tell you a slightly different story, Grim. And that story is that maybe 800 years ago, maybe 1,000 years ago, the English started to do something special, to do something different from the other Europeans. And they gradually evolved a system that by the 1600s was regarded as the most liberal and free society in Europe, and as far as anybody knew the world. And we come to the 1700s, and the Americans have inherited these English institutions. And we are at a crossroads in the development of European states in the 1700s. The 1700s is the time when absolutism starts to appear as a viable choice. Information technology has improved, the level of education has improved. It's actually possible to run a bureaucratic state in Europe like China had for thousands of years by that time. Okay, you can run a full-on centralized bureaucratic state. And some European countries say, yes, we're going to do it, okay? And they get absolute monarchs. They get tyranny. And the British, they can't decide whether they're going in that direction or not. And the Americans say, you know what? The equilibrium of the Middle Ages is the right thing. And we're going to keep it. The things that we got from the Middle Ages, we're going to make them fixed and permanent. Okay? We're going to put them in the Constitution. We're going to keep the capability of the government limited, weak. We aren't going to go in the direction that seems so appealing, which is to have a powerful and efficient government. Right? This is not going to take us closer to a good way of life. They say no to that. And so they preserve the Tudor institutions. Okay, with Samuel Huntington, Tudor institutions. They preserve the balance of power of the Middle Ages as best they can. And that's how we got to be free today.
Mm-hmm. So,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask you, like, by telling me the backstory of how this freedom came to be, did you have a sort of a lesson here, or like something that I should take away? Like, should I respect that history and how it came about, and should I like continue the trajectory or the continuity of like, where it came from to now?
I think that's actually, I think that's a way to look at it, that they preserved it for us, and we need to preserve it for the next generation. And we need to carefully consider everything that we got from them as something that was hard won and hard learned. It is it's not obvious, for example, that you want to have 12 random people decide who is innocent and who is guilty. It's much more natural to believe that you should have an educated person decide who is innocent and who is guilty. A judge should decide, right?
But alas, a judge doesn't decide.
In our system. But in the world over, those systems exist. Okay, and historically they were not uncommon. And the decision to have 12 random people do it is because of this deep preoccupation with legitimacy, okay, with balance of power, with harmony of government and society, okay, the division of power between the government very much harder to corrupt 12 random people. If you're a wealthy person,
And that's why I'm running for mayor of Chicago as a libertarian.
Already on your side, but you don't know the 12 random people who are going to get called into some trial, okay?
Well, there's still a lot of bias that plays into it. But look, I just wanted to. Before we get too sidetracked about the court system,
I had to hook up with Justin Bieber. He wrote that song.
You were telling the origin story of how this freedom that Americans get to live with today comes from. And then you said we should respect that because they worked really hard for it. Yes.
Oh, not because they worked hard for it. Because the lessons required were hard to learn. And you can't reverse engineer that easily. Okay, and I just meant with the case of the jury to emphasize how counterintuitive some of these institutions are. They aren't the first thing you would think of, or the second, or the third.
So I just wanted to say that, like, now, fast forward to 300 years later, today, right now, the time we are alive and living right now, it's a very fast-paced world. And people think very quickly now. And we think many more thoughts, many times over, than the people that from times past, on average. As much as I acknowledge and respect what the people from history did to, bring about this great nation that we live in today, as much as I respect that, I am also not going to let that hold me back from being able to think of something better. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and that's the kind of pushback I'm getting from people, is that they're saying, oh, how dare I? How dare I? And I'm saying, well, I mean, I have a brain, and I'm going to use it to the maximum of my ability. And I am not going to let anyone stop me. And I'm not trying to be like a revolutionary. It's not that you're trying to be, It's that when you feel that there's something like the systems or things that are established or set up, the structure of things like, in this case, we're talking about society. When you feel that it's lagging a little behind from the times that we're living in, it all starts from there. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And when I learned to investigate the fire, I see that I saw a need for a redrafting of an updated, more optimal constitution for humans, not just for Americans, but for all humans. I feel that there is a more optimal way to structure the philosophy and the very structure itself of society.
Sex allegations against him and his mind control mountain
retreat. I guess another thing to take from that story is that the Constitution is only a very small part of that story. Most of the laws of America are English common law. Most of what we think of as freedom, for example, the jury trial, various other conventions, the way that we understand women get into Harvard. The idea that one person cannot own another, all of these things have their root in the common law, and they weren't developed by the founding fathers. And when the colonies rebelled, and they left England, all of the states immediately passed what are called the recession statutes. Okay, where they say, okay, we're not part of England anymore, but we received the common law, and we are going to keep doing the common law just as we did before we left. Okay, and without understanding the common law, it's very hard to understand liberty in America, and it's very hard to understand how easily the spirit of innovation can undermine that, because the English have done it. Okay, in 1900, the gun control controversy in England in 1900 was whether or not we should sell guns to little children. Okay, they were like, well, I guess we shouldn't sell guns to little children. Okay. Now they have a society where, you know, even adults who served in the military has a hard time getting them. They are also a society that has gradually, I don't want to say dispensed
needs to go through.
freedom of speech.
Yeah, you can go on this back, but
To
you can't go
remark
through the X-ray machine. Please don't tell me how to do my job.
And these are all things that, you know, if you look at the Tudor era, England and America are much more alike.
Bag check, mail.
Okay.
So I need you to remove your
America
jacket, place it in the
remains very
bin.
free.
I will not remove
air guns.
this jacket.
And England really,
You have a lot of nails on your jacket. You might go through the machine.
really
Take me to a
completely
private
changed.
room.
And they weren't trying to make their society worse. Remember, they were trying to make it better.
Yes.
No one gets up in the morning and says, I want to have my freedom taken away from me.
We're gonna wait right here. He's coming around. That's not what that's where it's not mostly. Hey, no,
But this spirit of immigration eventually led them to this very unfree place.
I need to verify. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
Okay.
I wanted to say something about when you mentioned slaves. I thought you back me just the other day.
Yeah, you can go on this bag, but you can't go through the X-ray machine. Please don't tell me how to do my job.
Property ownership idea that we live in, that we live under.
It's your call. It's gonna take you
It's
longer.
kind of like an extension of the slave owning mindset. If we own anything, whether it's whether it be property, land, stuff, you know, it's kind of the same mentality as owning a slave. Just owning something, like, you know, if some freak random person is standing on my lawn, I'd be like, get the fuck out of off my property. Get the fuck off my property. And it's such a sense of ownership. I don't know. I just felt like it's not that far from slave ownership. You come with me from the village?
Tattoo laser removal surgery that I'm going to need to have as procedures, I can't afford that. And from what I understand, the research that I've done, it may not even be possible to remove all of this without scarring.
You're asking this court to award you for a total award of $510,000. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. So I found out that they were running a contest where the first listener to tattoo the letters KRUD on their forehead would win a $250,000 prize. I called the radio station and I spoke with a gentleman who identified himself as one of Cyrus's crew. And he did, in fact, confirm that this offer was legit. He dashed down to the radio station. They started pointing at me and laughing at me.
The easy way
In a professional setting, who does that? They took out their phones and started taking pictures of me, probably posting on social media. So eventually, after staying there for about 10 minutes, a representative came down to the studio and explained to me that this was, quote unquote, a big misunderstanding. He didn't say a prank. He said a big misunderstanding.
I mean, come on. If he would have went to the webpage, there was a link on there that said official group. See the link right there? If he would have clicked on that link, the link would have taken to the page that said,
I could have never imagined in a million years somebody would actually tattoo our station letters to their forehead.
$250,000 is a lot of money. There are a lot of folks that would do that, right?
Seriously.
And I find against the defendants, and in your favor, I'm going to award $510,000.
Tattoo laser removal surgery that I'm going to need to have, procedures, I can't afford that. And from what I understand, the research that I've done, it may not even be possible to remove all of this without scarring.
You're asking this court to award you for a total award of $510,000. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. So I found out that they were running a contest where the first... I found out that...
The only property they're able to maintain is the things they can carry with them.